Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Got a Harem Quirk After Eating a Devil Fruit. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. People are not born equal. Yet despite knowing this, it did not stop Izuku Midoriya from doing what he thought was right. Sure, his quirk had yet to manifest despite the fact he was already 4, and that most, if not all, of his classmates had their quirks. Enough Kachan, said Izuku bravely despite trembling himself while standing in front of another boy who was crying on the ground. You already made him cry. I won't let you abuse your quirk and harm others. Oi Deku, said the spiky blonde kid with red eyes as he smacked his fist into his palm, activating his quirk to make a small explosion. The quirkless wonder thinks he can play hero. This boy was Katsuki Bakugo, who was Izuku's friend until he got his quirk. Let's get him, shouted another child, his fingers extending until it was twice as tall as he was. Another chubby child with red bat wings that allowed him to hover above the others nodded in agreement as the three boys charged in to attack Izuku. After quickly ganging up on Izuku with the long finger boy holding Izuku hostage while Katsuki and the chubby kid pummeled him, they went off to declare themselves the hero while identifying Izuku as the villain. After all, the heroes always won in Katsuki's definition of a hero. With a derisive scoff, they left Izuku on the ground without caring about his well-being. Izuku managed to crawl back up and away from the playground as the child he had been defending had already run away without even trying to help. Yet Izuku didn't hesitate to help out anyone in need, as it was just in his nature to do so. He wanted to become a hero, like All Might. Izuku's definition of a hero was those who could save others, even at the cost of his own. That video of All Might's hero debut certainly made an impact on him, as he watched it probably over 10,000 times. It was his source of inspiration. Ah, that burns, cried Izuku as he gently probed his injuries. Katsuki had been amplifying his punches with explosions upon impact, as his quirk allowed his sweat to excrete a chemical similar to nitroglycerin from his palms and ignite it to create explosions. The chubby one merely had weight behind his punches while the last skinny one merely held Izuku, preventing him from escaping or even attacking back. One day, I'll get my quirk, said Izuku as he raised his fist up to the blue sky. One day, I'll show them that I can be a hero. You should give up. It's impossible for him to develop a quirk, said the doctor heartlessly, not even trying to be gentle with the news as he leaned back in his chair. Izuku dropped his All Might action figure in shock as the doctor dropped the news on him like a 10-ton anvil on his head. Why is there something wrong with him, doctor? Asked Inko Midoriya with a worried tone. Other children his age have already manifested their quirks, but my Izuku is the only one in his kindergarten that has yet to show. Inko was, of course, annoyed by the doctor's crass behavior, but pushed through it for her son. The doctor began to explain that by the age of 4, the said child should manifest a quirk that belonged to one of his parents or a composite of both. During the early years of quirk research, it was found that anyone with a quirk did not have a second joint in the pinky toe. The proximal interphalangeal joint was rather useless in the pinky toe for humans, as it wasn't used. This was used to represent the next stage of evolution. And since Izuku has 2 joints in his pinky toe, concluded the doctor with a bored tone, the chances of him developing a quirk is 0, no matter how old he is. We've had late bloomers before, but Izuku will never be one of them. Crestfallen, Inko guided her child back to their apartment, unable to bear the fact her child's dream was shattered. Her husband, Hisashi, was nowhere to be found as usual, as he worked abroad. Inko gained a tic as how her husband was never at home to spend time with Izuku. When Izuku was 1, Hisashi was already out of the house. As Izuku sat in the room motionlessly, she quickly pulled up the All Might debut video in hopes of cheering her son up. After making sure he was staying there, she began to look up articles about quirks in hope that the doctor was wrong. After all, who knew if what the doctor had said was true? Not everything was absolute, and the first quirk users may have had 2 joints. Not to mention, she had to make sure her son had a future even if he was quirkless. She would always love him, and the doctor reassured her saying that at least 20% of the population was the same as Izuku. As her research through articles and other sources went through the night, her despair grew. What the doctor had failed to mention that the 20% of the population without quirks was growing much smaller at a fast rate, and within that 20%, 95% of its population was the elderly. As generations went by, the amount of quirkless children grew smaller until in Izuku's current generation, the amount of quirkless people his age within Japan could be counted with just one hand and still have leftovers. Not to mention that quirkless people did not have a long life expectancy compared to those with quirks, as they were seen as very easy targets for villains. Even worse, they were often targets for bullies because of their unique status. Izuku almost fainted as she read an article stating that the suicide rate among quirkless teens was 85%. It would seem like Izuku had a very dark future ahead of him. She was aware that Izuku was already being bullied despite his attempts to hide it. She saw him coming home with bruises lately, but he would always say it was the result of just playing with others. She just wasn't sure who it was, but she could narrow down the guesses based on the fact most his injuries seemed to have burn marks. "Mom," said Izuku with an emotionless voice just as Inko ordered Katsuden to be delivered in hopes of cheering Izuku up. "No matter what trouble you're in, he'll save you," with a smile. Izuku slowly turned his chair and head towards his mom, his eyes already watery and filled with tears, ready to be unleashed. "A super cool hair, that's what I want to be. Can I still be?" Izuku didn't get to finish as Inko rushed to her son with tears streaming out of her eyes as she tried to comfort him. "I'm sorry," cried Inko, "I'm so sorry. That's not what I wanted you to say," said Izuku in his mind as waterworks poured out his eyes. "Mom, I want to be a hero." As Inko was forced to update Izuku's quirk registry as quirkless, the news about him being quirkless spread quickly among Izuku's peers despite Inko's pleas to keep it silent. One of the kindergarten teachers was careless to talk to another teacher in front of several children that Izuku was quirkless. The said teacher didn't even bother trying to do damage control, due to a slight bias that quirkless people were placed lower than others from his point of view. The news spread among all the children in the same school, causing Izuku to be a loner, not because of his personality, but because how different and weird he was. Quirks were now the norm, and anyone without quirks was identified as weird. Now Izuku had to suffer through his school because of one teacher's tactless mistake that he never apologized for. Even the kid that Izuku protected joined the bandwagon of bullying Izuku as he got his quirk a few days later, not wanting to be seen as part of Izuku's friends. What was even more depressing was that most of the teachers ignored Izuku in favor of Katsuki or anyone with a powerful quirk. Anything Katsuki did, including bullying, was ignored in hopes of gaining favor. It was not intentional, but the fact was people with powerful quirks were more likely to be able to brag to others saying that they helped raise a hero or they had one in their class was something in human nature. There was nothing really to gain for siding with Izuku, though few tried their best to make everything fair. Unfortunately, Izuku received the least amount of attention, and any toys he wanted to play with were given to those with quirks. Time skipped to second grade. One night, during a storm, lightning struck into a field of fruits, though nothing was damaged. Instead, one piece of fruit began to morph slightly until it had swirls around it was colored purple. Nobody noticed as it was farmed, packaged, and sent to a nearby elementary school. It was lunchtime for the second graders, and Katsuki and his goons were on lunch duty to serve food for the day. The nutritious meal was composed of rice, pork and eggs, miso soup, milk, and fruit called yubari cane, though it was specially grown to be small enough to fit a kid's hands. As the children got their food, Izuku was once again last due to everyone pushing past him. The second grade teacher was rather lax about discipline in general, causing Izuku to dislike him. At least the first grade teacher had been a nice lady who didn't allow Katsuki a free rein. As Izuku went up to get his lunch, Katsuki sneered at Izuku as usual. "Hey there Deku," said Katsuki with a sarcastic tone, still taking up space as usual. "Hi Kachan," stuttered Izuku as he held out his plate for the food. "Here's a special helping," taunted Katsuki as he handed Izuku a plate of rice with all the burnt parts of it, which was to say it was still edible but rather disgusting to eat hardened rice than compared to everything else. Izuku took the abuse as he went down the line, receiving the most pathetic-looking fish, a miso soup with barely any tofu or nori, and a strange purple fruit one of Katsuki's goons fished out. He sat down at his usual corner alone when he got his food. Nobody wanted to be his friends, either due to his status as quirkless or fear of becoming Katsuki's next target. Izuku stared at the strange fruit he got, noticing all the swirls before raising his hands to notify the teacher. "Sensei, can I get a different fruit? Mine looks weird." "Just eat what you're given," replied the teacher, not even looking up from his book. "I'm sure it's nothing dangerous." Izuku frowned and ate what he was given except for the fruit. He looked up to see Katsuki claiming another piece of the fish that was left over before going to his hero analysis for the future notebook number 2, writing down what quirks he had seen, taking notes on the pros and cons. "Hey Deku," shouted Katsuki as he slammed his hands down on Izuku's desk, scaring him for a second. "I noticed you haven't eaten the fruit Nabi tried so strong to reserve for you." The said goon raised his fingers in mock anger as they extended. Sorry," apologized Izuku. "I just didn't feel like eating it today." "Do you want to have it?" No," said Katsuki as he took the fruit, "but I will be a friend and help you learn how to appreciate this." With that, he stuffed the fruit into Izuku's mouth despite his protest. To prevent himself from choking to death, Izuku chewed on the fruit and swallowed it before gagging. The taste was so horrible that it tasted like he had eaten SHT deep-fried in poison and stomped on by sweaty sumo wrestlers. Not that he would know how that would taste like, but in short, it was disgusting. "Bakugo, what are you doing?" said the teacher with a bored tone as his eyes were glued to the book he was reading. "Just helping Deku out," replied Katsuki as he held Izuku's lip shut. Be sure to finish up cleaning the trays," nodded the teacher. As soon as the teacher said that, Izuku managed to push Katsuki off him, grabbing his milk and chugging it to get the disgusting taste off his tongue while the others laughed at his misfortune. "Why me?" thought Izuku as class continued for the day. Late that night, after Izuku had finished writing his thoughts onto his analysis notebook, he went to take a nice bath. "Least we still have this," thought Izuku as he sank into the tub. He felt more relaxed for some reason, as though his strength was leaving him. His kept going down and down until it went past CH Street height. At home, the situation had grown grim. Hisashi, Izuku's father, had been informed about his son's quirkless situation and began yelling at Inko for birthing someone so useless. Hisashi did not have the father-son bond with Izuku, considering he kept working overseas and rarely called back home to see how his family was doing. In the end, he demanded a divorce and wanted to abandon Inko and Izuku, as he did not want to have what he deemed a worthless child. Unfortunately for Hisashi, Inko fought back like any animal mother protecting her baby. Hisashi wanted to cut everything off, and not even pay for child support. Inko fought back, saying that Hisashi was never there to even help raise his own son. After a year in court, the judge ruled in favor of Inko after much arguing and a slip from Hisashi, who had been seeing someone much earlier despite his marriage. Inko got a nice settlement that would allow her and her son to live comfortably for the next few years, but she knew it wouldn't last unless she took measures. Despite that, Inko had been getting chubbier as the months passed due to stress eating, being unable to do anything about Izuku's predicament. This isn't going well," said Inko as she looked down her waist to see that she was losing the hourglass figure. She knew she shouldn't eat so much, but the guilt of not giving her son even her own quirk ate at her. And add the fact she was now a single mother with a child, whom she loved very much, but was constantly worried about his future. "Maybe a bath will help me relax," said Inko as she grabbed her belly fat and frowned. A lot of her clothes were starting to not fit her now, too. She walked into the bath to see Izuku's clothes already in the clothes bin. "Izuku, I'm coming in," said Inko as she opened the door just in time to see Izuku's head sink below the water level of the tub. "Izuku, don't stay in there too long," said Inko as she started to turn the shower head on. When Izuku didn't answer, she turned around to look and almost screamed as she saw Izuku struggling to even get up. She quickly lifted Izuku out of the bath in worry, where he took a deep breath of air. "What happened?" asked Inko in worry as soon as she got Izuku out of the bath. "I don't know," cried Izuku as he tried to wipe his tears from his face with his hands. "I suddenly felt weak in the water, and I couldn't move at all. I don't know why, though." Inko tried to comfort him, But Izuku felt even more horrible. Ka-chan was right. I am a Deku. I am worthless. Cried out Izuku. I can't even take a bath right. You are not worthless, said Inko, almost shouting in despair at what her son was going through. Izuku ignored her and ran out of the bathroom, wanting to go to his room and cry despite how wet he was. Inko grabbed his wrist to prevent him from going out and slipping on the floor. It was at this exact moment that everything changed. Izuku's arms stretched, making it boing sound like a RBB band, as he kept running away while Inko had her hands still gripped on his wrist. Izuku didn't notice as he kept running and turned a corner, heading to his room when he felt his mom's grip still on her. He turned around to try to loosen it when he noticed the change. He slowly walked back around the corner to see his mom looking at the arm in shock as she was still gripping his wrist in a death grip. She let go as soon as she saw Izuku walking back in a daze, allowing the arm to shrink back to its normal length as his hand flew back to Izuku, the sound of RBB retracting. "Ah!" screamed Izuku. "Ah!" screamed Inko. The screaming went back and forth for a bit before Izuku ran out of oxygen from yelling and fainted, falling towards the ground. Inko was very close to doing the same, but her motherly instincts to protect her child overrode that and unequally managed to attract a pillow from the couch towards her and right under Izuku's head as it hit the ground. Without caring about her NDTY, she used her quirk to attract the towels to her as she quickly ran to Izuku's side in worry. Izuku slowly blinked open his eyes, trying to remember what had happened. Was it just a dream that he saw his arm stretch? It couldn't have been real. He had no quirk, the doctor had told him that the chance of him getting one was 0%. Not to mention, he was way above the age of having a quirk manifest. And finally, if he did have a quirk, it should have been something similar to his parents, preferably his mother's. What a dream, muttered Izuku as he turned his head, noting the soft pillow before his face went flat into his mother's belly. That's it, I really need to stop eating so much, blushed Inko as she saw her son's face imprint into her soft belly. Are you alright, honey? Asked Inko as she pushed her dietary plans away for now. I had the strangest dream, replied Izuku. I thought I saw my arm stretch. But that's impossible, right? Honey, that wasn't a dream, said Inko. Izuku blinked as he noticed he was naked with just a towel on his waist as his mother was also naked. Luckily, he was just 6 years old and no idea what a woman's body was. Wait, you mean that was real? Said Izuku, getting excited once more. If you don't believe me, try it yourself, smiled Inko. Izuku immediately stood up before blinking, not knowing how to even replicate the results. For your quirk to work, you have to use it as if it's a part of your body, like how you use your legs to walk, or your hands to grab something. It's a part of you, explained Inko, a bit excited now. Izuku nodded and closed his eyes for a bit before raising his right hand and punching the air, willing his hand to stretch. The results made Izuku and Inko cry with happiness as Izuku's arm began to stretch, his fist flying in the air as it finally stopped when it hit the bathroom wall, going at least 5 meters. When the fist bounced off the bathroom wall, Inko was a bit worried that Izuku had damaged his fist. Look, Mom, it doesn't hurt, smiled Izuku as his arm retracted back, examining his right fist. He had felt the impact, but instead of feeling like something strong coming into contact with the wall, something rubbery had hit it instead. Mom, with this can I be a hero now? Asked Izuku as he turned his watery eyes back to his mother. Inko's heart almost shattered as she tried to hold back the tears. She recognized that same look before when he had been diagnosed as quirkless and the heart-wrenching cries. Now she could see hope within those eyes. Yes, Izuku, you can be one, smiled Inko, finally giving what Izuku wanted to hear all along, you could always be one. I'm sorry for not saying it earlier. The two hugged each other, regardless of their current attire. After a few minutes of hugging, Inko looked Izuku into his eyes. Izuku, what did you mean by, you're a Deku? Who gave you that mean name? And why? Nobody, lied Izuku, causing Inko to give the patented mother's glare. With that glare as well as emotions running high, Izuku shrunk down and began spilling everything, about how Katsuki was the chief bully, the nickname and how it was derived from his real name, etc. HMPH, well, I'll certainly be talking with his mother about this, huffed Inko. Izuku shook his head, it's alright. I don't want to get Kachan in trouble. I know despite all this, he really wants to be a hero. He still needs to learn, said Inko calmly. Don't worry, I'm sure Mitsuki would appreciate what her son's been up to. If you do care about him, then sometimes you need to take action, curb some of his more distasteful behavior, otherwise, it could affect his future. Seeing the flawless reasoning from his mother, he could only agree to it. Now then, the biggest question is how you got your quirk when the doctor said it was impossible, concluded Inko. Izuku began his high-speed muttering as he reviewed over what happened since he woke up for the day. Inko could only sigh as he had inherited this annoying trait from herself. She constantly did this when she was reviewing bills, ingredients, or investments. Inko resolved to fix this habit for the both of them. Izuku! Shouted Inko, interrupting Izuku's thoughts, was there something different you did today? Izuku pondered for a bit before remembering the nasty fruit he ate and brought that up. Inko's forehead grew a tick as Katsuki force-feeding her child something that could have been poisonous, but she was more angry at how the teacher didn't even seem to care nor look when Izuku complained. The funny and ironic part, in the story at least, was that Katsuki was now the one responsible for giving Izuku a quirk. Just as Izuku finished, both of them sneezed and shivered before remembering they were in the NDE. Come on, let's go finish that shower, said Inko as she hugged Izuku. We can experiment more about your power and possible weaknesses. Okay, said Izuku cheerfully. As they went back to the bathroom, a phrase floated in Inko's mind. Some are born great, others achieve greatness, and some have greatness move upon them. It felt like Izuku fit the last part of the phrase. Luckily, it was the weekend for them, so Inko and Izuku began experimenting Izuku's new quirk and weaknesses. So far, they found that Izuku was okay with running water, which meant showers and theoretically being hit by waves was safe. Standing water, such as the bath, pool, or ocean was dangerous for him. They couldn't understand why his strength would be sapped, but they went along with it anyway. After much experimentation, they found that as long as Izuku was able to get out of the tub as long as the water level did not pass waist height, though he lost a significant amount of strength when in water. The deeper he was, the more strength he lost while standing or sitting. Swimming was completely out of the question. As for abilities, they discovered that not only his arms stretched but rather his whole body could do the same thing. So far, it was just the preliminary observations, as they would be heading to a quirk specialist for a more in-depth detail, though obviously not the same doctor as before. It was then that Izuku asked if he could start taking some martial arts classes, as he theorized learning how to fight in conjunction with his new powers would make him stronger. Seeing as it would make his son stronger to protect himself, she agreed to it. On Sunday, she took Izuku to a popular gym place that was said to be famous teaching up and rising heroes how to fight. It was even said Yoroi Musha, one of the popular heroes currently, had come from this program. It was there they saw the population bias on quirkless people rear its ugly head. Alright, you want to join the summer training program for up-and-coming young heroes, right? Asked the male registrant as he looked at Inko and Izuku, who nodded in reply. Alright, can I get a name and BRTH? When given, he looked up the National Quirk database and pulled up Izuku's file to find out his current quirk status stating quirkless. I'm sorry, but our summer program is full, lied the registrant. You can try earlier next year, or find another place that offers a program similar to ours. Inko and Izuku frowned and were about to leave when Izuku stated he needed to use the bathroom. So Izuku went while Inko sat at one of the tables waiting when another couple with a child came in. We want to register our child to the summer program for the young heroes, said the mother as she patted her child's head and gave his information to the registrant. Ah, we'd be happy to train a boy with a quirk like his. Smiled the registrant, a rock fist quirk would definitely get him far in the hero life. Luckily we still have spots open for the summer program. You were smart to come here early to register. Inko's jaw dropped as her temper grew, but waited patiently until the parents took the child away and stomped up to the regis that. Demanded Inko at the surprised and slightly sweating registrant. Oh, you're still here, said the registrant nervously. You just told me that there was no more room, growled Inko, a picture of a lioness roaring in anger starting grow behind her. Then why is it that child just got in? Oh, my bad, panicked the registrant, my mistake, I pulled up the wrong program for you. Here, go ahead and sign this one to enter into the program. I'll waive the fee down from 5,000 yen per month to 3,000 yen as atonement. Inko nodded and was about to sign the contract when she noticed the top part was surreptitiously covered. She removed it to see it was to sign up for some aerobics class for old people for only 1,000 yen per month. "Stop trying to jip me," growled Inko as she shoved the contract and pen into the registrant's face. "What's going on?" asked a manager as he came to investigate. After a brief talk with the registrant, the manager pulled Inko to the side to talk. "What's with this?" hissed Inko. "I wanted to register my son to your program, and he—" "You have to look at it from our standpoint," interrupted the manager. "We are teaching future heroes at a rather discounted price. We teach them how to use their quirks in conjunction with fighting. We have equipments that are second best from schools like UA. It takes a lot of money to fund this all, so we have to be a bit selective on who can join. Plus, if any of our students do become famous heroes, their names can be attributed to our gym, giving us more prestige and funding." He took a breath and continued on. "It's admirable that your son wants to be a hero, but you can't let him daydream or chase impossible dreams. He's quirkless, meaning he'll never be a hero, and that would just be a waste of yen on both you and us." Inko sighed mentally as she forgot to take Izuku to the nearest government office to update Izuku's quirk status. Yet this was a blessing in disguise, as now she knew this place had a lack of empathy needed for heroes to learn. All they cared about was how much money they could get off of someone's name. She did not want her son to grow up to be someone like Captain Celebrity, a new hero who had come from the USA. That hero had let fame gone to his head during his time in America. Still, the fact the manager was putting her son down was enough to tempt Inko to show him that he was wrong, that her son did have a quirk and could be a hero, but she held her head high and pushed the manager away before pulling her son with her as soon as he got out of the bathroom. There were other places they could go. "Mom," asked Izuku to a tired Inko, "is there no opening? I can try next year, or I can just train myself with Kachan if money is a problem." No, just mommy wants to make sure you get a good teacher," replied Inko as she sat down on a bench. They had been through multiple dojos and gyms offering heirship guidance and training just to meet the same type of bias. Some were blunter in telling Inko the truth, some were even more roundabout. One tried to extort more yen for Izuku to attend and even made rather inappropriate gestures as if trying to seduce her. That one, she sent flying off with a rather strong slap, followed by a mug to his crotch, using her quirk to attract the mug to her before throwing it. At this rate, it would better to just enroll Izuku into a regular martial arts dojo that didn't judge based on quirks. She didn't want Izuku to inherit Katsuki's lack of a filter from his mouth either, though she doubted Izuku would catch it. Just as she made the decision, a flyer came flying right past them. Izuku noticed something about fighting and tried to grab it out of midair with his new quirk, stretching his arm out. Still not used to his new quirk, he completely missed it, but Inko saw what he wanted and used her quirk to attract the flyer. Both of them took a look to see it was an ad flyer about learning Chinese kung fu and building character at a dojo they hadn't heard of. It wasn't too far that Izuku couldn't run there after school, but it had a rather abandoned area. Inko had been prepared to toss it when Izuku shook his head. "Something tells me this is the place," insisted Izuku. "Alright, last one," huffed Inko as she stood back up. "I haven't gotten this much exercise in ages." They made it just to see a small group of people already crowding around the entrance of a dojo. Curious, they joined the group, standing next to a couple and their orange-haired daughter. "Hi, I'm Itsuka. Itsuka Kendo," introduced the girl as soon as Izuku stood next to them. I am Izuku Midoriya," stuttered Izuku while mentally screaming in his mind that he was talking with a girl. "You here to also learn how to fight?" asked Itsuka. "My dad suggested this place as he knows that the MSTR is someone who knows how to kick butt." Itsuka began to pretend to make kung fu styles, causing Izuku to laugh and join in. Inko smiled at the possibility of a new friend and began talking with Itsuka's parents. "So what's your quirk?" asked Itsuka out of interest. "Mine's big fist. I can make my hands grow big." Izuku was about to reply when a voice interrupted their conversation. "Hey, it's Deku. What are you doing here, worthless? Hoping to be useful somehow by learning how to fight. You should already know that you'll never amount to anything." Izuku and Itsuka turned around to see that it was one of Izuku's old bullies, the plump child with wings. Except for this time, he was much wider than before, and it looked like his wings could barely support him. "Zashi, that's not nice," said the mother, who was just as wide as he was. "But it's true," said the named Zashi. "He wants to be a hero even though he's quirkless." Whispers began to grow from the crowd as a few children and parents took a step away for Izuku and Inko. Now, it's none of our business if a child wants to chase an impossible dream," said the mother condescendingly, though as a mother to another, "I would suggest you teach your child not to chase impossible dreams. Reality is much harsher than he knows, and the sooner he learns it the better." Izuku was about to cry while Inko was about to yell when Itsuka stepped forward in between Zashi, who was teasing Izuku, and Izuku. "Shut up!" shouted Itsuka, "Izuku isn't worthless. You're just a big meanie." "Haha, look, Deku needs a girl to protect him," cackled Zashi. "What are you going to do?" "I'll swat you down like a fat bug," growled Itsuka as her hands grew bigger. Before anyone could do or say anything, a loud crack came forth from the entrance, causing everyone to stiffen up and look towards the source. A middle-aged woman with closed eyes stood before them all with a walking stick up to her waist height stood before them all. "I see you're all here to learn today," said the woman with a commanding tone, "but before we even start, you there boy?" "Me?" asked Izuku as the woman pointed her staff at him. "Ah, sorry, not you, the boy next to you," said the woman as she redirected her staff. "Me?" said Zashi. "Yes, you can go home. I have no intention of teaching you," stated the woman as she turned around. "Everybody else, follow me." "What?" shouted Zashi's mother as she stomped forward. "The nerve of you. How could you not teach my previous Zashi, UOL? She didn't get to finish as a rock went flying right past her cheek." "I said beat it," replied the woman, who hadn't even turned around. "I don't teach brats with no sense of honor or morale." The woman had hit a rock on the ground with her stick and sent it flying without even looking back. Not to mention, the air suddenly tensed up, causing most of them to step back in fear. Fine," said the mother. "Zashi, we're leaving. We can find a better place than here. Especially if they're going to take that kid." With that note, they left, as well as a few other families. The remaining people stood still as the woman began to fade from sight before Itsuka stepped forward, pulling Izuku with her. "Come on, let's go," said an excited Itsuka while Izuki crowd followed the two children into the dojo to see a well-lit room with wooden floors and tatami mats in the middle. "Come on here and register," stated the woman, pointing to a table with two people waving at them. On the table were application forms and pens for them to fill out. "Wow, old school much," muttered one of the parents, only to get hit on the head by the woman once more. "Listen here," stated the woman, "I am the Grand Mstr of this dojo. Name's Rikai, but you can call me Grand Master or Old Hag, I don't care. One rule, I don't care what type of quirk you have. You come here to work out on your body and how to fight without actively using them. If you want to experiment with your quirk along with your fighting style, you can do it after class time in the back or during specific class times in the week. Prices will be told at the registration table." As they were all registering, Itsuka wondered out loud why Rekai's eyes were always closed. "It could be she's blind," said Izuku nervously, yet she seemed to be able to hear everything we said, even from far away. And she never turned to even aim her stone. Her quirk might be something related to sonar or touch. "Not bad brat," said Rikai, suddenly appearing behind Izuku, causing him to yelp and jump into Itsuka's hands, who quickly used her quirk to hold his weight. "You're right, I'm blind," stated Rikai. "My quirk is an emitter type called sonar. I use my hearing to tell me where people are like a bat uses echolocation. I lost my sight due to some accident, but I trained not only my quirk, but my whole body to get used to it. I've trained it to the point I can hear and feel a person's movement based on their muscles and when they tap the ground." "That's so cool," said Izuku as his eyes shone with excitement. "I'd be more excited, but can you get down?" asked Itsuka as she felt her wrist starting to strain a bit. "Oh, sorry," apologized Izuku as he got off before whipping out his hero analysis for the future notebook number 2 and started writing in it. "I have a feeling I'll like you two brats," chuckled Rikai before walking away. Time skip, beginning of 6th grade. Izuku still had no friends at his elementary school, but at his new dojo, he had plenty. Some new arrivals had come, and some old ones left. Still, Izuku played with Itsuka the most, experimenting with their quirks and sparring against each other. Itsuka was the closest to him out of all of the other students. Which made it worst when it was announced that Itsuka would be moving to another prefecture due to her parents' jobs. "I don't want you to leave," sniffed Izuku as he held Itsuka's hands. "You're my best friend." "Idiot, a real man doesn't cry," placated Itsuka. Though her eyes were tearing up too at the loss of her friends. "Come on. You want to be a hero too, don't you?" "Yay," sniffed Izuku as he used his shoulders to wipe off the never-ending tears. "I want to go to high school, just like All Might did." "Then let's make a promise," said Itsuka, "that 4 years from now, we'll see each other again at high. I'm going to continue training still, so I better see you there, too." Nodded Izuku before the two of them exchanged hugs. "Plus, we can still talk to each other by phone or computer," added Itsuka. "Yay. I'll be sure to become stronger," proclaimed Izuku. "I'll become a hero like All Might." Years passed on by as Izuku continued to experiment with his powers as well as continue learning from the dojo. In fact, Rikai sent him out to a few other dojos to learn a few more styles to complement his quirk and fighting style, though his basis would always be Rikai's kung fu style. As for his quirk, he found out after heavy experimentation, scans, and other sources that his whole body seemed to be made of RBB, though it did not affect his senses. He was largely immune to blunt attacks, and to Inko's fright when he insisted on testing it, immune to bullets to a certain degree. At a quirk hospital, he learned that bullets that were round couldn't pierce through his skin, and would end up rebounding back to the source. However, the doctors theorized that modern bullets, which most were built for piercing, would just go through him. The most he could maybe rebound was maybe a .02 caliber bullet. A shotgun pellet was debatable, but nobody really wanted to test that out. Izuku was grounded for a month for even contemplating that test. The years had also changed Izuku. No longer was he the shy, stuttering student, but someone who would stand up against those who were bullied. A lot of them were actually Katsuki's would-be victims until Izuku intervened. Despite having a quirk and being able to fight back, Izuku stood there and took the hits until the bullies were tired. There were strict rules about quirk usage, and despite the fact that Katsuki would amplify his punches with a blast, Izuku took them without a flinch nor using his quirk to block them. With his quirk's passive ability, the only real damage was the slight burns from Katsuki's quirk. Due to that, many students in his middle school assumed Izuku didn't have a quirk, or if he did, it was quite useless. Even if Katsuki did get caught, he was usually let go with a small slap on the wrist. Too many students and teachers praised Katsuki and his flashy quirk, knowing he would get far into the realm of heroes. Despite being blunt and brutal, Katsuki showed instincts and reflexes above human level, along with amazing talent in fighting. He attended a few fighting classes here and there, but for the most part, he was self-trained. Not only that, but he was tied for first at Aldera Junior School in academics. It was because of all of this that teachers would let him off easily in hopes he would bring fame and prestige to the school. Izuku didn't care he had no real friends at his middle school. All his friends were at the dojo, along with the Grandmaster Reika, and Itsuka via text and emails. He stopped caring about proving himself to Katsuki that he wasn't useless. Katsuki wasn't someone worth proving to. He had completely stopped calling him Ka-chan and called him by his last name Bakugo whenever he needed to address him, which was very few in class and quite a bit out of class while defending others. Of course, that didn't stop Katsuki from calling him Deku still. "Alright students," began the teacher to his third-year students of Aldera Junior School, "you guys are all third-year students. It's time to seriously think about your future." He dropped the career forms on his table and slapped the top of the stack to emphasize his point as he continued. "I would start handing out these career forms, but," with a flourish, he tossed the papers into the air, his serious face morphing into a dreamy smile. "I assume you all want to become heroes." Everyone except 2 students replied excitedly with a shout and showing off their quirks, some subtle and some not so subtle. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks," said the teacher kindly before getting back down to reality, "but don't forget, It is against the rules to use them in school. Ha, teacher. Don't lump me with these losers. Barked Katsuki with a derisive laugh, his feet on his desk. He had been one of the 2 students to not show off their quirk. As if any of them are within my league with their shitty quirks. The students began to express their outrage against Katsuki, to which he merely replied that they were all extras and should shut up like one. Ah, yes, Bakugo, if I remember correctly, you're applying for high school, right? Said the teacher as he glanced down his clipboard. The students began chattering in shock and admiration at this news. That high school. I heard the cutoff score for this year was 79, their acceptance rates are very low. The cutoff score is always getting higher and higher. Not only is it the top national school, but I heard their entrance examination is so harsh that a lot of applicants were injured. That's why all you chatterbox are all extras, grinned Katsuki as he leapt onto his desk from emotion. I aced the mock exam with the highest score in this school. I'm the only one who's got what it takes to get into I'll surpass All Might as top hero and become the best hero in history. Not to mention, I'll also be the richest people in the world. Oh, now I think about it, Midoriya is also applying to noted the teacher after Katsuki's speech and savage grin. Katsuki completely froze at that statement as the rest of the students turned around to stare at Izuku. Izuku had been completely ignoring everything, writing down notes on his future hero analysis notebook volume 13 until he heard his name called out. He looked up to see everyone looking at him before 2/3 RDS of them broke out into laughter, the latter 1/3 road having conflicting emotions on their face. Katsuki wasn't among the laughing crowd, though. Midoriya, in the hero course. Laughed a student with razor-sharp teeth. You can't get into a hero course, let alone by just grades alone, taunted a student whose quirk was literally just having a long nose and a heightened sense of smell. Though the third of the class that wasn't laughing at him, they did nothing to defend him either. The teacher also did absolutely nothing to stop the laughter. Deku! Shouted Katsuki as he slammed his hand onto Izuku's desk and used his quirk once more to make the desk explode. Izuku reacted by moving his notebook from safety as his desk exploded, though he calmly sat there without moving an inch, not even batting an eye. "You DMN piece of SHT. Cussed Katsuki, thinking you're the same league as me. You're quirkless." His hands were still steaming and sparks were flying out. Izuku sighed as he stared at Katsuki, giving a swift glance to the teacher to see him doing absolutely nothing to defuse the situation. The same style of treatment for almost all other teachers in the years past. Nobody really wanted to get Katsuki in trouble, due to his temper and potential to be a hero. Whether you feel insulted or not, it still doesn't change the fact that it's my decision to apply there, not yours, said Izuku. The hell it isn't. Shouted Katsuki. You think just because you're taking some lame-butt martial arts class from some lame-butt old hag, you can rub shoulders against me? The most useful you'll ever be is as a punching bag. If I recall, said Izuku dryly, that lame-butt hag kicked your butt when you tried to force yourself into the dojo. Katsuki bristled at that comment. They had been in 5th grade when Katsuki heard from his mother, who had been talking with Inko, that Deku was taking lessons from a dojo. His mother Mitsuki decided to see if he wanted to do the same but at a more nearby gym. Katsuki decided to take it upon himself to go to Izuku's dojo and attempt to show off. He had never been so humbled that day when he tried to attack one of the students, only for Rikai to intervene and effortlessly subdue him before kicking him out while calling him a brat. So what? Snorted Katsuki, quickly recovering from that flashback, you still got nothing shitstain. Izuku stood up, facing Katsuki face to face. The years of training at the dojo had given Izuku a slim but muscular figure, perfectly suited for his fighting style. Not that anybody could tell at the moment since he was wearing his uniform. But still, his training made him tall enough that he could stare into Katsuki's eyes face to face. I don't care what you think, nor will I cater to your ego, snapped Izuku. Don't forget, I also aced the mock exam and tied with me for first place. Katsuki's hands began to smoke again as he growled when the bell rang, signifying homeroom was over. Now, get to your seat students, placated the teacher. Your next instructor will be here shortly. "This isn't over yet, Deku," snarled Katsuki as he sat down. "Nice talking to you too, Bakugo," replied Izuku as he sat down. "Thief! Somebody stop him!" cried a store owner as a vaguely shaped humanoid sludge with jeans ran out of the convenience store with stacks of bills stuck on his body. "Catch me if you can," cackled the sludge villain as he pushed a woman down, who had used her quirk to create a shield to protect herself. His arm hit a pole and slid right through without hindering him at all. Is there no hero nearby? The guy's taking advantage of the chaos this morning, where most of them are busy dealing with other things. There are just so many people who just abuse their quirks or don't know what to do with them beside crime. A rather skinny man with pants and a white shirt that was way too large for him exited a supermarket, carrying with him 2 bottles of soda while coughing before looking at what was happening. He was so skinny that he almost looked like a skeleton with no muscle or fat, just skin. "There seems to be no end to them, is there?" sighed a civilian. The skinny man suddenly began to transform, growing taller and muscular until the clothes he was wearing suddenly fit him quite snugly, showing all his muscles in their glory. "There is an end," stated the figure with a smile as he walked forward, causing the civilians to turn and gasp. "Why?" "Because I am here." The villain took a peek at the commotion and gasped in fear while civilians began to adore the figure. "Holy CRP, it's him. Looks like the incident this morning has cleared up," thought Izuku to himself as class was over. "Better get home and finish up my analysis for the day and organize them." He grabbed his notebook and stashed it away in his backpack, ready to leave when he heard a voice. "Hey Deku. We ain't done here yet." Sighing, Izuku turned around to see Katsuki with his 2 lackeys while the other students stood by watching curiously. "What do you want, Bakugo?" asked Izuku tiredly. "Easy, I'm going to make this simple," sneered Katsuki. "You see, the best heroes out there, they showed signs of greatness even as students. They got stories all the way from their years as kids. Me, I'm going to be the first and only one to get into UA. From this shitty public middle school. I guess you could call me a perfectionist." So vain, thought many students who were watching this, though they wouldn't voice it out. "So in other words," smiled Bakugo as he put his hand onto Izuku's shoulders before it began to start smoking, "don't even think about applying to UA. Not to the hero courses. Not even to the general, support, or business. Don't even consider going there." Izuku glanced down at the smoking hand before looking back at Katsuki with a dull glance. Without a warning, Izuku suddenly grabbed Katsuki by the wrist with his hand, wrenching Katsuki's hand out of his shoulder, and with a swift takedown, put him in an armlock. Before Katsuki could react to this shock, Izuku already let go and bumped him with a waist bump, pushing him down to the ground. "You've had your word, now here's mine now, Bakugo," said Izuku as he stared down at Katsuki, looking shocked. "It's been my dream to attend UA. I've made a promise to a friend to get into UA. I'm not about to break both of them just for your selfish needs. Me getting into UA won't hinder you getting in. If you're done spouting, I'm going." With that, Izuku started to walk towards the door. "You'll never get in, Deku," shouted Katsuki as he quickly stood up. "You're just a quirkless nobody." Izuku froze for a second before glancing back at Katsuki. "You believe what you want to assume." "What's that supposed to mean?" shouted Katsuki, but Izuku had left already. Izuku quietly walked home, thinking about his plans for the next 10 months. He would need to increase his training if he wanted to make sure he made it into UA, and certainly get more sparring practice in, even if it meant begging Rikai to spar with him. He shivered at that thought for a bit before putting his thoughts back on track with training. His phone suddenly rang, and he quickly turned it on to see a message for Itsuka. "Just 10 more months. You better make it into UA. Itsuka." Izuku smiled before firing a text back to her. It was at this through a tunnel when the sludge villain seeped through the manhole cover, coalescing behind Izuku. "A medium-sized invisibility cloak to capture," muttered the sludge villain before leaping towards Izuku, who had turned around after hearing the noise of sludge seeping through the manhole cover. To capture him, Izuku immediately flung his arm back, stretching until he grabbed a pole, and let it drag him away. It was just in time, too, as the villain missed, almost grabbing his legs to prevent him from escaping. Now, kid, I'm only trying to take over your body. smiled the sludge villain, I promise, after 45 seconds, you won't even feel a thing. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he began to analyze his opponent. He had two rather huge misshapen yellow eyes and a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. His opponent seemed to be made of some sort of fluid, so physical force seemed out. I can't just play around, I need a body strong enough to defeat him. That or to hold hostage, thought the villain before sending multiple tentacles to capture Izuku. Izuku glared for a second before dodging the tentacles, making violent cuts and movements that would have torn a person's ligaments or muscles in the ankle through continuous use of said movements, if it wasn't for the fact that Izuku was made out of RBB now. Even someone who trained their ankles wouldn't have been able to move after a few dodges. So glad Rikai taught me this footwork, thought Izuku as he continued to dodge before beginning to analyze how to defeat the villain. Toshinori Yagi, or better known with his hero name All Might, punched the manhole cover out of the way before climbing out of the sewers, pursuing the sludge villain while still carrying his groceries. He blinked as he witnessed a civilian no older than perhaps 15 years old dodging the slippery villain that had almost escaped him. Wow, those are some movements, whistled All Might in his mind, such moves would perplex many opponents. He watched as Izuku dodge another attack, landing on his hands before spinning his body with a turn of his wrist to dodge another attack. All Might quickly slapped himself out of the trance he had put himself in, remembering he had a job to do as well as a time limit. DMN, this BSTRD is slippery, thought the sludge villain, his movements are so weird, it's like catching a ghost. How about an all-out attack? Shouted the sludge villain as he fired multiple tentacles to surround Izuku. You shall not do so, exclaimed All Might, announcing his presence while causing both Izuku to stop in admiration of his favorite hero while the sludge villain halted in fear and shock. Why? Because I am here. SHT. Shouted the sludge villain, SWNGNG, a larger tentacle with the shape of a hand at the end to attack All Might. All Might easily ducked under the attack and cocked his right arm back. Texas smash. All Might threw a right straight so powerful from a distance that the wind pressure exerted from the punch sent the sludge villain flying, disintegrating into small manageable pieces. Izuku himself managed to brace himself from the strong winds, grabbing onto a pole to stabilize him before realizing that All Might had calculated in Izuku and aimed the attack so it wouldn't affect him as much. Izuku stood there in awe as All Might emptied the soda bottles from his grocery bag he had been carrying with him before stuffing the main body of the sludge villain into it, which wasn't strong to tell based on where the eyes and mouth were. Are you alright? Asked All Might towards Izuku, who snapped out of his trance. Yay! Gushed Izuku in excitement, oh my gosh, you're All Might. I'm a huge fan of yours, I want to be a hero just like you. You came in time again, just like you always do. Can I have your autograph? All Might laughed with his booming voice and smile while Izuku blushed before giving All Might his notebook. Ha ha ha, I'm glad to see you're alright. I'm sorry you got involved with that villain, I usually don't make such rookie mistakes. But in any case, you were quite helpful in distracting him long enough so I could come. Future Hero Analysis Volume 13. Asked All Might curiously as he saw the title of the book, may I take a look? Yes, of course. Babbled Izuku. As All Might flipped through a few pages, scanning Izuku's analysis and drawings, his eyes widening in a bit of terror. These really are detailed, thought All Might as he read an analysis about the newest hero that had just made her debut this morning, MT. Lady. Just a few hours after debut, and Izuku had already analyzed her quirk, estimation of how tall she grew, how many seconds it took to grow and shrink, and even small stats chart. Oh my goodness. These notes are very detailed. I shudder to think if a villain managed to get these. And there's 12 more of these. Thought All Might, maybe he's the one. No, too early to tell. Not to mention, my old sidekick Sir Night Eye has a candidate himself. Finding an empty page, All Might signed the notebook, filling the whole 2 pages himself. He handed it back to Izuku, taking time to memorize the boy's name. He was sure this boy would become a hero if he was this dedicated to his studies. Thank you very much. Gushed Izuku, quickly bowing towards All Might. Well then, I must take this villain to the authorities. Said All Might with a booming voice, putting the soda bottles into his pockets, for a pro doesn't just battle enemies but time itself. Thank you for your support, and farewell. With that, All Might took a giant leap into the sky, quickly disappearing from Izuku's view. Due to the speed of All Might as well as his hastiness to leave, neither of them noticed the soda bottles slipping out of All Might's pockets. Oh my gosh, I have his signature. This'll be a family heirloom, said Izuku as he began his bad habit of muttering 1,000 words, stringing them all together. It was a habit that rarely came back unless he got too excited, one of which being having met All Might face to face. Izuku checked the time on his phone before dashing home. Mom, I'm home. I'll be going out for my run as well as heading to the dojo, shouted Izuku as he quickly dropped his backpack and started changing his clothes. Alright, be sure to have your cell phone on you, said Inko as she looked up from her computer, doing a job as both a virtual assistant and transcriptionist. Ever since Izuku gained a quirk and went to a dojo, Inko no longer ate excess food from guilt. Now, some people might say she looked even more appealing with age. This was because she had some help from Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother. Mitsuki was a former idol until she met her husband on a job and chased him down, retiring when she got married. Still, she had several contacts that she kept, one of them being a fitness trainer. Inko and Mitsuki became gym partners, with Mitsuki pushing Inko to get fit while also maintaining her own body. Inko began to regain her thin figure and more, causing quite a stir in the gym she went to. In fact, one of the publishers of a fashion magazine passed by the two of them and asked Inko and Mitsuki to model for them. Both could tell the man had other perverted reasons based on his face, so Mitsuki blatantly refused while flaunting her body before dragging Inko out. As if to spite the man, they appeared on another fashion magazine that Mitsuki's husband, Masaru, had a connection to for one subscription. Sure, their sons' relationships weren't good, but it didn't stop the mothers from being friends. I'll be back before dinner. What are we having? Said Izuku as he changed into a green workout shirt and sweatshorts. What do you want? Asked Inko. Can we have katsudon? Begged Izuku. Pleaseee. Added Izuku when Inko made a thinking pose. Oh, alright, smiled Inko, be safe in your jog now. Will do, replied Izuku as he grabbed his phone, plugged in some headphones to listen to music, and grabbed his thermos filled with his homemade drink full of electrolytes for his workout. That Deku. Curseal King with his flunkies, crushing a can of soda he had finished before tossing it into the recycling bin. Next time I see him I'll kill him. Dude, don't you think you went a little far? Asked Nabi, the boy with extending fingers as he grabbed a cigarette from the other lackey. Yay, weren't you childhood friends? Asked the other lackey as he smoked one. It's his fault, muttered Katsuki, everything he does just pisses me off. Piece of SHT doesn't have a quirk, and he thinks he can be a hero. Who says he doesn't have one? Replied the lackey, it could be really subtle. Every time you beat him, he seems to take it better than anybody else. Roken punched him in the stomach several times with his rock fists, and Izuku walked away without a problem. So many punches should have caused some bleeding. Could be a shittier version of the hero Fat Gum with his fat absorption. Nah, it's probably something he learned from all those so-called, legit, martial arts, cackled Nabi, still doesn't change he's just a punching bag. Katsuki kicked a bottle full of liquid as strong as he could to vent off his frustration, letting bounce on the wall before landing in a trash can without the cap. When he smelled smoke, he turned around to his lackeys in anger. What did I tell you about smoking around me? Get caught, and it'll go on my record and make me look bad. His flunkies didn't reply but rather pointed behind Katsuki in fear. What? Said Katsuki as he started to turn around. An invisible cloak with a great quirk, shouted the sludge villain as he pounced onto Katsuki. All Might made a few more leaps, jumping off rooftops to rooftops before stopping on one and sat down. He began to emit smoke and coughed a bit of BLD before transforming back to his emaciated form, his real name Toshinori Yagi. Just need a few minutes to rest, sighed Toshinori, back in his real form now. He noticed his time limit using One for All was slowly decreasing as the days passed and needed to pass the torch soon. His injury would not be healing anytime soon, having lost his stomach and his lungs in a wreck. Not only was he fighting time for himself being able to use one for all, the longer he delayed passing the torch, the more time his arch-nemesis had to recover and attempt to take over Japan once more. It was why he was taking a teaching post at his alma mater, UA, in hopes of preparing students as well as finding or evaluating a successor. Suddenly, he heard an explosion a few blocks away from where he had jumped past. Quickly checking his pockets, he paled when he noticed the bottles were missing. "Oh no," gasped Toshinori before quickly running down the stairs. Izuku was jogging down the streets with a light sheen of sweat coming down his forehead. Taking a small break to take a sip of his drink, he looked around before seeing smoke clouds coming up from a few blocks over. Curious, he jogged over to see what was the commotion and maybe take in more data for his notes. He took out his cell in hopes to take a few notes since he didn't have his notebook. As he got closer, he could see the smoke clouds growing bigger along with explosions. Finally, he reached his destination to see it was at a shopping district and pushed through the crowd to get a better look at what was happening. Wait, isn't that the same villain from the tunnel? Thought Izuku to himself as soon as he saw the sludge villain. Didn't All Might capture him? How'd he get away? Must be very good at slipping away to escape All Might himself. He began to analyze the situation on both the villain and the heroes currently on site. Death Arms mainly focused on punches and grapples, which meant against the sludge villain, who seemed impervious to such attacks, he was helpless. He didn't have power like All Might did to blow the sludge villain away. Kamui Wood was helpless against the explosions and fire the villain was putting out, destroying his wood-based quirk anytime he tried something. He instead focused on rescuing as many people as he could. Backdraft might have been helpful, but he was more focused on rescue-type missions and was currently doing his best to prevent the fire from spreading. Mount Lady, the newest hero, was unable to do anything as the streets were too narrow for her to step in with her gigantification quirk. Izuku quickly made note that Mount Lady was unable to adjust the size she grew, meaning she was stuck with two default forms, and already started listing off possible cons to such a quirk. Two more heroes were on the scene. One with a baseball motif and another with a plague doctor mask, but neither of them could do anything either. "Why aren't the heroes doing anything?" asked one civilian. "Apparently, the villain captured a schoolboy and is abusing his quirk, creating explosions. None of the heroes can get close in fear of harming the hostage," replied another. "We need a hero with a suitable quirk to deal with this," shouted latter of the heroes. Izuku's eyes focused on the slime hero, who had turned around just in time for Izuku to see Katsuki Bakugo, a one-time childhood friend to someone whom he heavily disliked, trapped within the villain, struggling to get out. His eyes were no longer one of arrogance and contempt but filled with desperation, fear, and pain, begging for someone to help him. Izuku didn't even think about what he was going to do next. He sprinted right past the police officers and heroes without a second thought. Toshinori, who had been in the crowd for a while, was gripping his injury as he thought to himself how pathetic he was, unable to do anything. When he saw Izuku run out, he mentally screamed in shock why such a kid was running out there. "Hey kid, come back here," shouted Death Arms, too surprised to grab Izuku. "You!" glared the sludge villain, remembering who delayed him long enough for All Might to come. Katsuki could only widen his eyes in shock as he tried to struggle out of the villain's grip. Izuku ignored all those shouting as he focused on the sludge villain, his mind racing as adrenaline pumped through his body. The sludge villain sent his tentacles towards Izuku, who managed to dodge them once more. His mind flashed back to some notes he wrote about Kamui Wood, and quickly kicked some rubble up before kicking them right into the sludge villain's eyes, followed by his thermostat. The action caused the villain to flinch, allowing Katsuki to breathe as the villain loosened his hold on him. "Now," thought Izuku to himself as he took a step forward and hurled his arms forward, allowing them to stretch. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock as Izuku's hands went right through the sludge, and with enough momentum, managed to grab Katsuki by his torso. Izuku quickly extended his fingers to wrap around him. "What in the world?" thought most of the heroes watching Izuku in action, already shocked by his impressive dodging skills. Izuku began to pull as strong as he could, trying to get Katsuki out. "Pull kid, pull!" shouted Death Arms, breaking out of his shock and rushing forward to help him. "No!" shouted the sludge villain as he tried to bring Katsuki back in. Katsuki's upper torso was freed when the villain began pulling him back in. "Let go of me fuckkerr," howled Katsuki as he aimed his right hand at the villain and let loose the most powerful explosion he could manage. The villain roared in pain as he let go of Katsuki, who flew right into Izuku. "Why the hell are you helping me, Deku?" growled Katsuki as Izuku let go of him. "My legs just started moving on my own," replied Izuku as he kept his eyes on the villain, "but despite the fact that we don't get along, I still want to be a hero, and it's a hero's job to put his or her life on the line. Plus you looked like you needed saving." At that last part, he gave a small smile and laugh. Toshinori heard all this and felt a chill go down his spine. "Can it be? Have I finally found him, the next torchholder?" thought Toshinori. "I'll kill you," screamed the villain as he whipped his arms out. Everyone quickly dodged out of the way before Izuku the heir. "I'm ending this," shouted Izuku before he cocked his right arm back, letting it stretch as far as possible while twisting his arm repeatedly. The length shocked many as it kept going and going, surpassing Mt. Lady's height. The slime villain fired off tentacles to attack Izuku, but found his attacks blocked by Kamui Wood's attack. "I won't let you, evildoer," shouted Kamui Wood as he used his quirk to tangle up all the villain's attack. Izuku was already falling down, letting gravity do its work while letting it add momentum to his attack. With a roar, Izuku fired off his corkscrew punch, letting it spin as it slammed into the sludge villain. The attack was powerful enough that upon contact, it dispersed the sludge villain into pieces, drilling right through him until it hit the ground, shattering the concrete on impact and sending the sludge villain into pieces. As the crowds cheered in and rushed in to greet the heroes, Toshinori Yagi stood in the back, his whole body actually quivering in excitement and happiness as his eyes locked onto Izuku's blushing form as people praised him. "I found him," shivered Toshinori, "I finally found my successor." Izuku walked home with a tired expression on his face. After the praise from the crowd, he got scolded by the heroes and police for acting so recklessly and breaking the law about not using quirks in a public setting. Katsuki, on the other hand, had nothing but praises from two of the lesser-named heroes, asking him to join their agency when he went pro. Still, it wasn't as if he wasn't praised either. Small flashback, "You idiot," scolded Death Arms while Kamui Woods stood next to him. "There was no reason for you to risk your life like that." "Wow, you're tough," said the Plague Mask hero to Katsuki, "with a quirk like that, you'll easily go pro. Hit me up in my agency, I'd love for you to be my sidekick while in training." The news reporter seemed more interested in the praises of Katsuki than the scolding of Izuku, so they mostly ignored the scolding. "That being said," whispered Death Arms with a conspiring tone, looking around to see no news reporter paying attention to them, "nice job out there, kid. I admit that villain would have been strong for any of us to handle until you came in. You'll go pro in no time. If you want to have some fun, come to my agency. I'm sure I can teach you some efficient punching and grappling styles." Hey, said Kamui Wood, slapping the back of his hand onto Death Arms' Street, "if anything, he should come to my agency. His power can complement mine perfectly, and he can learn some restraining tricks." The two heroes ended up arguing with each other, letting Izuku feel better already. The two heroes had to put up the act of setting the law down even if Izuku had helped, to avoid other people from having the wrong idea, and leading into vigilantism. Flashback ends after that talk. Izuku helped out the police and heroes in cleaning up the shopping district a bit, gave his testimony, and left. Katsuki had stopped him for a bit before yelling out how he didn't need help, that he could have taken the sludge villain by himself, and other egotistical boasts before walking away, stating his quirk was stronger. "Guess I'm not making it to the dojo today," mumbled Izuku to himself as he looked towards the setting sun. The whole incident had occupied a good chunk of Izuku's time. Just as he was about to turn a corner, someone he never expected appeared before him. "I am here," announced All Might as he dashed out of the corner. "All Might," said a shocked Izuku as he started hyperventilating, having seen the number one hero not once, but twice now. "What brings you here?" All Might's laugh boomed for a bit before speaking. "Actually, I wanted to speak to you, young Midoriya." "Me?" blinked Izuku, pointing to himself before looking around to see if there was anybody else around him that had the same last name as him. He was surprised that All Might even remembered his name, much less know it. "Yes, you," smiled All Might with a dazzling smile. "I have a simple question for you. Earlier, during the sludge villain, I heard you charged out to help your friend. May I ask, why when there were professional heroes all around?" I hesitated Izuku for a bit before admitting the truth. I didn't really think. My legs just moved on my own to save Katsuki. As for friend, we're not really all that close. He hates me, I dislike him, etc. But when I saw his face begging for help, his usual disdain and cockiness absent, I was already moving to help him. I couldn't stand there doing nothing, and if there is anything I can do to help others, I will not hesitate to run forward. Izuku's voice grew stronger as he explained his actions, causing All Might's grin to grow even wider. "He is the one," thought All Might to himself, "young Midoriya," proclaimed All Might. "When I saw you the first time, along with your analysis notebook, I thought to myself, this kid has what it takes to go far. But now, I am certain that you will go even further beyond that. And in time, beyond me." Izuku gaped at what All Might had just said, shocked that All Might believed that he could surpass him. "You seem surprised," laughed All Might, "and that's fine. For you see, you have the mindset of a hero already. Top heroes have always said that their bodies moved before they could even think. To move and think past your own safety to help others, to put your life on the line. That's why I want to help you achieve your goal. I believe you're worthy of inheriting my power. To become the symbol of peace, inheriting your power," asked Izuku, clearly confused at this last sentence. "You mean your quirk? Is that possible at all?" "That's right," said All Might, "I'm talking about my quirk. I've always avoided such questions with a well-timed joke or zing, but the reality of it is different from what the tabloids theorized. Well, I'd talk more about it, but in short, will you be willing to train under me?" Izuku, without any hesitation, said yes. "Best day ever," shouted Izuku as he ran home. As soon as he arrived, he was besieged with questions from his mother, who had seen the news. After convincing her that he was all right, he went to his room and on his computer to organize his data he collected for the day just in time to see a video call from Itsuka. Stretching his arms out and grabbing his headset from the table while grabbing his backpack, he answered the call. "Izuku, you idiot!" shouted Itsuka into her headset, her speech bubble going through Izuku's ears. "Hi Itusuka," said Izuku, trying to clear his hearing, "I'm guessing you saw the news." Itsuka was glaring at Izuku through the screen, wearing a simple tank top. "No, I just wanted to say that," said Itsuka sarcastically, "of course I saw it. Stretching boy wonder saves the day. There was a photo and everything. You're the only one who can do those things and have green hair. Are you hurt at all?" "I'm fine, no damage," smiled Izuku. "I'm made of RBB. Physical blows are strong to hurt me at all." Yay, but there was a lot of fire," shot back Itsuka. "Was that the exploding boy that was caught? The one you said was a major bully, the same one that tried to barge into Rekai's dojo, only to get his butt whooped?" "Yes, that's Bakugo," answered Izuku. "Somehow the sludge villain got him." "Can't say he didn't deserve it," muttered Itsuka. "So, let's change the subject. Are you preparing for UA?" "Of course," smiled Izuku. "I wouldn't break our promise." "You better make it," warned Itsuka with a threatening tone, though her smile ruined that. "I won't forgive you if you don't make it." "I promise I'll make it," said Izuku. "Keep it a secret, but I'm getting training from a pro." "What? Lucky," complained Itsuka. "Who is it?" "That'd be spoiling it," smirked Izuku before hearing his mom yelling for him, telling him it was time for dinner. "I got to go." "It's dinner time." "Alright, see you," said Itsuka. "Bye," waved Izuku before hanging up the call. Later. Back at Itsuka's room, she sat on her chair, gazing at the empty screen before slowly putting her hand on it. "I can't wait to see you again after so long," whispered Itsuka before turning her screen off, standing up to change her clothes. At the very corner of her room, where her bed was, out of sight of the camera, was a small plushy doll that suspiciously looked like Izuku. 2 days later, at Dagoba Municipal Beach, there sat Izuku and Toshinori Yagi, just talking to each other for now. It was a Saturday, which meant Izuku didn't have to worry about school for the day. Toshinori was explaining his quirk one for all, why he was looking for a successor and other secrets that couldn't be afforded to be spread. Izuku's respect for All Might grew more profound as he heard his new teacher still charging in to do hero work despite injuries and waning time. But enough about me, coughed Toshinori, currently in his emancipated form. Tell me more about your quirk. Well, in short, I'm completely made of RBB, said Izuku, stretching his face past human limits before letting it snap back in place, skin, bone, everything. I'm immune to blunt force, or maybe to a high degree. I've never been punched by someone with a lot of strength like yours. Some bullets rebound off me, though never tried real bullets. Too scared to test that out, though one of the doctors theorized 0.2 caliber bullets is the limit. I can stretch up to 150 yards in total before I feel my limbs being stretched too much. So far, I've been taking martial arts to supplement my quirk. Holy, though Toshinori mentally, shock nullification, possible rebounding projectiles, extending limbs. It's like several quirks packed into one, but it's simply RBB. His quirk could easily get him past the top 20 heroes in Japan. Add one for all on that, he'll truly be the one to usher the Age of Peace. Not to mention, he'll most likely be able to or at least soon use 100% of its current power and focus more on stockpiling during his time. Also, I can't swim, added Izuku, causing Toshinori to blink. As in, you've never learned to swim, clarified Toshinori. No, I can't swim at all, said Izuku seriously. Whenever I'm in standing water, be it the swimming pool, the ocean, or even in the bathtub, I lose strength as soon as the water hits my skin. I'm fine if I'm only knee-deep, but any higher and I lose strength, and can't even move to save my life. Nobody knows why. I can handle running water, so ocean waves, showers, and hoses I'm fine. Toshinori's sweat dropped at such a weakness but decided to shelve that for later. Perhaps a full bodysuit that would act as a buffer from water to prevent it from touching his skin might solve it. Alright, let me see what you can do first before I pass the torch, said Toshinori as he stood up. Take off your shirt and pants so I can inspect if your body is ready. A little nervous, Izuku took off his clothes until he was just wearing his boxers, allowing Toshinori to inspect his body closely. Good muscles, complimented Toshinori, checking Izuku's muscle structure. The muscles on Izuku were meant for fighting, not for show like some bodybuilders. Flexibility was no problem due to his quirk. I would have suggested training a little, but your body is a worthy vessel strong enough to use one for all without your limbs exploding into pieces, said Toshinori while he transformed into his hero form, All Might. Explode, shivered Izuku, imagining his limbs flying off his body. Guess I have Rekai's training to thank for. Indeed, boomed All Might as he plucked a piece of his hair from his scalp. Let us not waste any more time, young Midoriya. It is time for you to inherit one for all. Now, eat this. With a flourish, he presented his hair to Izuku, who blinked in confusion at the presented hair before tilting his head at it. In order to inherit one for all, you must ingest the current torch holder's DNA. Hair is the least disgusting part of the human body you can digest. Don't worry, I've washed my hair before coming here, and made sure that there was nothing in my scalp, stated All Might, flourishing his hair to Izuku once more. Guess that makes sense, said Izuku with slight reluctance while taking the hair. I think just pumping some BLD directly to my stomach would be easier to swallow. Izuku ate the hair and drank a lot of water to let it wash down his throat, gagging as he did so. Excellent, said All Might. Now, it'll take a few hours for your body to metabolize the hair properly and use one for all, so let's commence with your training. For the next 10 months, you will be training not only your body but cleaning up the trash here. For you see, I did a little research around here and found out this section of the beach has been littered with trash for years. Ah, that's right, nodded Izuku. The ocean currents here keeps piling up trash from the sea. Because of that, it became an illegal dumping ground for other people. It's impossible to tell whose stuff is whose because of how everything piles up. Nobody really wants to deal with it, and that's why we're doing it. Proclaimed All Might, because despite all the flashy stuff heroes do, most upcoming heroes just want fame, glory, and fortune. I, however, believe that the core of all hero work is volunteer work. Do you believe in my views? If so, then let's bring this appealing ocean view back from when it once came from. Izuku rapidly nodded his head in agreement and began to stretch, getting ready to work out. Brilliant, laughed All Might. Then let us discuss how we should plan your training schedule. The two traded ideas and schedules, All Might doing his best to include time for Izuku to head to his dojo to also train there. He was impressed that Izuku's footwork came from there, and it would be a shame if Izuku stopped going there, even if it was to train with All Might. Just as they finished their scheduling, Izuku felt a change in his body. I think I just finished absorbing it, said Izuku excitedly. Excellent, said All Might. How do you? All Might didn't get to finish as Izuku suddenly threw up BLD. Midoriya. Izuku, talk to me, said All Might in worry. Were you allergic to something that I should have known? Izuku didn't get to answer as he threw up more BLD, some coming out of his eyes now as his body began to convulse. Hold on. He panicked as he grabbed Izuku, carrying him bridal style. I'll get you help. All Might couldn't just bring Izuku to the nearest hospital. The secret of One for All could spill out to the news, as well as his injuries. Instead, he needed the best doctor and people whom he could trust. All Might had already hit the panic button on his phone to inform his personal doctor he was coming. Bending his legs to their utmost limit, All Might shot off to the only place he could go. To UA High, his alma mater. The youth heroine, Recovery Girl, aka Chio Shuzenji, was relaxing in her office at UA High. It was the weekend, which meant that there should be no students needing her services. She was going over some files on the newest students as well as some BLD work when her cell phone rang. She paused as this ring wasn't her usual ringtone, but a specific one meant for SOS. Recovery Girl quickly grabbed her phone and opened it to see a photo of All Might blaring on her phone. "Oh Toshi, what did you get into now?" said Recovery Girl as she quickly pressed a button. Her simple nurse room transformed into a room that looked like it was prepped for intensive care or surgery before quickly pushing a gurney out. As she was quickly walking, the principal of UA, Nezu, quickly joined her. "You got the signal?" asked Nezu as he quickly helped push the gurney. "Yes, and it might be better if we get Namori and ectoplasm here," snapped Recovery Girl. "They're on their way," replied Nezu calmly. "I figured there might be bleeding, so I've also called in Sekijiro." "Good call," complimented Recovery Girl. "Have ectoplasm meet up at my room and prepare both a type BLD and O-type BLD ready. Recovery Girl. Nezu. Namori Kayama aka the 18+ only hero. Midnight. And Sekijiro-kan aka the BLD hero. Vlad King, were all waiting at the secret entrance of UA. They chose not to use the main entrance as it would attract far too much attention, and it was closer to Recovery Girl's room. Both of the latter heroes were currently wearing their hero uniforms, having ready to go out on patrol. Suddenly, the ground before them turned into a crater as All Might arrived in style. "Are you alright?" shouted Recovery Girl, noticing BLD all over his uniform. Curiously, there was also vomit. "I am not harmed, but the emergency is for this boy," said All Might hastily, foregoing his flowery speech as he quickly put a convulsing Izuku on the gurney. Izuku's eyes had already rolled up his head, revealing the whites of his eyes. All of them seemed surprised that All Might had used the SOS signal for this boy, but forewent the questions and quickly moved Izuku towards the ICU. Izuku's body began to suddenly sport cuts, BLD flying from his limbs. "Midnight, put this boy to sleep," ordered Recovery Girl as both All Might and Vlad King were trying to stop Izuku from lashing out. Midnight nodded and ripped open her thin bodysuit's sleeves to allow her skin to be exposed before activating her quirk, Somnambulist. The rest of them quickly held their breath as the sleeping gas washed over Izuku, causing him to fall asleep. He still thrashed, but it was now in a much more manageable state. "Vlad, clot up those wounds. Toshi, what's his BLD type?" snapped Recovery Girl, not having been prepared for a boy instead of All Might. "Not sure," stated All Might with a frown before retrieving Izuku's wallet. He quickly opened the wallet and rifled through it before finding a BLD donation card from the Japanese Red Cross Society. "He's O-type BLD," he said quickly. "Just our luck, we don't have any staff with O-type BLD," muttered Recovery Girl. "Midnight. I need you to head to the nearest hospital and grab any O-type BLD packets they can spare." Vlad, make sure those cuts don't reopen. He can't afford to lose any more BLD. Midnight quickly ran out of the hall, already diving into her car before driving off. The others arrived into the room to see Ectoplasm with his clones already prepping the room. A BLD transfusion packet already hanging on the infusion stand along with an IV drip. Get that BLD packet out, he needs O-type BLD, said Recovery Girl as All Might and Vlad quickly transported Izuku onto the bed. Ectoplasm quickly had his clone toss him one and replaced the packet as Nezu and Recovery Girl inserted the catheters into Izuku's arms. Ectoplasm's clones quickly gathered around Izuku, each one placing their hands on Izuku to prevent Izuku from moving while Vlad stayed to make sure his BLD didn't mingle into Izuku's bloodstream. Go take a shower, said Nezu, you can explain everything after that. And transform back to your regular state. No point in you wasting your valuable time while doing nothing. All Might nodded as steam gathered around him before he transformed back to his skinny self. All of UA staff had already been informed of All Might's injury, as he was going to be teaching there next year. After quickly showering and changing clothes, Toshinori pulled up a chair and sat down, his hands covering his face as if praying. What happened? Asked Nezu as he put a cup of tea next to Toshinori. Recovery Girl was currently doing her best to analyze the situation. I don't know, shivered Toshinori. One moment he was fine, the next moment he started vomiting BLD like I do. What is he to you that you would risk bringing him all the way here to you? Instead of a nearby hospital? Asked Nezu. He's my successor or my victim, answered Toshinori with a grave voice. He's the one I chose to be the next torchbearer. Except this has never happened before for anyone inheriting One for All. Nezu nodded, understanding his thought process. The information of One for All could never be allowed to make public, or an age of chaos would be upon them just as before when quirks first started to appear. Was there something he was allergic to? Asked Nezu, maybe your shampoo. I used a special shampoo given to me by Recovery Girl. It should not have triggered any allergies or intolerance in the human body, and none would have caused the boy to react this badly, said Toshinori as his hands tightened into fists. I am a failure. I failed to save my MSTR because I was weak. I failed to completely defeat All for One and sustained serious injury because I was prideful and didn't listen to my sidekick, Sir Night Eye. And now I've failed my successor, which may result in losing One for All, but most importantly, could kill him. I've taken a potential hero and shattered him. Nezu merely patted Toshinori on the back, unable to form any words to comfort him. Even with his vast intelligence, he had no words to offer to help Toshinori. He did not know the details of One for All well enough. What about your other sensei, Gran Torino? Asked Nezu, a shiver of fear crawling up Toshinori's spine as soon as the name was mentioned. He might know something you've missed. Toshinori nodded and swallowed his fear before dialing to his old MSTR. A few dial tones later, the cowl went through. Toshinori-kun. You never called me until now, said an elderly voice. Lack of respect, the way I see it. I teach you, and you, Gran Torino-sensei, interrupted Toshinori. I need you at you. Right now. It's about Nana. I'll be there as soon as I can, said the elderly voice before the call ended. The minutes stretched into hours as Toshinori waited. Midnight had arrived with a box carrying dozens of O-type BLD packets. Gran Torino arrived later and started questioning what had happened. Now, all they could do was play the waiting game, so he's the one? Asked Gran Torino, taking a sip of his cold tea, not minding that the optimal temperature had long disappeared. So I hoped, said Toshinori with a tired voice, but now my hands will be stained with an innocent's BLD if he doesn't pull through. I don't even care if the succession failed and the quirk is lost. I just want the kid to live to become a hero like he always wanted to be. May I know why you chose him? Asked Nezu curiously, slyly shifting the subject into a more light-hearted one. Toshinori gave a small smile before telling his tale about the Izuku, how they met, and how studious he was. He even pulled up a video of Izuku rescuing Bakugo, though Nezu asked for multiple points of view. There were people filming Izuku through their cell phones, some concentrated on Izuku only, others on the sludge villain, and finally some that tried to get the whole view. Nezu ended up just pulling up videos from a security camera that had been monitoring the area to get another point of view. Impressive, said Nezu softly as he finished review the video, though a bit depressing that 6 professional heroes were on the scene couldn't do anything. Several of them were graduates of this very school, too. I was there too, thought Toshinori to himself, chastising himself for not doing anything. A hero should be willing to risk his life, and just because his time ran out didn't mean he should have stood back. Gran Torino noticed him in the background and promptly kicked him for not doing anything. I may need to change some things around here if we are sending heroes who can't seem to do anything and say that they need someone with a suitable quirk, continued Nezu, his eyebrow twitching when he heard one hero say that. Luckily that hero was not a graduate of his school, otherwise, he would have demanded that hero's license be revoked. Are we not still making it more combat-oriented? Asked Toshinori curiously. It is part of the reason why you hired me. Yes, the hero program will be more combat-oriented, replied Nezu, now looking at different angles of the fight, but we may want to increase what they can do and think. Already, I can think of several different ways these 6 heroes could have this villain and save the hostage. Some of them could have done it by themselves. For instance, Backdraft could have just hosed the villain enough that the child struggling to get out would have escaped. Water would have diluted the villain fast enough. Whatever else Nezu was going to say was halted when Recovery Girl entered the room. All 3 males quickly asked if Izuku was alright. He's stable for now, said Recovery Girl as she hopped onto a seat while All Might quickly whipped up some warm tea for her. I have ectoplasm using his clones to keep a close eye on him. He has a very interesting body. He's completely made of RBB. Yes, I am aware of that, nodded Toshinori. Even his bones and organs are made of the same thing, snorted Recovery Girl. I was worried how I was even going to resuscitate the patient if I can't use electricity to start up his heart. It stopped. Toshinori almost shouted. Luckily no, snapped Recovery Girl, but even if it did, I would have just had you or Vlad to do it manually. So what was the problem? Asked Nezu. That's the problem. I don't know, admitted Recovery Girl. Nothing in the BLD work suggests any viral or bacterial infection. White BLD cell count was normal, steady pulse for now. If his status doesn't change, I may need to take him to the hospital to do a CT and an MRI scan. Do it, nodded Toshinori. It's more important that young Midoriya is saved. 2 more hours later after Recovery Girl was given the story about Midoriya, she was ready to make the call to have Izuku transferred. Suddenly, ectoplasm burst into the room. It's the boy. He started thrashing again, and this time strong enough to take out my clones. They all quickly hurried into the room, Toshinori transforming to his All Might form, ready to grab Izuku and take him to the nearest hospital. Damages to the school be damned. As soon as the door opened, they stopped to see Izuku quietly sitting up now and apologizing to the clones as one of them gave him a cup of water. Young Midoriya. Are you alright? Shouted All Might as he rushed towards him in worry. Izuku took a gulp of water before replying, Yay. What time is it and where am I? You are currently at UA High, answered Nezu. As for the time, you have been unconscious for the past 7 hours. 7. Izuku half shouted, I need to text my mom to tell her I'm alright. A few quick texts later and roughly half an hour later due to Izuku fanboying a little at being at UA High and seeing several heroes pop in and out to check on him. Izuku was alone in the room with Toshinori, Nezu, Recovery Girl, and Gran Torino. So do you know what happened? Asked Toshinori after he transformed back to his regular self, having told Izuku that everyone in this room had his complete confidence and knew about One for All. Yay, nodded Izuku. The 7 hours I was actually in a rather interesting place. I think it was somewhere in my mind. And with those 7 hours, I learned more about how I got my quirk and the source of it, as well as a little more detail about One for All. Why do you say that? Asked Recovery Girl. Because I met the past predecessors of One for All, stated Izuku, staring straight into Toshinori's eyes. I met Nana Shimura and the other 6 users of One for All. Izuku flashback, telling his story. Where am I? Asked Izuku as all he saw was darkness. He remembered talking with All Might, feeling something change within his body, then vomiting BLD and pain-racking his body. After that, it was all blank. Izuku stood up in the darkness, trying to find where he was now. He noticed he didn't have clothes on, but it was so dark that he couldn't even see his own hands. You are mine, and mine alone. Nobody else can be here," hissed a demonic voice. Suddenly, Izuku felt himself being wrapped by invisible chains, squeezing his body strong enough that his skin started to bleed. He tried his best to escape, but to no avail. "I will not condone intruders." "Get out, get out, get out," yelled the demonic voice once more. "Let the kid go," shouted another voice. Izuku soon adjusted to the darkness before blinking as he saw 7 balls of light clashing with what seemed to be a devil, complete with black horns, fiery dark red wings, and a large black body with claws. The ball of light would clash against the devil, causing the chains to grow tighter around Izuku and hurting him even more. He could hear the ball of light yelling, "Smash, Moscow smash. Tokyo smash. Beijing smash. London smash. Paris smash. Watermelon smash. Leave my abode," shouted the devil as he swiped at the ball of light, also causing the chains around his body to hurt him. "I don't think my body can take any more of this," thought Izuku as he felt blood running down his body. "Stop." Both the devil and the 7 ball of light stopped moving, looking towards Izuku to see him chained up and bleeding. "You see? This is all your fault," shouted one of the ball of light. "You're hurting him just by being here, you devil." "I was here first," shouted the devil. "It is you who should leave. I have been residing here since he was 7. I have been here 7 years, and have not harmed him at all. I gave him his powers." Wait, said Izuku quickly, "you've been here for 7 years. In my body. Wait, was it when I ate that weird fruit? And that you're responsible for me having a quirk?" When the devil nodded, the ball of light sweat dropped simultaneously. "Wait, hold up. You're saying that you came here due to the boy eating a fruit?" asked one of the ball of light. "That's crazy. Dude, you realize that we're pretty much the same as the devil, via hair by the current host," said another ball of light. "Good point. So why are you all fighting?" asked Izuku, not to sound selfish, but it's really hurting my body. All I remember before I came here was that I was spewing blood, and pain was everywhere. Well, he started it," said another ball of light, this one with a feminine voice. "You came up to me and started yelling smash smash," retaliated the devil. "I will not leave here." The devil and the ball of light began to start squabbling again until Izuku yelled them to stop once more. "Can't you both just live together in peace?" asked Izuku. "I mean, it looks like there's a lot of room here." "If they respect my stuff, then sure," muttered the devil. "My kind argues with each other that we end up fighting and destroying our host body. It's kind of the same thing that was happening here. Please don't destroy it, I'm still using it," begged Izuku. "Long as the devil doesn't claim your soul when you die," glared one of the ball of light. "Peeved, as if that's worth anything," said the devil. "I just get to live comfortably here instead of a fruit. When the host dies, I just move into the closest Yubari King melon I can find and wait until it's eaten." "Well, that's interesting," noted the ball of light. "Wait, are you also the reason why I can't swim?" asked Izuku. "Ah yes, the seas despise us," nodded the devil. "We are the incarnation of the sea devils, so the seas themselves reject us, robbing both of us of our power." "Well, that's informative," nodded Izuku, not really knowing how to react that his powers were given to him by the devil. "Is there more of you?" "That's the weird thing," said the devil. "I don't sense any of my brethren in this world. Who knows, I was transferring from my original host when he died of old age when the fruit I was going into suddenly got zapped by a storm. So maybe. All right, now I have that cleared up," said Izuku before facing towards the 7 ball of light. "Who are you guys?" "We are the remnants of the past," stated one of them, "the past predecessors of One for All." At this, the ball of light slowly began to transform until they were all human, though Izuku could barely see 2 of them, who preferred to stay in the shadows. "Don't mind them," said the cheerful female of the group, taking the lead as the spokesperson. "So you're the ninth bearer. You know, you kinda look like someone who would belong in my family, like a descendant." "I'm Nana Shimura, the 7th torchbearer. You do look like my mom a bit," nodded Izuku, taking in the news quite well. He would have to put away time later to freak out. Funny coincidence. "Oh well," shrugged Nana. "Looks like Toshi chose well. I'm surprised all of us," she gestured to herself and the other bearers, "are talking. We usually leave a vestige of ourselves within the quirk whenever One for All is passed down." If you look over there, you can see Toshi starting to form. Izuku looked at the distance to see a ball of light slowly forming, just as Nana said. So is this normal? Asked Izuku. Don't know, shrugged Nana, I've never experienced this before. Don't think the others have either. When she looked back, the others nodded in agreement. But if you think about it, sounds romantic, smiled Nana. All the thoughts of each user are gathered upon here and stored as power. Though we may fall midway on the path, we can meet each other once more within One for All. So does this mean you'll all stop fighting in my body? Asked Izuku. I guess I'm cool with it if he doesn't eat your soul, nodded Nana. Just don't move my stuff and ask politely, growled the devil as it somehow managed to create a television set, a seat, and video games. Oh sweet, let us join in. We can play 8-player Smash, said one of the predecessors before they all joined in. As Izuku was slowly fading away, one of the users of One for All stood up. Izuku noted compared to everybody else, this one seemed frailer than all the others. Seems like we passed a point of singularity already, said the man, but then again, this has never happened before. Perhaps you, the 9th bearer and your teacher, the 8th bearer, will be able to stop him for good. This will probably be the first and last time we'll ever be able to speak like this again. But don't worry, you'll never be alone. As the frailer-looking man extended his hand, so did Izuku, mimicking his action. Perhaps, now, we'll make something even newer, smiled the man as their hands touched. One for All and the power of the devil fruit. Together. I'd be interested, said the devil as he put his clawed hands on theirs. The light shone brightly as One for All and the devil's power given to Izuku combined before he vanished. Any idea what you did? Asked the devil. I believe I've given him the ability to swim again, smiled the man. I've layered One for All over his original quirk, thus convincing the sea that he's not a sea devil, and thus not a hammer anymore. At the same time, your powers have infused over One for All, giving it a set of different protection. I'm not sure what, but it should be useful, and when he decides to pass on One for All to his successor, it will easily separate. Works for me, laughed the devil. Come. I've got some board games to play and finally some occupants to play with. Flashback ends. The audience was in shock, awe, and some doubt as Izuku finished his story. Truly, you spoke with the vestiges of the past users of One for All, said Toshinori. Interesting, said Nezu, sipping on some tea. Quirks even to this day are a mystery. Especially this certain quirk of yours. I'm a bit worried about that devil you said was in you, grunted Gran Torino, slightly afraid that the devil would consume the boy and all the remnants of One for All. Well, your pulses seem normal, muttered Recovery Girl as she managed to finish her checkup on Izuku's body while he was telling the story, but no exercising for a week at least. I don't care if you want to prepare for the UA High exam, your body won't be able to make it if you overwork it. You still have 10 months, so that should be plenty of time. I'd say a month, but something tells me that you and Toshinori would ignore that order. So a week for healing, then the next 2 weeks can be just light stretching and sparring. I want you getting at least 8 hours of sleep in those resting weeks. Sorihiko, I want you to watch over them and make sure they follow this rule. Otherwise, I will see all 3 of you in this office with an extra large needle. Yes, ma'am. Saluted all 3 males in fear before relaxing a little once more. Young Midoriya, I am truly sorry you suffered like this, said Toshinori as he grasped the bandaged hands. I feel like I have failed you on this, just like I failed my MSTR. Izuku was about to say that it wasn't his fault, that he had no idea he had a devil inside that would cause such a thing when a voice rang in his head. Looks like I can still talk to you a little from the after effects, said Nana from inside Izuku's head, though it was fuzzy, though it's not for long. Lend me your body for a bit, boy. Izuku let Nana take control, who used his hands and slowly lifted it out of Toshinori's hands and placed them on his face, forcing him to smile. What are yo? Started Toshinori, but Izuku's next words shocked him. I thought I told you, Toshinori, no matter how scary things get, give him a smile, said Izuku as his voice blended in with Nana's voice so all could hear. Take pride on what you have done. I took a peek at the kid's memory, and am proud of what you've done since I left this world. You worked strong and truly brought forth an age of peace, just like you said you would. I don't blame you for my death. I told Sorihiko to take you and escape. I knew my time had come as I had taught you all that I could, but you needed to live. Sure, you have some boneheaded moments, but who doesn't? Now live your life, teach your successor, and don't show up in the afterlife until you die of old age." With that statement, she gave him a small bonk to the head before turning to Gran Torino. "It's good to see you still alive, old friend." "Keep at it." "Yay," said Gran Torino, wiping a tear away. "See you later," said Nana. "My time is up. I don't know when we'll be able to do this again. Maybe never. But know that even if you've passed on one for all, you're never alone." Izuku closed his eyes for a bit before opening them again. Toshinori had burst into tears, crying into his lap as soon as Nana had finished her message for him. "What I miss?" asked Izuku, blinking as he saw Toshinori and Gran Torino wiping off some tears. "Truly amazing," noted Nezu, "to think the remnants of others would come to deliver one last message." "Indeed," said Recovery Girl before handing Izuku a note. "This should keep your mother calm. It's a doctor's note saying there was an accident and that you just happened to be caught in the crossfire. This should prevent her from asking too many questions." "OCRP, how am I going to explain all this?" paled Izuku, pointing to his whole body. It looked like he had just gone through the shredder. Indeed, Inko panicked as she hyperventilated when she saw Izuku walking home in bandages. Luckily, it took the combined effort of Nezu, Toshinori, and Recovery Girl to calm her down, all of which had accompanied Izuku home. Still, Inko strictly forbade Izuku from training for a week and a half to make sure he would recover before treating them all to a home-cooked meal. Nezu was ecstatic to have someone treat him like a normal person, ignoring his overall look, while Toshinori couldn't help but glance at Inko more than once. She really did look like his old MSTR. They also went over that Izuku had caught a pro's eye and wanted to help train him. Though no name was given, Nezu promised that the pro hero was trustworthy and that Toshinori had been sent to help train Izuku overall at no cost. As soon as he was able to, Izuku immediately began training, with Toshinori earnestly helping him. Months passed as the beach began to clear up. Cleaning up the trash and strength training was not the only focus, though. Toshinori would spar with him, using his All Might form. A pleasant surprise for them both was Izuku was now able to sink his head into the water and not lose his strength. Still, they invested quite a bit of time in T-swim. Still, training was going well for Izuku as well as his academics. Katsuki no longer bothered him, opting to ignore Izuku except for borrowing notes or asking questions every now and then. Despite Katsuki disliking Izuku, he knew Izuku was smart and chose to use that instead of letting his pride throw it away. 9 months later, All Might grinned as he stared at the completely clean Dagoba Municipal Beach. The once so-called junk place for people to toss their trash was now sparkling clean. He was so proud of Izuku, who had certainly gone beyond what he had planned but secretly desired. Izuku had gone plus ultra on his training, never complaining about the workload as All Might increased the difficulty. "Speaking of Izuku, come on, Midoriya, you're almost there," laughed All Might as he sat on Izuku's back. Izuku was panting as he carried All Might in his buff form while running with strapped weights on his ankles and wrists. Though he could have made it easier by using a bit of One for All, Izuku refused point blank to use it during muscle training, preferring to strengthen his base strength as much as possible. It was not just his strength they worked on, but also his quirks, both separately and in conjunction. Pushing his limits, Izuku managed to push his stretching limits to 200 yards. As for One for All, the first time he used it, he accidentally used 100% and actually fractured his bones and tore the muscle, to their surprise. That made Recovery Girl scold the two of them for 2 hours straight about being careful. In time, Izuku was able to use 100% without it shattering his bones, but there were still some recoil problems. Sparring with All Might was also something Izuku did, just to make sure he could fight well. Even at 100% from All Might, Izuku was able to nullify the blows with his quirk's natural ability. However, that didn't mean All Might had other plans. Izuku found himself being tied up, being punched back before being slammed into the ground and slammed with a double palm strike from both All Might's hand to create a shockwave to hurt Izuku, and other methods. It served as a humbling experience that despite being able to nullify physical blows, he couldn't even touch All Might while using both quirks at once. Still, it pushed Izuku to better himself so he could be worth of All Might's decision. Well done, young Midoriya, boomed All Might's voice, to have cleaned out the entire beach in just 9 months. Now, I'd say take the month to relax and prepare for the written portion, but you'd keep training. Still, I am proud of you for doing so well. Keep up the training schedule that I gave you, and you'll be prepared to take the exam by storm. Thank you very much, All Might, bowed Izuku, vowing to keep up the schedule. He also added that he needed to go swimming more to make sure he could do water rescues when the time came. Well then, it is time for me to be off, declared All Might. Keep sparring in your dojo. I've taken the time to meet your Grand Mstr of the dojo, and let me tell you, she is one hell of a fighter. And with that, All Might dashed off to wherever help was needed. Izuku was jogging home for the day when on his path crossing the street, he met 3 siblings coming from the opposite end of the crosswalk, or what he assumed was siblings as they all shared the same frog characteristics along with dark sea green hair. Look both ways before crossing the road, you two, Kiro, lectured the eldest of the 3, a female that looked to be about his age. Okay, cheered the youngest female. All right, Tsuyu Nisan, nodded the only male in the family, the middle child. The trio greeted Izuku politely as he greeted them back when they all heard a noise, as if something crashed into a vehicle. Watch out for that truck, screamed a civilian. All 4 of them looked up to see a truck flying towards them. Tsuyu quickly grabbed her siblings, ready to leap out of the way when she noticed the other person standing there, looking towards the falling truck. She was about to shoot out her tongue and wrap it around Izuku when he cocked his fist back. Izuku began channeling One for All, allowing the power to surge through his body before focusing it on his right arm. Red veins pulsed through the said arm for a bit as power gathered into it. Using only 30% of it, Izuku smashed his right fist into the truck as it was still flying in the air, extending his arm to meet it. The truck halted upon impact, falling down onto the ground. Woa, said the 2 younger siblings. Strong, noted Tsuyu. Then, a villain came charging towards them, trying to escape Kamui Wood and Death Arms. Halt, evildoer, in the name of justice, shouted Kamui Wood. Izuku was about to move when he noticed not only Tsuyu and her siblings were there, but behind them, a few feet away, were children not paying attention to their surroundings. If Izuku moved, he was sure the siblings would easily as the older sister had a grip on them. He wasn't so sure about the other children. Kid, shouted Death Arms, noticing Izuku and the group of children behind him. Help us stop him. You have permission to do so. Izuku nodded, jumping forward a bit. Get back, said Izuku towards Tsuyu, prompting her to move. Izuku clenched up before inhaling as much air as he could. He suddenly inflated like a giant balloon as he kept sucking up as much air as he could. Out of the way, shouted the reptilian villain as he charged right into Izuku. Izuku clenched his gut as the villain went deeper and deeper into Izuku, using One for All to hold his ground. The villain's momentum was completely halted and found himself stuck inside. He tried punching and kicking, but it was useless. Kamui Wood, catch! Squeaked Izuku as he moved his hip forward, rebounding the villain out of his gut. The villain was sent flying, and only the quick action of Kamui Wood prevented the villain from crashing into the truck on the street. Quickly binding the villain, he gave the villain a quick knockout blow to the head. Thanks for the assist, waved Kamui Woods. I see that you've gotten stronger, chuckled Death Arms looking at Izuku's body, still not sure what your quirk is, though. You can stretch, expand, and deliver strong blows. Still, don't go looking for trouble, all right? It's not like I go looking for it, it just finds me, joked Izuku, causing all 3 of them to chuckle a bit. Looking forward to when you hit pro, said Death Arms as he waved goodbye. You better be in the heroics program for whatever school you're going to. As Izuku was about to leave, he turned around just in time to stop himself from crashing into Tsuyu. You're strong, Kiro, complimented Tsuyu. Are you going for the heroics program? Yay, I'm planning to go to the examination for you. Hi, replied Izuku. Ooh, isn't that the one you're planning to go to? Asked the youngest sibling. Yay, she's been studying a lot for that school, replied the brother, so we can't keep bothering her all the time, okay. It was selfless of her to take us all the way over here to see the museum. It's alright, family is important, Kiro, placated Tsuyu before turning to Izuku, thanks for saving us all. I'm sure you could have rescued your siblings easily, replied Izuku. I noticed you were already about to move, and even ready to rescue me even though we're strangers. Tsuyu blushed lightly on this, but shook it off. Well then I hope we meet in you. Then, Kiro. I'm Tsuyu Asui. Izuku Midoriya, replied Izuku as he lifted his hands to give her a handshake. Tsuyu complied, noticing how firm his grip was. Best of luck to the both of us, said Izuku before leaving. He seems cool, noted the youngest sibling. Will he be your boyfriend? Let it be said that in the Asui family, saying whatever was on their mind was a family trait. Satsuki. Tsuyu half screeched. I wouldn't mind. He seemed pretty chill with our frog-like looks, not to mention his hair color is something you like, said the brother. Not you too Samadare, groaned Tsuyu, though she couldn't completely deny Shin. 3 weeks passed with Izuku eagerly counting down the days on his calendar. Since he had finished cleaning up the beach, Toshinori used his connections to have a home gym set that he endorsed placed at their home to allow Izuku to continue his strength training. It was even modified to go beyond the normal weight set for Izuku. Inko gave Toshinori an embrace to the cheek to thank him, causing him to blush and walk out in a daze. That day, he went plus ultra. 5 days before the exam, Izuku was jogging at the Dagoba Municipal Beach, taking in a slight guilty pleasure in knowing he had cleaned it. Though this day was somewhat different to the usual schedule. Momo Yayorozu was exploring around the Musutafu prefecture, as she was getting ready to attend Hi. She was excited to be attending such a prominent school, and she had gotten in via recommendation. Though she lived in the Aichi prefecture and could have attended one of the more well-known schools there, she had her heart set for She aced the written practical and was already set for attending All she needed to do was wait, though she wanted to explore the city she would be living in. She had also already finished her middle school finals, having taken them early. The only problem was the distance between Musutafu and Aichi prefectures, as it would take 3 hours via high-speed railways. So to solve that problem, her parents had bought her a freaking manor for her to live in. Her mother would come to visit every weekend to help, and the servants and maids would also be there to clean. However, she put her foot down when they asked if she wanted them to move in with her. She was training to be a hero, and for that, she needed to be able to do things by herself without her parents catering to her every whim. The servants and maids she thought were already too much, as was the manor. All she really needed was a cleaning crew to help clean out the manor every now and then. While exploring, she had read about Dagoba Municipal Beach, and how it had transformed from a junk heap back into the appealing beach it once was, now a hot spot for couples. Rumor had it that a boy and a muscular man could be seen here every morning at 6 until it was cleaned. None of the heroes had claimed cleaning it, nor did any organization, so that was left a mystery. Seeing that it was popular now, she went to the beach, sitting on the sand and admiring the view as the sun slowly set. They were right, this is appealing, said Momo as she stared at how the water reflected the sun's rays. As she laid there to enjoy the warmth of the sand and sun, it was ruined when a nasal-sounding voice rang out. Hello, hot stuff. Want us to show you around? We'll show you a good time. Momo opened her eyes, sitting back up to see 2 leering teenagers older than her, most likely sophomores in high school. Despite the fact she was only 14, her body spoke a different story. Already having a well-developed street, long legs, and a narrow waist, she was also currently just wearing shorts and a low-cut beach top. No, please leave me alone, stated Momo without hesitation, making it clear she was not interested. Ah, come on, said the nasal voice once more, coming from a teenager with mosquito eyes and nose. I promise it'll be a wild ride. I said no, Momo almost shouted, now standing up and slowly backing away from the two. You haven't even tried it yet, said the other, who had an octopus head for a head along with tentacles. This place is popular for couples, so obviously you're looking for one. One ride from us, and you'll never want anybody else. That logic was completely faulty, muttered Momo as she readied herself. She really didn't want to fight, but if she needed to, she would use her quirk, creation. The only problem was that it could jeopardize her ensured entrance to Hi. She was sure that under the articles of self-defense she could use it, but she didn't want to risk a black mark so early. As the boys began to get closer, She was ready to create a staff from her arms when another voice interrupted them. She said no, so leave her alone. Get your own girl, snapped both boys as they whirled around to backhand whoever was interrupting them. They found their fist caught in firm hands from a green-haired teenager, who was roughly 5 feet 9 and wearing a green tracksuit. The two teens tried to tug their hand away, just to find them firmly in the other teen's hand. They tried to raise their other fists to punch, but the defender pulled them forward before maneuvering himself so his arms were around both attackers' shoulder, standing in between them. The attackers both tried to punch their target's head, only for him to just duck and cause their fists to collide into each. Wincing in pain, they were not prepared for the other guy to suddenly back up a little, grab their wrists, and painfully have them collide into each other before grabbing their heads and crashing them into each other once more. Momo blinked in shock and amazement at how fast the other teenager had neutralized her harassers. "Thank you for stopping them," thanked Momo, getting a good look at her, knight in shining armor. "No worries, they should have learned that no means no," replied the teenager as he turned around to face Momo. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, thank you," bowed Momo. "May I know the name of my hero?" "I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku Midoriya," smiled Izuku as he bowed back, "and it's not a big deal. I was just doing my daily jog when I saw what was happening. Plus I'm sure you could have handled them." Izuku had noticed besides the most obvious traits hormonal teenagers would look for in a female body if they swung that way, that Momo had slim arms with muscles in them. Not to mention her eyes were narrowed, ready to attack before Izuku intervened. "While it's true that I have been taught hand-to-hand combat, I doubt I could have done it as easily as you did," acknowledged Momo. "So what brings you here?" asked Izuku, changing the subject. "I came here to explore the Mustafa prefecture," explained Momo. "I wanted to familiarize myself with this area as I am moving here. I wanted to come here because of how I heard of this place, which used to be a junk pile, which before then was a beach, was cleaned up. My parents told me the view was appealing before all the trash came to be. Well, I'm a local here," chuckled Izuku. "If you want, I can show you around if you don't mind." "That would be splendid," smiled Momo, sticking out her elbow. Izuku hooked elbows with Momo as the two walked away from the unconscious bodies. After sending a quick text to his mother that he would be eating out, they went to eat at a restaurant where Izuku confidently claimed they had the best pork katsudon in the prefecture before ordering the katsudon combo. Momo giggled a bit at Izuku's statement but went along with it, ordering the katsudon curry combo along with an extra side of gyoza. As soon as the food came out, they both clapped their hands and said, "Itadakimasu." Before digging in, "So Yaoyorozu-san," started Izuku, but Momo raised her hand to stop him. "Please, just call me Momo," stated Momo. "Only if you'll call me Izuku," replied Izuku, to which she nodded in reply. "So you're done with the school year?" asked Izuku as they were eating. "Yes. I took the exam early as I have been recommended to a high school and have been accepted," nodded Momo. "That's awesome," grinned Izuku. "Aldera Middle School doesn't have enough recognition to recommend any students. Which school are you going to?" At this, Momo crossed her legs, fidgeting a bit before telling him, "I've been accepted to the heroics course at U.A. High." She was slightly afraid of telling this to her new friend, whom she found quite cute. Most of her classmates back at her middle school scorned her when they found out she was accepted into one of the most prestigious schools in Japan on a recommendation. What made it worse was that her parents had gotten it for her as a birthday gift when she mentioned she wanted to attend a loved the fact that she would be going there. Her classmates disagreed. It was one of the reasons why she opted to take her exit exam early, to avoid the glares and jealousy of her classmates. Some of the people she thought were friends turned their backs on her. "That's so awesome!" shouted Izuku, swallowing his pork katsu. "You must be really smart and have a really good quirk to be able to get that good of a recommendation that you can enter U.A. High." Momo let out a sigh of relief before looking at Izuku, whose eyes were sparkling with excitement. "Can I ask what your quirk is?" Izuku asked with excitement. Unable to stop herself from smiling or giggling at the sight of an excited Izuku, she explained her quirk to him. "My quirk is called creation. I can convert the fat cells in my body into anything I want, as long as it's not a living being. I just need to understand the atomic configuration of the said object I'm trying to create." As if to show an example, she created a Russian Matryoshka doll from her arms, a red glow showing the process. "That's awesome," said Izuku in excitement. "You'd be useful in so many different situations, from fighting to rescue missions. You could easily switch from frontline to support in a heartbeat." Momo blushed a little at Izuku complimenting her so earnestly. It was refreshing to hear someone talk more about her abilities, especially so honestly and eagerly. "So what's your quirk?" asked Momo, "and where are you planning to go?" "Oh, I'm applying to get into the heroics course at UA," Izuku said. "I've always wanted to be a hero to help protect others." As for my quirk, Izuku paused before stretching his face with his hands to impossible human lengths. "I'm made out of RBB." Seeing Izuku make a funny face with his stretched face caused Momo to fall into a fit of giggles. After Izuku stopped making funny faces, Momo was able to regain her breath. "So you can stretch your face and limbs?" asked Momo. "That means your skin has elastic properties." "Yes, but not just my skin, but even my muscles and bones. Everything," clarified Izuku before going into more details about his quirk. They spent the night talking even more after dinner, taking a night stroll at the beach before Izuku escorted Momo back to her house. "Well, I hope to see you at UA High then," said Momo. "I'm looking forward to being your classmate." "Yay, I won't fail," smiled Izuku. "I made a promise to make it to UA High and to become a hero." Seeing Izuku this confident and knowing he was intelligent based on the conversations they had, Momo knew that Izuku would make it in. Just before Izuku left, though, Momo leaned forward. "For luck, then," whispered Momo before giving him a peck to the cheek before turning to leave. Izuku blushed crimson, his hand touching where Momo had just kissed him while standing there for a good 10 minutes before finally going home. "It's almost time," whispered Izuku to himself as he laid in bed. "Time to start my journey to become a great hero, like All Might. And maybe become the greatest hero like he wanted me to." He raised his hands to the ceiling, where there was an All Might poster, and clenched his fist in excitement. "Are you sure you have everything?" asked Inko one more time as Izuku was getting ready to leave the house to take the entrance exam for UA High. "Yes, Mom, I triple-checked," replied an exasperated Izuku, though he didn't mind his mother smothering him like this. "Alright, good luck," waved Inko. "I know you can do it." "Will do," smiled Izuku as he left. Today was the day. Izuku arrived at the entrance of UA, staring at the large building and the equally as large gate. He checked to make sure he had his student ID in his pocket as well as make sure he hadn't lost anything in his backpack during his commute. Izuku didn't get any information from All Might no matter how much he tried to wheedle it out of him. The man's lips were surprisingly zipped tight when it came to UA. Izuku closed his eyes as he prepared himself to take the first step to be a hero. Then he heard the sharp familiar voice that snapped him out of it. "Move to the F side, Deku." Izuku gave a deadpan expression as he turned around to see Katsuki Bakugo walking towards him, still acting like a delinquent as ever. Though he did notice that Katsuki had gotten more muscular and taller during the past months they were at school, especially his upper body so as to be able to dish out more explosions while dealing with the recoil. Not to mention he seemed to have completely ignored him for the past 10 months. Izuku merely glanced at the clearly open path around him, his expression clearly painting the picture that Katsuki could easily just walk around him. "Good morning to you too," said Izuku with a tired tone before the phone inside his pocket rang. Ignoring Katsuki's follow-up, he stepped to the side, standing next to one of the many statues. Katsuki scoffed as he continued on. Izuku fished out his phone to see several messages waiting for him. One was from Inko wishing him luck again, another from All Might telling him to show the world what he could do, and the two others were from Itsuka and Momo. "I'm almost there. Wait for me to enter with you. Itsuka, good morning and good luck, Izuku-kun. I'll be cheering you on. I know you can make it to UA. And we'll be waiting for you." Momo. Izuku smiled as he saw the messages when he heard a smothered laugh. He looked to the side to see a girl with brown hair going down to her neck, though her bangs framed her face and extended down to her shoulder, currently covering her mouth with her hands. Her cheeks were bulging as she tried to stop herself from laughing. "I'm sorry," apologized the girl, though she still kept her smile, waving her hands in front of her. But you were standing right next to a funny head sculpture that I couldn't help but laugh when I noticed you standing on the side, looking so relaxed." Izuku looked to the side to notice that he indeed was standing next to a hero with a pompadour. "I guess he kind of is," smiled Izuku, noticing the pads on her fingertips as she waved, "but it's better to be smiling than to be nervous for the test, right?" "Hey, you're right," smiled the girl. "I feel a lot better taking this test than before, Deku-kun." Izuku froze for a second before raising his eyebrow, knowing for certain he had never seen this cute and bouncy girl before. "Where'd you hear that name?" asked Izuku curiously. "Ah, from that spiky blonde hair kid earlier. He was kinda loud, and it was easy to overhear his words. He called you Deku, so I kind of assumed you two were friends and that it was your name," she said, raising her hand to scratch the back of her head. Izuku snorted before replying, "That would be Katsuki Bakugo, whose temper and voice matches his quirk. We've known each other when we were 3, but we haven't been friends for a long time. My real name is Izuku Midoriya, but Izuku can also be read as Deku from the characters, which means worthless, and has continued calling me that ever since." "I'm sorry," paled the girl before bowing, "I didn't know it was an insult. To me, Deku felt like it was short for Dekiru, which means capable of doing it." "I'm so sorry." Izuku smiled as he gently touched the girl's shoulder to push her back up. "It's all right. Though if you put it that way, I don't mind if you call me Deku then. I like the sound of that." The girl blushed a bit before quickly introducing herself. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. You can just call me Ochako if you're letting me call me by your nickname." Before Izuku could say anything else, he heard his name being called out and turned just in time for Itsuka Kendo to crash into him, hugging him tightly. "It's been so long," said Itsuka as she buried Izuku's face in between her sizable Street. "Have you still been going to Mr. Rekai's place?" "It's good to see you too," mumbled Izuku from between the valley, "and yes, I went there last night." "Itsuka-chan, it's getting harder to breathe down here. Do you think you cold-shed?" Itsuka, though not really sorry as she let Izuku go so he could breathe. "I'm glad so see you're excited for both the exam and seeing each other," remarked Izuku. Ochako stood at the sideline, slightly tilting her head in confusion at what was happening. "Ah, I should introduce you both," said Izuku as he remembered who he was talking to just earlier. Being a good man, he wanted to include Ochako into the conversation. As the two girls introduced themselves to each other, Izuku reminded them that they needed to go soon. As the trio left while talking with each other, in the background stood a crying midget with large purple ball on his scalp. "That JRK," cried the midget, getting to feel what it's like to be in between those heavenly valleys so soon. Needless to say, quite a few people avoided him. For the written portion of the exam, they were given assigned seating as well as writing utensils to prevent cheating. Izuku easily blazed through it, being tied for number 1 at his middle school as well as studying strong for it. The trio met up for lunch, talking to each other a little before heading towards the auditorium for the practical exam. As they entered the huge auditorium, the group had to separate as they had been assigned seats. Itsuka pouted but obeyed while Ochako skipped towards her seat, but not before exchanging phone numbers with Izuku and Itsuka. Izuku went towards his seat and found himself sitting next to Katsuki. "Must be by school," muttered Izuku as he sat down, looking at the pamphlet all students got before they sat down. It wasn't long before the lights dimmed a little and the spotlights all shone at one place, the center stage, to reveal the hero present Mike. "Welcome to my live show. Everybody say hey," shouted present Mike before cupping his ear towards the crowd just to hear nervous silence. Izuku had been debating on whether or not to reply, as well as being excited to see another pro hero. Present Mike just shook it off, though people could tell he wasn't happy nobody responded by his body language. What a regal response. "But I got shivers down my spine too, listeners. So listen up, examinees, I'm going to give you the lowdown on how this'll go down. Are you ready?" Present Mike then proceeded to explain how the exam would work, the television behind him playing to help illustrate his point. There were 7 examination sites, meaning they would all be randomized into different sites. "So they don't intend on letting classmates or friends cooperate with each other, huh?" muttered Katsuki as he peeked over to Izuku's ticket number and frowned. He was in site A, as it should be as he was the number 1 and A was the first letter. Izuku, however, was at Site B as an extra, it suited him, but Katsuki wanted to directly crush Izuku. Present Mike continued his explanation, using Super Mario Bros. Villain to help illustrate the point system. So your goal is to rack up a high score. And don't even think about attacking other competitors directly or any other anti-hero stuff, cause that's against the rule, capiche? Once Present Mike finished the explanation, he waited a few seconds to let it sink in. Then he noticed a student stand up and raise his hand. "Excuse me, may I ask a question?" stated the student, standing tall with combed black hair and a rather rectangular figure, as his jaw, glasses, and eyes were all rectangular shaped. Present Mike nodded, letting the student continue his question. On the printout, there are clearly 4 types of villains labeled. If that was a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of this mistake. We, the examinees, are here because we wish to become prominent and exemplary heroes. Okay, waved Present Mike. Thanks for the speech, examinee 7111. For you see, that 4th villain is worth 0 points. He's more of an obstacle, so to speak. Ever play Super Mario Bros.? I doubt it, since it's rather retro. Most of the crowd doubted that there was anyone that had not played or at least heard of the famous game. They were coming out with another Mario Party game soon, and it would be well people lost track of the number. Remember those thwomps in the game? There's a thing like that in each area. Their gimmick is that they'll rampage when it gets crowded. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it, either. In fact, we've recently decided that anyone WHO decides to face it might lose up to 75% of the score they gained. No point in risking your chances here, right? Gotta make the smart decisions. I recommend avoiding it. With a flourish, he decided to finish this up. Well, that's enough from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone WHO overcomes life's misfortune." His sunglasses dipped down so he could leer at them for a second, now beyond, plus ultra. With a flourish, the screen behind him changed, and a small animation with the letter plus ultra appeared before them all. Now then, good luck suffering. As they all began to exit the auditorium and into their assigned buses, Izuku managed to find Itsuka and Ochako. "Where do you guys get assigned to?" "I'm at Site E," said Itsuka. "B," replied both Izuku and Ochako before looking at each other. "You're at Site B too, Deku-kun?" asked Ochako in excitement. "Deku," growled Itsuka as she glared at Ochako, her hands beginning to enlarge. "It's okay," said Izuku, quickly calming down Itsuka. "I allowed her to call me that, since the first thing she thought was that it was a nickname for Dekiru, meaning you can do it." Itsuka stared at Ochako for a bit before reluctantly putting her hand back down again. "Sorry," said Ochako as she saw Itsuka's fierce gaze. "I guess I should get used to calling you Izuku again." "No, it's all right," smiled Izuku. "Itsuka has always been my closest friend before she had to move away. This is the first time we've actually seen each other since 4 years now." An announcement rang to remind all examinees to quickly board the bus, or forfeit the exam. Itsuka gave Izuku one more hug before dashing towards her bus. The bus took them to a quick stop to let all students change into what they were most comfortable fighting in before taking them to their examination site. Soon, 100 students were exiting the bus, standing in front of the entrance. Most were amazed at the sight and the construction of a mock city. Not to mention there were 7 more like this, so you two have been childhood friends? Asked Ochako cheerfully, glad she had someone to talk to. Otherwise, she would have been very nervous about this exam, and possibly mess up. Both of the two were wearing tracksuits, though Izuku had a small medical pouch tied to his belt. "Yay, we met each other at the same dojo when we were 7. She's always protected me from bullies like a big sister even though we're almost the same age," said Izuku, though she didn't really have to. "I've always appreciated how she treats others as a big sister if she could. It was through her that I grew out of my shell." "Aw, that's so sweet," gushed Ochako. Izuku laughed lightly before a hand descended down on his shoulders. Izuku looked back to see it was examined 7111 who was glaring at him slightly. "What are the two of you doing here?" demanded the student. "This isn't some field trip or a place to flirt. Are you here to hinder others from doing their best in the exam?" Ochako puffed her cheeks in anger at that accusation while Izuku shrugged the student's hands off his shoulder. He glanced around to see many of the other competitors already judging him and Ochako as the weaker students. Suddenly, a voice rang out to all 7 exam sites. "Begin!" As the doors suddenly flung open at all 7 sites, many of the examines stood at the entrance, completely confused. Izuku, however, did not. He tapped Ochako's shoulder and pushed her slightly forward before dashing into the exam site himself. Ochako stumbled 2 steps forward before understanding what was happening and began Rue. Katsuki Bakugo was the first one to launch himself forward while yelling, "Get the F out of the way, extras." His was using his quirk to accelerate forward. In Site E, Itsuka was running forward while the people in her group remained confused. She had a promise to keep, and she could tell that Ochako and Izuku were already becoming good friends. She hated to admit it, but she was afraid and jealous she might lose Izuku to her, considering he was letting her call him Deku. In Site D, the same midget with purple ball growing on his scalp was the first one to run forward. He was extremely motivated because of the sight he had seen today and wanted to be one of the blessed men to have their face buried in someone's heavenly valleys. He figured that if he did well, he'd have a better chance. In Site F, a familiar Suya Asui hopped into action. "Hey, what is that guy doing? Is he stupid?" asked one person from Site B. "It hasn't started." "Wait, didn't we hear a begin?" asked another. "What's the matter?" "There's no such thing as a countdown in a real battle. Run." Some people already have the right idea. When President Mike announced that, everyone began surging forward into the exam sites, pushing each other as they did. Izuku, who was far ahead of everyone in the group, was the first one to meet a villain robot that was one of many on the streets ahead. A one-pointer suddenly turned and saw Izuku, its red eye flashing as it recognized an enemy. "Target acquired. I'll kill you," threatened the one-pointer as it revved its wheel, speeding towards Izuku. Several students that heard this hesitated in charging forward. Izuku merely focused as his mind flashed back to yesterday's lesson with Mstr Rikai. Flashback: Izuku had been preparing for the practical exam, making sure he had everything packed for the day. It would be tomorrow, and he wanted to make sure he was prepared. Then he heard a knock on his door, followed by Inko sticking her head in the room. "Izuku, your dojo Mstr is here right now, and wants to see you," said Inko quickly. "Mstr Rikai. I'll be right out," promised Izuku, quickly donning a shirt and shorts. A few minutes later, the two of them were at a nearby park, Rikai and Izuku sitting on a bench. "So you're preparing for the hero exam at UA, correct?" asked Rikai. "Yay, it'll be my first step to my dream," nodded Izuku. "I remember the first day you came to my dojo," barked Rikai with laughter. "You were so timid and scared. Itsuka had to drag you out of that shell before becoming the boy in front of me now. But let's put that to the side. I didn't come here to reminisce about the past. Izuku, when and if you enter UA's heroic course, you will most likely not have time to come to my dojo anymore, correct?" "Yay, but I'll try to make time," admitted Izuku, "maybe not 3 times a week like before, but maybe once a week on Saturdays. I learned a lot from you, and will continue to do so." "Bah, not like there's much to teach you," scoffed Rikai. "You're the only student that can perform my special footwork, ghost perplexing step, without any problems. Even I can't do it longer than 5 minutes without straining something. But still, if hero work doesn't work out for you, there's always a place in my dojo for you as an instructor. But enough about that." Rikai stood up and walked a few steps into an open field, with Izuku following her quickly before she stopped and turned around to face him. "This test will be something that can make or break you. Don't feel bad if you don't pass it, but I will say if you pass it, you'll definitely be a great hero in the future," stated Rikai with a serious voice. "What do I have to do?" asked Izuku. "Just dodge," announced Rikai, "that's all. I don't care if you can take the hit, but just dodge." A bit confused, Izuku prepared himself for what was to come. He expected Rikai to lash out and send multiple punches or kicks for him to dodge. What happened next terrified him. Suddenly, the air felt colder, as if they were in a snowstorm. The oxygen levels suddenly felt like they decreased, despite being around trees. An oppressive feeling slammed into Izuku as he tried to keep himself awake and standing. Izuku looked at Rikai, who was producing all this killing intent directed towards him. It didn't matter if he was immune to most blunt force attacks, anything she attacked with would kill him. Rikai slowly raised her arm up and threw a straight right towards Izuku's face. Time seemed to slow down for Izuku as the fist approached his face. "I'm going to die," thought Izuku, "she's really going to kill me." As he was about to stumble and faint, sweat dripped from his head towards the ground. In each individual sweat, he swore he could see faces in them. There was Momo, Itsuka, All Might, Rikai, Nezu, Gran Torino, all those who believed he could be a hero. All of them seemed to be telling him something. Then the biggest one of them all was his mother, Inko. "Yes, Izuku, you can be one. You could always be one. I'm sorry for not saying it earlier, you can be a hero." Hearing his mother's voice along with All Might and the others gave Izuku courage and strength in his legs. He began to move his whole body, telling him to dodge. He twisted his head away while his body slowly moved right. What seemed like hours later, Rekai's fist passed by Izuku's face by millimeters. Had Izuku not moved or moved any slower, the punch would have certainly hit. "Good," smiled Rikai as the oppressive feeling dissipated. Even though she was blind, Izuku could tell that she knew he was sweating like a pig. "What was that?" gasped Izuku as he finally collapsed on his butt, wiping the sweat off his head with his short sleeves before giving up and stripping his shirt off to wipe his sweat out of his face. "Killing intent," intoned Rikai, "though I doubt you'll have anything like this in your exam tomorrow, it would be best if you get used to it. When you face a villain who wants to kill you, you can't risk freezing up like you almost did just now. You may not face anyone with such killing intent anytime soon, but the fact that villains will be aiming to kill you when you try to stop them." Izuku nodded in understanding as he managed to stop his body from perspiring. Even if Rekai's attack wouldn't have truly hurt him, he understood that Rekai's lesson was that he could not afford to freeze up when going into the heroic world. Flashback ends. Izuku gritted his teeth in excitement as he jumped into the air while the one-point villain began to fire bullets from its hand. The robot began to adjust its aim, but Izuku flipped in the air, stretching his legs 10 meters long and landed an axe kick, destroying its head. After landing it, he stretched his arm, grabbing a 3-pointer villain before dragging it and making it crash into a 2-pointer, where they both blew up. Quickly scanning, he saw a 2-pointer on the roof of a building right before the cross street, aiming its gun on its tail at him. He quickly dodged the bullets with his footwork, making it difficult for the villain bot to aim before stretching his arm towards the roof and grabbed the ledge. Making sure his grip was firm, he launched himself towards the 2-pointer and threw it. Hovering in the air for a moment, he saw a group of 6 villain bots, 2 of each point values, all gathered together. Quickly flinging his arms to the nearest buildings, he flung himself right towards the group. Ochako, who had been ahead of the group, and the other student who had just been chastising the two, reached the cross street and turned just in time to see Izuku sending a barrage of punches towards the group of robots, his arms stretching as they landed punches strong enough to destroy the group of bots. As destruction ensued, Izuku landed just as the last villain bot blew up, framing his body in light and shadow. "So cool," gazed Ochako before blinking and blushing, quickly slapping herself and going in a different direction than Izuku. She knew that going the same direction as Izuku would lower her chances of going into UA in so she could be in the same class as Izuku. She waved a mental hand through that thought process. She was doing it because she wanted to earn enough money to let her family live in peace. Tenya Iida, the stiff one with a quirk, engine, stiffened as he saw the destruction before using his quirk to speed in another direction from Ochako and Izuku. He slightly chastised himself for underestimating the two, as they were the first ones to bolt into action. "Let's see, 19 points. Sweet," cheered Izuku before running off into another direction. The crowd arrived at the crossroads, took a look around to see the destruction, and the majority chose to run away from the path of destruction, knowing there would most likely less points there. Some chose where Izuku went, making a gamble since there were fewer people then. One examinee with white hair, a mask, and multiple tentacles, took Izuku's path but climbed up the ceiling to observe where there were more villain bots. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the staff of UA Hai were monitoring the situation in each site with a very large and widescreen with multiple windows open. Each window was monitoring a student or a situation to allow the staff to know the current situation as well as pass judgment. After all, this exam tested insight, mobility, decision-making, and fighting prowess, the basis needed to preserve peace in the cities. Quite a CRP this year, isn't it? Noted a female with a husky tone that would make many men fall prey to it. No, not quite, rasped Toshinori in his true form, smirking as he flicked open the protective barrier covering the big red button. Their true test has yet to come. With that statement, Toshinori pressed the red button. As they saw the titanic form of the fourth villain bot come forth in all testing sites, one staff who looked like a cement block raised a question. I know traditionally in the past, we just recommended students to avoid the 0-pointers. We've never actually told them that they deducted points in the past. So why the trickery now? To reveal their true nature, said Toshinori, when faced with an impossible obstacle with a severe penalty, their true self comes forth. He frowned when he saw students fleeing from the villain, some even pushing others in hope of escaping. However, he smiled triumphantly when he saw his successor act exactly as he thought he would. Rewind a few minutes earlier, and that's 62. Grinned Izuku as he kicked a 3-pointer rocket launcher away from him and into another robot before putting a fist through its core. As he pulled his fist back out, he looked around to see others destroying more and more villain bots. He saw one creeping up to another contestant, who whirled around and tried to attack back, but the villain bot was faster. Or would have been if Izuku had not kicked a piece of the destroyed bot right into it, damaging and forcing the attacker to stumble, but not enough to be destroyed and be counted towards Izuku's points. The defender quickly took advantage of this and destroyed the robot, yelling out, 21. Before running to find another one. He didn't even thank Izuku or look around to see who helped, but Izuku didn't mind. Izuku knew he could have gotten those points, and even more points than his current score if he didn't stop to assist others from being hurt via sneak attacks or underestimating the situation. It was just in his nature to help others when they were in trouble, just like All Might would. Another thing was that he had yet to use one for all. Call it stubbornness or pride, but Izuku wanted to pass the exam with just his original quirk. There was no point in using one for all as he was not in a life or death situation. 2 minutes left, shouted Present Mike to remind them all of the time. Well then, on the next area, muttered Izuku as he was about to slingshot himself to a rooftop when he felt the ground rumble. He looked towards the source to see a group of examinees and an ever-growing dust cloud. Everyone felt it and looked up to see a giant machine towering over most of the buildings. Its armor-green plating and red eyes looked threatening as it raised its fist and slammed it into the ground. The force of its punch produced a shockwave, causing many to shield their eyes as the dust flew past them. Holy CRP, that's big, thought Izuku as he slowly lowered his arms just to see people fleeing past him. I'm sorry. I boasted I could beat games without purchasing in-game apps, but I always did. Cried a student. The only reason why I bullied you so much was because I liked you. Cried another girl as she fled. Okay, thought Izuku as he heard a few more confessions, it's not like it's the end of the world. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a faintly familiar voice. Ow! Izuku narrowed his eyes as the dust cleared just in time to see Ochako struggling to get out of the wreckage the villain bot had caused. A piece of the wreckage had landed right on top of her leg, and she couldn't escape. Izuku could see several others trying to escape, but injured due to the first shockwave. Without hesitation, Izuku ran forward, bypassing Tenya as he did so. What is he doing? Thought Tenya as he turned his head to look back. Did he forget that fighting the fourth villain bot causes you to lose a lot of your points? He's OSHT. Izuku wasn't aiming to fight, though. He stretched his arms, grabbing random people and quickly tossing them gently back to safety before reaching Ochako. All those grabbed were able to land safely on their feet before running away, not even saying thanks. Deku-kun. Coughed Ochako. Don't worry, I got you, said Izuku as he gave a smile. Quickly punching the wreckage to free her leg, he noticed the huge robot getting awfully close. He quickly ran, carrying Ochako bride style, barely dodging the fist, but kept running. No get away. Izuku looked back to see another student with a bald cut and jumpers crying while trying to crawl away as the giant robot's hand began to descend down on him. He began to quickly formulate plans, trying to see if there was any way to rescue him. All but one would be successful, though. There were too many students that were slowly limping away, but wouldn't be fast enough unless he went with this plan. "Here, take her to safety," said Izuku to Tenya, who had stopped to look at what Izuku was doing. "Wait, Deku-kun, what are you doing?" cried Ochako as she felt herself being put onto Tenya's hands. "Indeed, we must leave," insisted Tenya before noticing the other student in trouble. "Doing what's right," smiled Izuku as he turned around. "One for all 60%. Izuku mentally commanded as he finally used one for all. This was no longer just him racking points, but to protect others from harm. He chose 60% as he could control his speed without overshooting or having too much tunnel vision. No, wait. Deku-kun, screamed Ochako, inadvertently causing all those fleeing to stop and turn around in curiosity. She tried to reach out her hands, hoping to touch Izuku with all 5 of her fingers and use her quirk to stop him. His back seemed so big and protective, so easy to touch. However, all she touched was air as Izuku dashed forward in speed that shocked Tenya. "No!" cried the skinhead as the giant hand was approaching. Cowering, he adopted a fetal position. Then he felt someone rush past him and heard metal bending. He looked up to see Izuku standing above him, his right hand hitting the robot's hand in a tiger fist strike. The giant robot stumbled back a bit before trying to attack once more. Izuku wouldn't let it. Izuku jumped into the air with stretching his arms back towards the ground, going until he was face to face with the giant robot, his arms stretching 30 meters behind him now. "One for all," stated Izuku, his eyes narrowed in concentration. 100%. "There's no merit in taking that faux villain, especially when there's such a huge point deduction," stated Toshinori, now grinning like crazy at what he was seeing, but that in itself creates an opportunity for those tongue. For it to shine brightly and rise up to the surface. The UA staff leaned forward in nervousness and eagerness as they saw Izuku jumping forward without fear. Izuku's body began to glow as red veins of powers flowed through his whole body, electricity seemingly jumping out from his body and wrapping around him, arcing all over the place. Memories of his training with All Might, encouragements from all his friends, Rekai's teachings, his mother's love, all flashed through his mind as he knew what he was doing. He was chucking 75% of his points down the drain, but he didn't care. He would rather risk his chances of getting into his dream school and promise than let anybody else get hurt, knowing he had the power to stop it. What use was strength and power if he didn't use it to protect others? If he could do something and make a difference. From the depths of his heart, he yelled out his attack, knowing the repercussions and still going through with it. Sotenshu smash. Double palm strike smash. His arms quickly shot back towards his body, quickly shrinking and gaining momentum like a RBB band before Izuku smashed 2 palms right into the faux villain's face. That's right. For there is nothing more nobler, more truer in any true hero, the most important part of any hero, than the spirit of self-sacrifice. Announced Toshinori as he saw Izuku use one for all to protect others, even at the cost of his own points. He resisted the urge to transform, though his smile grew even bigger. The robot's head was blown clean off from its body, flying in the air. The student audience gazed in shock as the robot's back reeled back from the impact. Parts of its body began to explode, unable to counteract such force, overextending its balancing module. The attack was heard from all the sides, who looked towards it just to see a head flying off into the distance before tumbling into the ground before being stopped by UA's sturdy walls, where it promptly blew up. As Izuku landed, everyone at exam site B stared at Izuku as the zero-pointer continued to explode behind him. He walked to the skinhead, quickly asking if he was alright before helping him up. "Deku," cried Ochako as he came near her, "are you alright?" asked Izuku as he got some bandages and wrappings out from his utility belt. "My right ankle, it hurts," admitted Ochako. Izuku swiftly put the wrapping around her ankle, reinforcing the tendons with it. "This'll help until we get you to a doctor," said Izuku. "I'll take her from here." "Time's up," announced Present Mic to all 7 sites. As Tenya numbly gave Ochako back to Izuku, He heard people whispering about Izuku and his strength. As some said that maybe Izuku just wanted to prove his strength, he resisted the urge to march over there and correct them. They clearly weren't paying attention as Izuku, instead of choosing to flee, chose to help as many people to safety before deciding that the safest option for everyone was to destroy the machine, and he did this without hesitation. Of course, if this wasn't an exam, I would have done the same and helped save people, thought Tenya to himself before realizing just how hollow that sounded. He could have easily done that with his speed, and perhaps Izuku wouldn't have needlessly sacrificed his points. In fact, he was sure he could have gotten to the skinhead and escaped easily with his speed. Instead, he was too busy worried about possibly losing most of his points and risking people's lives for points. As he was busy berating himself, Recovery Girl was on the scene. One of the flashy examine with a belt gave a short intro about who Recovery Girl was while she offered Haribo candy to a few people. When she reached Ochako and Izuku, she glanced at Ochako's ankle. Not bad, noted Recovery Girl, you wrapped that ankle nicely. Let me deal with the rest. With that, she kissed Ochako's hand, letting her quirk heal Ochako's ankle. I swear, these exams are getting more and more dangerous each year, grumbled Recovery Girl before looking at Izuku. Need any help? I'm fine, waved Izuku. There are several others I didn't get the chance to look at yet. Recovery Girl nodded before trotting off to help the others. Mentally, she knew that Izuku would be a shoe-in for the heroic course, but there was no point in spoiling that surprise. Deku-kun, whispered Ochako as she stood up, putting her hand on his Street. Don't worry, I'll make it all up from the theoretical and academic portion, smiled Izuku before giving a little laugh, shi. Tenya and Ochako easily saw through the laugh, but were unable to do anything as they were pushed back into the bus. A few silent minutes later, they were back at the U.A. entrance and free to go. Sorry, Ochako, I know we said we would spend some time together with Itsuka, but, said Izuku before trotting away. Deku, whispered Ochako, her heart almost broken, Uraraka-san. Waved Itsuka as she approached Ochako, where's Izuku? Kendo-san, said Ochako mournfully, causing Itsuka to freeze at the sight of her face. Before she could ask what happened, the same skinhead that Izuku rescued walked by with his friends. Haha, I was worried about that kid with green hair, freckles, and extendable limbs, laughed the skinhead, but he did us all a favor and attacked the big villain robot. Now his chance of getting in is lower while mine is higher. I heard he got 60-something points before attacking it. Now it's in the tens while I got 48 points, what an idiot. Ochako snapped and stormed right to the skinhead's face, UJRK. Deku sacrificed his points to save you and the others. What right do you have to call him stupid? Well, if he was smart enough, sneered the skinhead, then he should have known that we were never really at risk. Sure, he charged forward, but he should have used his brain to realize that it was just a hoax. They would have never really hurt us. Then again, maybe he's all brawn and no brain. Says the one who was crying for his mommy in a fetal position. Shouted Ochako. Why you little, growled the skinhead, I'll kick your butt. You'll have to deal with me, intervened Itsuka as she stepped forward. Ooh, two little girls, wanting to compete with the big boys, huh? Laughed the skinhead as his two friends stepped forward. Huh, you wanna fight? Said one. Huh? Exclaimed the other with a sneer. Enough, said Tenya waving his arms in a chopping motion, we should not be fighting here, at such a prestigious academy. Screw off 4 eyes, waved one of them. Before the situation could escalate, another voice rang out. Oi, haha brothers, you're being idiots, said a male with messy purple hair, huh? Yes you. Huh? Keep going. Huh? The trio turned around to the source of the voice before suddenly freezing up, their eyes glazed over. Walk back home idiots, said the student. They obeyed, stumbling forward in a daze. Thanks, said Ochako, a bit confused at what had happened. Nothing to thank for, they were blocking my way, grunted the purple-hair student before walking away. Uraraka-san, what happened? Asked Itsuka. Ochako almost broke into tears as she gave the story to Itsuka, who could only grip her fists in anger and helplessness. It was just in Izuku's nature to help others when needed, even if it endangered his own self. When Ochako finished, she immediately made up her mind and stormed towards the U. A building, hoping to find a staff member. They would hear what she had to say. Itsuka quickly gave chase to Ochako, with Tenya following the two. He also made up his mind on what to do to repay Izuku for his own selfishness. Meanwhile, a man with shaggy hair and bags under his eyes stared at the commotion before mentally memorizing the purple hair kid's face. Momo was sitting in front of her desk, reading some advanced chemistry books to further her quirk. She peeked at her cell phone and noted it was roughly time that U.A. High finished their entrance exam and excitedly waited for Izuku to text her. She was so sure that he was going to get in, and they had together at a nice restaurant, her treat as it was a tad expensive, as well as to celebrate. Her phone vibrated, which she quickly and giddily picked it up. She quickly started reading the text, her smile slowly disappearing as she read the text. Finishing with it, she quickly jumped out of her bed, changing clothes as swift as possible. "Mom, I'm going out," Momo shouted as she donned a jacket to finish her attire and shoved her feet into her boots. She quickly ran to the one place she was sure Izuku would be at. Izuku sat on the shores of Dagobah Beach, watching the sunset as the waves gently lapped the shores. Every now and then, a piece of trash would come up, and Izuku would just stretch his arms to grab it and toss it into the nearby trash can. He wasn't too worried about trash building up here, as the nearby community had decided to actively patrol the beaches for trash now that it was down to a manageable level. Still, Izuku watched the shores with cloudy eyes as he thought back to the exam. He didn't regret his choice, but thinking back now, would U.A. really have killed some students? The bullets most of the villain bots had fired were RBB bullets, made to incapacitate. He had forgotten about Recovery Girl, who could have just healed most if not all the students. Add the fact there had been no casualties in the past, it was highly unlikely the skinhead was actually in danger. Still, it hurt that he ruined his own chances in getting into U.A. Now, his dream and promise now hinged on his choice, and he felt like he would be failing all might if he didn't get in. His mother just hugged him when he came back home in tears, unable to do anything but let him cry on her shoulder. Afterward, Izuku just dropped his items and left for the beach. "Guess this would make Bakugo happy if I didn't make it in," chuckled Izuku with a depressing tone. He did say he wanted to be the only one to make it in. Standing up, Izuku took off his sandals and waded down the water, letting it lap over his ankles. He looked towards the setting sun, letting its warmth wash over him as he pondered what to do next. There are other schools with heroic courses, debated Izuku to himself. Their exams don't start until later in the month, I could always go for those. Shiketsu High has the same prestige as UA, but it's so far away. Not to mention expensive as I'd probably have to rent a dorm there. Izuku said this himself to hype himself up, but all it did was hurt him even more. Unable to contain his emotions, he began to kneel down and almost cry once more. He wanted to go to UA Heroics with Itsuka, Momo, and Ochako. Izuku-kun. Izuku slowly turned around to see Momo wading into the water, already having tossed her boots away to keep them dry. "Momo-chan," whispered Izuku as she reached Izuku. "I read your text," said Momo as her breath heaved, aware it was making her already prominent CH Street go up and down, enough to hypnotize many men or women, depending on taste, yet Izuku did not seem to notice. "Please, explain to me how you think you didn't get in. Was it the written portion? The practical? I refuse to believe that someone with your skill and smarts would be unable to get in." The two of them waded out of the ocean water, Momo dragging Izuku by the hand, where Momo produced some towels with her quirk to dry themselves off. Momo listened patiently as Izuku described to her what had happened. After finishing his tale, Momo was left to ponder about it deeply before it finally clicked on her. "Oh Izuku," said Momo softly as she gave him a hug, "you're so kind, always watching out for others. But if you think about it more, then you'll find the answer. I know you made it in." "Huh?" asked Izuku, unable to form an intelligent reply. Momo gave a soft giggle, her CH Street moving a bit as they pressed on his body. Izuku had to fight back a blush, now very aware of her CH Street. "Tell me, what makes a hero a hero? What defines their actions?" asked Momo. "A hero is one that can save others, even at the cost of their own safety," answered Izuku automatically, It's not measured by the size of his, her power, but rather the strength of their heart. The courage to go beyond, like All Might. Exactly, smiled Momo as she pulled back. Do you think a prestigious school like UA would overlook something like that? I'm sure the examiners were closely monitoring each examinee to not only verify the amount of points each examinee got, but to also check the aptitude of the examinee's quirk. Do you really think that the UA would fail someone who can take out a giant robot that had many fleeing, but did so to protect everyone else? I doubt All Might nor any other heroes would agree with their decision to fail you. So the last boss trailed off Izuku. Most likely just a lie, finished Momo. There has to be something else within the system. It can't just be solely comprised of villain points. As Izuku pondered about this, Momo hugged Izuku once more. Plus, if my analysis is false and you don't get in, I would be severely disappointed and reject their offer. I will not go to a school that does not embody the true meaning of a hero. Momo-chan, said Izuku softly as Momo wrapped her hands around him. The two of them stayed there for a bit, their faces gazing at each other until, Izuku. Deku-kun. Which name is it? I cannot tell which one it is if you two say different names. Unless his full name is Izuku Deku. Izuku and Momo quickly jumped in shock and separated from each other before looking towards the source of the voices. Izuku was surprised to see Itsuka, Ochako, and Tenya all looking for him. Izuku! Shouted Itsuka as she found him before rushing towards him, giving him a big hug. Don't run off like that. What are you guys doing here? Asked a puzzled Izuku, and how'd you know I'd be here? I asked Inko Oba-san where you might be, replied Itsuka. These two wanted to come with me. Indeed, I am Tenya Iida, announced Tenya to Izuku. I wished to come so I could apologize for my actions earlier, both prior and during the exam. And I wanted to see if you were alright, added Ochako. Deku-kun. I know that you'll make it. There's no way they wouldn't let you in after seeing you beat up that giant robot. Izuku, who are these people? Asked Momo. The trio turned around to Momo, just noticing her now. Ah, Momo-chan, these are my friends, introduced Izuku, quickly getting out of Itsuka's hug before making some gestures. This is Itsuka Kendo, my childhood friend. The other two are Ochako Uraraka and, as you heard, Tenya Iida. They were all examinees at the exam with me. Everyone, this is Momo Yaoyorozu. As Tenya gave his greetings, Itsuka could not help but narrow her eyes at Momo. Giving her a quick look over, she knew a competitor when she saw one. She saw how close Momo had been standing next to Izuku, and how they called each other by their first name, showing close familiarity. Ochako felt conflicted and confused. Her feminine senses told her Itsuka was interested in Izuku, and was fine with that. Now, after seeing Izuku in action and saving her life, she became interested in Izuku. She wasn't quite sure if she was just falling for Izuku strong or just had a crush, but it was there. And now there was another girl involved now, one just as interested. Ochako took a glance at both Itsuka and Momo's body and knew it was an uphill battle in terms of appearance. But it was one she wasn't going to give up. Momo was in the same boat as the rest of the girls. She had seen just how strong Itsuka had hugged Izuku, and what the meaning conveyed. A simple friendship hug and a, "I'm interested in you, but you're too dense," hug was far different. It was a hug she herself had been using, too. She could also tell Ochako was also interested in Izuku too, but wasn't quite there yet. While the three girls were having a silent war, Izuku was too busy talking with Tenya. Again, I feel like I must apologize for my behavior, said Tenya as his arms made a chopping motion. I should not have assumed that you err for fun. Especially since those first few seconds opened my eyes. And also the fact you risked your chances of getting in just to make sure everyone was safe. I may have been nervous, but that does not excuse my behavior. I could have helped in the rescue options with my speed, but I was too worried about myself. It's all right, Iida-kun, chuckled Izuku, no harm, no foul. By the way, said Tenya as he turned towards Momo, breaking the silent war between the three girls, are you part of the Yaoyorozu family that owns many financial institutions? And if you are you visiting? I thought the main family lived at the Aichi prefecture, which is quite far from here. Yes, my father and mother are the CEO and COO of the company, admitted Momo, causing the two girls to wince at the fact she was rich. I am currently residing at a home nearby, though. She's going to UA, piped in Izuku, she got in via recommendation. Isn't that amazing? Indeed. Stated Tenya, to get into such a prestigious school by recommendation is no easy feat. May I ask which recommendation you were given, academic or physical? Academic, replied Momo, though I did get a good grade in the physical course. Itsuka felt the path to Izuku become encumbered by obstacles everywhere. Rich, smart, talented, and a rocking body to boot. Though her body wasn't something to write off either. The one real advantage she had was that she knew Izuku better, and being a childhood friend meant special access to his house if needed. Ochako felt like her uphill fight just became a mountain to scale, but rather than giving up, her spirit was burning to conquer that mountain. Somewhere back at Izuku's house, Inko's mother's senses rang. She looked out the window and gave a rather scary grin. My potential daughter-in-law senses are ringing. Laughed Inko. I sense the chance to have lots of grandbabies to spoil. Oh Izuku, you player, getting the attention of more than one girl. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to woo them all. Suddenly, Izuku's stomach growled in hunger. Everyone looked at him as he gave a slight blush, ready to snicker when their stomachs also growled in hunger. Everyone looked to their own stomachs in embarrassment before they all started to laugh. Come on, let's go eat. Most of us have just finished a strong practical and taxing practical. Smiled Izuku as he gave a quick text to his mother that he would be eating out with friends. A reply text came back insisting that he eat with friends. Ooh, is there an all-you-can-eat buffet around here? Asked Itsuka. I haven't been here in so long. All you can eat. Ochako shyly and nervously asked. She wasn't sure if she had enough in her budget for such a thing, as they tended to be pricey. Can I came too, even though I didn't take the exam? Asked Momo. Of course. Nodded Izuku while the others nodded. Her smile grew bigger as her eyes shone brightly before she raised her hand in excitement. YAA. I know a buffet place nearby. It's at downtown and slightly pricey, but it'll be my treat. Cheered Momo, her personality becoming cheerful as bouncy bounce vibes started to emit from her. It's like she just slapped us with just how rich she is, but at the same time, her bounciness is so cute that it makes it alright. Thought Izuku, Itsuka, and Ochako. Yaoyorozu-san. You must let me help pay for some of it. Demanded Tenya. This is the perfect chance for me to make reparations and show that I am not a man with just mere words, but action. My family is well off too. In the end, they all went to an all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue. Back at UA, Toshinori Yagi was in high spirits. After seeing his successor in action, it was difficult for him to hold back transforming in reaction to Izuku's action to save others despite the penalty. Of course, that was false, but it did indeed reveal several people's true nature. When Aizawa Shoto reported back, surveying the students after the exam, Toshinori also had to resist pounding the brat that made fun of his successor. Speaking of surveillance, I want this kid in my class, stated Shota, his scraggly hair all over his face, as he tossed a file to Nezu. Nezu raised an eyebrow as he saw Hitoshi Shinszo's file on his desk. Quickly pulling up the scores, he saw the Shinszo only got 8 villain points in total. And though the rescue points had yet to be fully accounted for, he doubted that Shinszo got too many. He remembered seeing this face during the exam at Site G and didn't see any events that would have gotten him too many rescue points. Of course, the skinhead would be the first person in history to receive negative rescue points for his comments. Still, he opened the file to check Shinszo's quirk and fully raised his eyebrows. Brainwash, muttered Nezu, quite a useful quirk indeed. This exam did not allow his quirk to fully shine, though he could have done better in terms of rescue points. Very useful in rescue missions or even negotiations against villains. He helped defuse a fight, stated Shota. I'd say that earns him some rescue points. Not to play devil's advocate here, said Toshinori, inserting himself in the conversation, but does the young man have what it takes to keep up with the heroics course? I'm looking through his file right now, and his physical abilities are not as impressive as most of the students we are considering for the heroics course. There was even a girl whose quirk looks like it is just invisibility, and she achieved 20 villain points and 25 rescue points. Granted, she could sneak up on most of the robots that couldn't see her, but in terms of physical ability, she is far superior to him. Nezu could only nod in agreement at that logic. "I'll train him up then," said Shota bluntly, "get him up to par." "Within 2 months?" asked Toshinori. "Even I would have trouble training someone up to par." "Though not with Izuku," Toshinori mentally added. "I will think about it," nodded Nezu. "I have been thinking about expanding the heroics course from the usual 40 students, but the budget, as well as the load on the teacher, will be greater." Nezu pondered for a while longer while the two teachers leaned in to hear his decision. "Aizawa-kun, I will consider your request after we completely review over his test scores and practical scores," stated Nezu. "There will be rescue points added in for separating a fight, but it may not be enough. Depending on his test score and his willingness to put the effort, I will consider putting him as a reserve student. However, I have 2 conditions. 1. When you test them in the quirk apprehension test, Shinszo must not place in last place. I know with his quirk, it would be unfair, but we have someone whose quirks make them invisible, and it could be clearly seen that she has trained strong." "Fair enough," nodded Shota. "What's the second one?" "The second one is the most important one of all," stated Nezu as he leaned forward, his eyes shaded by shadow. Shota leaned forward even more, showing that he was listening. "You must have your students attend the orientation first." Shota almost face-faulted at this condition, but Nezu continued. "You know we have 40 reserve seating in the gym for students in the heroic courses. We always buy them watches and writing utensils as a gift for being able to get in. But every time, we have to throw half of them away or reuse them because you always keep on doing the same thing. I don't mind you expelling students that won't succeed, but wait until after we give them gifts. Especially this year because we have to order a new batch as we already used up the 20 in reserve last year because we knew you weren't taking Class A to the orientation ceremony again." "Okay," promised Shota, slightly backing off from the ranting principal. He decided not to push on his buttons for a while. "So you're living around here, Ochako-chan?" asked Izuku as they were eating their meat. Ochako almost foolishly ordered rice when Itsuka stopped her, saying it would be better to fill up on meat to get their buck for the TS built one of the buildings here for the landlord, so the landlord allowed me to live there for free, nodded Ochako, "but it's just me. It gets a little lonely sometimes." "Well, feel free to visit my place anytime," said Izuku. "Indeed, if you need, you can live with me," offered Momo. "My parents went overboard with my living quarters, so now I'm living alone with servants and maids that come and go just to help clean. It would be nice to have some company." "I'll think about it," said Ochako. She didn't want to burden Momo, but it would lighten the burden on her parents. Not to mention she would like the company. Living alone for 3 days now, she felt a bit lonely. "Meat's ready," announced Itsuka, who had taken upon herself to be the main cook. Tenya had wanted to take responsibility, but a firm slap on the hand from Itsuka made him change his mind. They all began to dig in eagerly, consuming the meat at a fast pace. Tenya took it to himself to help order more meat for them all as well as water. No soda was ordered as they all knew it would just fill them up faster. Out of all of them, Itsuka, Ochako, and Tenya were amazed at the amount Momo could consume until she explained her quirk. The 5 of them enjoyed their meal, and when they felt full, Itsuka went ahead and ordered some cold udon noodles. The rest were first confused at such an order until Itsuka tossed the noodles into the metal grill that was soaked with the marinade of their meat. Watching the noodles soak in the oils, the group couldn't help but drool at the sight of it. "Dig in," smiled Itsuka, and they all did so eagerly. "Oh God, I'm so full," moaned Ochako as she laid back on her chair. "Thank you for cooking for us," said Momo as she passed her credit card to the waiter for her to charge it. She didn't even let Tenya attempt to pay for half of it, telling him he could just buy them all a meal next time. Tenya huffed but agreed to it on the condition that the meal wouldn't be composed of something cheap, but something around the same price. "Yay, you really knew how to cook," cheered Ochako. "Indeed, I would have never imagined using noodles as the end meal," nodded Tenya, lifting his glasses up. "Itsuka has always been like a big sister figure to all her friends," smiled Izuku, "always taking care of anyone that needs help. She was my first friend after Bakugo became a JRK. I was so sad when she had to move away, but now we get to see each other again. She helped inspire me to help others." Itsuka blushed as she crossed her legs shyly at Izuku's praise. "Such devotion to justice," praised Tenya. "I will be just as dedicated to helping others." After they finally left, Tenya and Izuku accompanied the girls to the train station, where Tenya and Itsuka would be taking it. "I'll see you soon," said Itsuka as she hugged Izuku once more. "I know you'll make it." Izuku then accompanied Momo and Ochako to Ochako's house, who waved them goodbye and gave both of them a hug before leaving. The last stop was Momo's house. "I'll see you at U." For sure," nodded Momo. "I know that my analysis has to be correct." "I trust you," smiled Izuku. "We'll both be at U." With the Ida-kun, Itsuka-chan, and Ochako-chan. As he was about to leave, Momo swiftly took a step forward and gave Izuku a peck to the cheek, causing his whole head to turn red. "I had a fun time tonight," smiled Momo. "Thank you for introducing me to the others." With that, she turned around to walk towards her home, her waist moving side to side as she walked a bit. Izuku couldn't help but stare at the hypnotizing waist as it got further and further before shaking his head out of the trance and quickly ran back home. Toshinori was happily humming as he left the examination recording room for the final time. Everyone had been judged on their practical as well as the theoretical, and so scores should be sent out soon. He had just finished his own recording for his successor in his hero mode when he ran into Shota coming out of his own recording. "Aizawa-kun," greeted Toshinori, "did you just finish yours?" "Yay," groaned Shota. Hitoshi Shinszo did well on the theoretical exam, but on the practical, even with the added rescue points, he only got 8 villain points and 20 rescue points, 28 points in total. Even if he did disband an argument, it didn't get him much from the panel of 7 judges. "Still, he did do quite well with a quirk like his," nodded Toshinori, "but being honest, you were in better physical condition and better prepared when you took your examination, even if it wasn't fighting robots like in the past. Young Shinszo could have at least bought a staff or baton to fight with." "Well, I'll be helping him with that," muttered Shota as he began to leave. He suddenly stopped, his face contorting in disgust at what he was going to do next. "All might, I have a favor to ask of you," said Shota as he gritted his teeth as what he was doing. "I need you to help me plan a workout schedule to push Shinsho's body as much as possible." Shota knew he could come up with one, but despite that, he knew All Might was the expert at this, considering his own build and experience. Toshinori couldn't resist smiling and transforming into his All Might form. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I was expecting such a request. Luckily, I've already prepared it for you." With a flourish, he took out a stack of papers from somewhere and presented it to Shota. "Behold, my self-designed 45-day workout plan, the Go the Distance. Get into Heroics, American Dream Plan." Shota gingerly took the papers and scanned over it, seeing All Might had completely mapped out the ideal plan, including sleep and diet as well as exercise, and even some time for possible weaponry use. "Why weaponry time?" asked Shota curiously. "Not to be mean, but young Shinszo doesn't seem to have the genetics for a large build, even with my plans. Shinszo can easily detain a villain with his quirk, but he doesn't have the means to hold him for long. Most likely a small hit will wake up his captures, meaning they could run away before he has the chance to completely subdue them. But with a weapon, say like your cloth, he could detain enemies long enough to transfer them to the authorities." "Makes sense," nodded Shota, as he had already thought about that. He just wanted to see if All Might did too. As long as he follows this schedule, then he should have no problem getting into that reserve spot. "Well, I must go. Farewell," waved All Might as he dashed off into the distance. "I don't know how I'll cope when he comes teaching in this school," groaned Shota as we walked away. A few days later, Izuku was on the workout machine, focusing on his lower body when Inko barged into the room. "Izuku, it's here," Inko said quickly, holding out a letter with the clear U. A symbol on it. Izuku quickly snatched the letter, almost shaking in excitement. Giving him his space, Inko quickly walked back to the kitchen to wait for the news. Izuku looked at the envelope in nervousness before finally ripping open the sticker, flipping it open to see a small circular device inside. Quickly placing it on his desk, he leaned back on his chair as the device activated, projecting a video from inside it. "This is a projection," declared All Might as his greeting, surprising Izuku. "All Might, isn't this a letter from UA?" asked Izuku to himself. "Haha. You may be wondering why I'm here," stated All Might. Well, the reason I have been staying here lately is because I will be teaching at U. A. Suddenly, a hand appeared at the lower left of the screen, waving at All Might and tell him to hurry up. What? Get to the point. Whatever needs to be said can be said later. HMPH, fine, pouted All Might, for your written portion, you aced it. You achieved the highest score, along with one other examinee. An impressive score, but that alone does not guarantee your entrance. As for the practical, you achieved 62 points, until you decided to face that trap villain. You were warned that doing so would result in losing 75% of your current points, making your point only. With such a value, I'm afraid your entry to UA High's heroic course would be denied. Izuku froze at that statement and looked down in sadness before his eyes landed on a group photo that had been taken. Momo, Ochako, and Itsuka were smiling at the bottom row while Izuku and Tenya were on the top row, standing proud. He remembered their words and looked back up to the projection. If it wasn't for the fact that you were all tricked into thinking that. If you recall, Present Mike merely said, might, when he was talking about the punishment. It was done to test your spirit as a hero and to face the odds. There was no penalty in facing the giant foe villain. The villain was worth 0 points, nothing more, nothing less. That means your villain points stay at 62 points, which is easily more than enough to get in. But wait, there's more than that. All Might quickly pointed to another television set while posing, all the while the cameraman was gesturing for All Might to go faster. Behold, I am also an entertainer. Let's watch this video. With a click of a button from All Might, the side screen suddenly expanded to fill up a quarter of the projection, with All Might still in there. Within the screen was Ochako, Tenya, and Itsuka, all entering in what seemed to be the teacher's lounge. Wait, what are they doing there? Asked Izuku to nobody in particular. Excuse me, said Ochako as soon as they were all standing in front of Present Mike. These three came straight to the staff room. Why did they come? Well, let's find out. Do you remember the curly-haired boy with freckles? He's kind of tall, just a little shorter than him, gestured Ochako, pointing at Tenya. Indeed, we want to talk about the student who was wearing a green tracksuit, and took on the 0-point foe villain at Battle Site B. Declared Tenya, his right arm moving in a chopping motion. If it helps, his name is Izuku, piped in Itsuka. Examinee 2234. Yay, him, Deku, continued Ochako, adopting a fierce expression on her face before she continued, would it be possible to give him my points? Izuku blinked in shock and awe at what Ochako was doing as she continued. Deku was the strongest and coolest one out there. I think no, I know that he had the most points within our exam site. He had the highest chance of getting in. Yet he willingly threw most of his points out to save not only me but a bunch of other ungrateful jerks. He saved my life. It was here then Tenya piped in, take my points as well. Don't take all of hers, take some of mine to supplement it. I had the power to save others, and maybe even prevent him from losing his points if I had acted. But instead, I selfishly only thought about myself, thinking about my points and chances of getting into U. A. Yet not only was he able to do something, but he also did so without hesitation. My own cowardice cost him his chance, something I cannot live with myself. As tears pooled in Izuku's eyes while he covered his mouth, All Might paused the video to speak, though while having a powerful quirk, it was your actions that touched others. Your noble and selfless acts have reached deeply into their hearts and spurred them into action. The video continued, and both Ochako and Tenya bowed towards Present Mike. Please, begged both of them, there's nobody else more worthy who deserves to accept it into U. A. than him. Present Mike had to fight the urge to smile before looking to Itsuka and U. Izuku has always been selfless, sighed Itsuka, but smiling, despite the fact it could hurt him physically or mentally, he has always leapt in to save others, even if it meant costing him his chance and breaking his promise to me. I'm sure Izuku would feel guilty if he got in but cost you 2 your chances. So if it's possible, take some of my points as well. If we split between 3 of us, I'm sure we can give him enough points while getting in. Seeing Itsuka also bow, Present Mike couldn't help but put a huge smile on his face at the sight of all 3 of them. Indeed, a person with your heart is very rare. To be born with such a golden heart, never forget that. In addition, this exam was not solely based on just villain points. The video continued with Present Mike asking them to lift up their heads. Sorry, but even if you all ask, we cannot just assign your points to him. The trio was about to argue when Present Mike lifted his hand to stop them, allowing him to continue. Plus, there's no need for it anyways. Not with his talent and heart to inspire. Trust me, I know he'll definitely pass. How could a hero course reject people who saves others and does the right thing? Said All Might calmly as the side screen shrunk down and he walked close to the camera, letting it slowly pan back to his face. Call it lip service. Call it cheesy. Think all you want. In this job, risking one's life to put those things into practice is needed. And so, there are rescue points. Given by a panel of the harshest judges, 7 in total. It's the other basic ability we look at here. Izuku couldn't help but thank Momo that her analysis was spot on. Izuku Midoriya. Villain points, 62. Rescue points, 70. For a total of 132 points. Don't think the judges didn't notice your actions before the giant foe villain. They were quite impressed with how you would aid others, preventing them from being in danger. The giant villain just solidified their judgment about you. For the first time since UA has opened, you're the only applicant that has managed to achieve full rescue points. Not only that, but you shattered the previous highest records by a whopping 32 points, which was mine by the way. Izuku could scarcely stop the tears streaming down his cheeks as the camera panned back to All Might's back as he slowly turned around to the camera in an epic manner. He raised his hand towards the camera, as if gesturing Izuku to come forth. Come, young Midoriya. This is just the beginning of your journey. You certainly showed everyone just what you're made of, and you went plus ultra. This is your hero academia. Izuku couldn't help but only nod his head as he tried to wipe off his tears. Once he finally did so, he took the recorded projection to the kitchen so he could share the news with his mother, Inko. To the majority of the applicants, they received a projection letter of Nezu introducing himself before showing their scores for the theoretical and practical below him before a final statement whether or not they were accepted into whatever course they were applying for or even being allowed into the general studies course. It was roughly the same recording that was always used for every applicant. Only a few students received different recording if they had done something to be recognized. For instance, both Ochako, Tenya, and Itsuka received different recordings from the vast majority in recognition for their willingness to sacrifice their points for Izuku. Another student to receive a different recording was Hitoshi Shinszo. Shinszo was staring at the envelope addressed to him from UA. After several prodding from his mother, he finally gained the courage to open the letter in the privacy of his room. The recorded projection showed up to reveal not Nezu or All Might, but rather Aizawa Shota. Hey, bet you're curious about your results, stated Shota in a rather lax manner, and I bet you're wondering, who the hell is this guy? Shinszo couldn't help but nod at that question. Well, I'm one of the teachers at UA. Hi, continued Shota, usually the principal. Nezu does this CRP, but I decided to do yours. Your theoretical exam was good. In your practical, you earned 8 villain points, which should be obvious that isn't enough to even be considered. Shinszo could only grit his teeth as he heard this. It just wasn't fair. His quirk wasn't suitable for this type of exam, nor was it flashy enough. His quirk, brainwash, made people automatically assume he would become a villain. But then I saw you act after the exam, continued Shota, causing him to perk up. Nice job diffusing that going to intervene. But you stopped it first without even throwing a punch. Not many people can do so, since a lot of people are so gung-ho about violence. During the exam and after, there were also rescue points to consider. Unfortunately, even with your act, you only earned 20 rescue points from the judges giving you a total of 28 points. Not enough to be considered. Shinszo's head dropped back down in depression. However, I am quite curious about your quirk, brainwash, continued Shota. Such a potentially useful quirk wouldn't have revealed itself in UA's practical exam, especially since we placed the rule that you can't interfere with other students. It's only because I saw you use it to stop the fight did I investigate you a little closer. So thus, using my power and influence as a teacher, you're in a rather curious spot. Shinszo slowly looked up back at the projection in disbelief, his eyes showing a glimmer of hope and tears. Nezu has agreed to give you a reserve ranking spot in the heroics course, continued Shota with a yawn. you'll be placed in the general studies class, but when it comes to specific heroic course events, you'll be going with them. However, there is a condition to this spot. Within the next 2 months, you'll have to undergo hellish physical training. As of right now, you can't compare to those who have been training with their quirks and/or physical aptitude, whose ability have been shown to be able to combat the robots. There was even a girl whose quirk is just invisibility, and yet she showed enough physical strength and cunning to gain entry to the course, meaning she's physically stronger than you. With that, Aizawa slowly pushed his bangs out of his eyes before giving a maniacal smile to the camera, the maniacal gleam also seen in his eyes. If you want to prove yourself, then come to Mustafa Local Park. You should be getting this message on March 5th, so get over here on the 6th at 7 in the morning sharp. I know you live somewhere close there, and I'm going to train your butt. If you don't show up, I'm going to assume you don't want this chance. This is your chance to show your plus ultra. Shinszo couldn't help but try to stop his tears with his eyes as he nodded in agreement, already making plans to do so. Alright, my letter came, said the ungrateful skinhead whom Izuku had saved during the entrance exam. He quickly opened it to have the projection show a recorded message from Nezu, showing the initial same recording as everyone. However, this changed as a new recording overlaid the pre-recorded one, as Nezu wanted to make a statement. As you can tell, despite your rather average score in the theoretical, you achieved 38 villain points. A rather decent score. Not too shabby, if I say so myself, bragged the skinhead, waiting for Nezu to tell him he was in. However, villain points were not the only thing we were looking for. We were also careful to pay attention to rescue points. Now then, let me show you an interesting video, said Nezu as he drank his tea. The video revealed him distracting other examinee with petty ways, such as pointing to absolutely nothing while gasping, causing them to look away while he destroyed the villain bots. Another scene showed him taking a villain bot that somebody was clearly already fighting and about to destroy it. He had been hiding behind some wreckage, waiting for that chance. However, as these fell into the more gray area of hindering other examinees, he wasn't immediately disqualified. Another revealed him in a fetal position. And lastly, there was a recording of him dissing Izuku's rescue. And so, proclaimed Nezu as the video was finished, our panel of judges have agreed to a unanimous decision. Orkaba Ka. 38 villain points and minus 58 rescue points. Yes, there have been negative points given before, but nothing like yours. That gives you a total of minus 20 points, for the first time in U.A.'s history. You are the only one examinee to receive a negative score in your total. Congratulations on such an achievement, and if it wasn't obvious, your application has been rejected completely. You won't even be accepted to any of our other courses here. We will not send a copy of this video to other schools offering heroic courses as we do not want to hinder your chances with them, as much as I would love to do so. Hopefully, this will teach you humility. Goodbye and try again at another school. The skinhead could only stare as the video ended before curling up into a ball and crying. Mom. The mouse was mean to me. Later that night at 8, Toshinori Yagi was standing at Dagobah Beach, admiring the view of the stars as the ocean waves gently lapped the shores, providing a soothing sound for him. His mind wandered back to the staff meeting as they were discussing the scores of the top 10. Minor flashback, DMN, first place this year rocked. Said one staff member, 62 points and a whopping full 70 rescue points. To which nobody has actually ever gotten full points on that. In front of them all were the top 10 scores listed in front of them. First, Izuku Midoriya, 62 villain, 70 rescue. Second, Tenya Iida, 52 villain, 30 rescue. Third, Katsuki Bakugo, 77 villain, 0 rescue. Fourth, Itsuka Kendo, 25 villain, 50 rescue. Fifth, Eijiro Kirishima, 39 villain, 35 rescue. Sixth, Ochako Uraraka, 28 villain, 45 rescue. Seventh, Abara Shiozaki, 36 villain, 32 rescue. Eighth, Tetsutsu, 49 villain, 10 rescue. Ninth, Fumikage Tokiyami, 47 villain, 10 rescue. 10th, Yosetsu Awase, 50 villain, 6 rescue. That third place guy, Katsuki Bakugo, is a tough one. He would have been second for sure if not for those last-minute addition of rescue points to Tenya Iida. 77 points all from villains only. Even so, when the foe villain came out, he just went even faster, destroying all the other robots while everyone was running, piped another one. Toshinori just sat in the back, resisting the temptation to transform and brag about his successor, and smirking. Flashback ends. Mr. Yagi greeted Izuku as he arrived at the beach, knowing to keep his identity a secret. Young Midoriya greeted Toshinori. I see you got my text message. Congrats on passing. Just so you know, I had no influence in the judgment process. Didn't want to seem like I was playing favorites, and it seemed like you would be the type to think that would be cheating. Thanks for the concern, bowed Izuku, so you're going to be teaching at U.A. Makes sense why you were at this prefecture for so long when your agency is at Roppongi and Minato. I was originally offered a job there while searching for a successor, nodded Toshinori, though you made that job so much easier for me. So instead, I shall be guiding the latest batch of heroes while being able to help you better control One for All. Thank you very much. Bowed Izuku once more. Though he could use 100% of it right now, he couldn't control it well. Sure, he could use it multiple times, but each time he used it, he would stagger, as if overextending a punch. Such a huge opening could prove fatal, as All Might had proven when he sparred with him before. Layering One for All around his body didn't help either for using 100%, as he still staggered. 60% was okay to use only for mobility purposes. For fighting purposes, he was best at using 50% for now. Oh, that reminds me, piped up Izuku. My mom wants me to invite you for dinner. Says she wants to thank you for helping train me. Well, if it's an honest request, started Toshinori before transforming into All Might, then I have no reason to refuse such a request from the lady. Holy CRP, it's All Might, said a guy with his girlfriend. No way, how long was he here? Asked the girl. Run young Midoriya. Shouted All Might as he dashed away, Carolina dash. 2 days later, Izuku had gotten on the computer, putting on the headset before creating a video chat room while waiting. Seconds later, 3 windows appeared on his screen. Yahoo! Waved Itsuka from her side. Greetings, said Tenya with his right arm in a chopping motion. We're here. Greeted Momo and Ochako Tog. Since Ochako didn't have a computer at her own apartment yet, she was with Momo, who lived closer to her. Ochako had to get used to the fact that Momo lived at a freaking mansion or something similar to it. It took her a good minute to get used to this fact before she could relax. What also helped was that the video camera Momo had connected to a large television, so they didn't have to squish together, along with a microphone that easily picked up their voices. So, you all pass? Asked Izuku with a relaxed tone as he leaned back on his chair. Yep. Said all of them. You too, right? Yay, grinned Izuku before giving a rather evil smirk. You guys all knew about the rescue points from Present Mike, didn't you? Ehehehe, what gave you that idea? Whistled Ochako and the others while Momo looked at them curiously. Izuku merely took a video clip that he had managed to take from the projection and put it up for them to see. Ooh-wah! Blushed Itsuka as she covered her face with her hands, making them bigger so they could cover her face. Tenya coughed to the side while bringing his glasses up. Ochako had it the worse as she began to stammer and float away from the couch she was sitting on. She quickly released it as she felt herself getting sick, though her face was still crimson. I'm surprised they showed you that video to you, noted Momo, isn't that kind of private? Ehehehe, sweat dropped Izuku nervously, who was on your projection? Principal Nezu, stated all of them. Deku-kun, who was on your projection? Asked Ochako, switching the subject back. Well, hesitated Izuku. Don't tell anyone, but it was All Might. All Might. Shouted all of them, the speech bubble going right through Izuku's ears and almost deafening him. How come you got All Might for yours? Shouted Itsuka. Well, it might be because I placed first in the whole thing. Wow, you placed first? Asked Ochako. How many points? I got 28 villain points, 45 rescue. They gave me a lot of rescue for some reason. Probably because you offered your points for Izuku, chirped in Itsuka. I got 25 villain and 50 rescue. I helped a lot of people during my exam, and I think they gave me a bit of extra. 52 villain, 30 rescue, volunteered Tenya. I do not feel like I deserve those rescue points, though. Ochako was the first to give up her points without hesitation, and though I offered, I cannot forgive myself for hesitating back in the exam. It's alright, soothed Momo, most people wouldn't think to fight, but rather flee. It's why we're training to be heroes. What did you get, Izuku? 62 villain points and 70 rescue points, answered Izuku. He blinked as they all gawked at him. That's 132 points, gasped Momo. Izuku. You completely shattered the previous highest record by 32 points. Not even All Might got that high of a score. Wow, go Izuku, teased Itsuka with a melodious laugh. Indeed, you certainly deserve it, praised Tenya. They planned to meet up to celebrate their acceptance letters once more. Tenya had found a restaurant for them to celebrate and insisted on paying for them all. Oh, Itsuka-chan, did you want to meet up with Grandmaster Rikai again? Asked Izuku. I'm sure she'd be happy to see you again. That'd be nice, nodded Itsuka, we can both go together. Ooh, I want to come, cheered Ochako. Indeed, a place where you learned how to fight and utilize your quirk would be most intriguing. Said Tenya. It would be nice to see more of the city, smiled Momo. Great, then we can meet up this Friday. My school ends on Thursday. Cheered Izuku. Everyone good with this? Yay, cheered all of them. Though inside Itsuka, she made a grumpy noise as she wanted to be with only Izuku when they went to meet Rikai. It would almost be like a date, but she couldn't refuse such an honest request from the other three. Friday arrived, and as Izuku was about to run out to meet up with the others before heading to the dojo, he met with someone he never thought he'd see waiting in front of his door. Bakugo. Blinked Izuku, questioning his eyesight right now. Fight me, right now Deku, demanded Katsuki. Here. Asked Izuku with a raised eyebrow, in front of my house. Hell no, shouted Katsuki, I meant get your butt out and follow me to the park. We can have our showdown there. Izuku gave a sigh of annoyance as he closed the door behind him. Bakugo, I'm planning to meet up with friends. Can we do this afterwards? F no, demanded Katsuki as he turned around, we're throwing down right here, right now. You F up my grand plans to be the first and only student from Aldera Junior High. So we're going to decide who's the best now. Katsuki turned back just to see Izuku jumping off the balcony of the building 5 stories up. Quickly leaning over the edge, he saw Izuku land perfectly safe on the ground before dashing away. Get back here Deku! Shouted Katsuki as he also jumped off the balcony, using his explosions to control his descent towards the ground while chasing after Izuku. Momo, Okako, Itsuka, and Tenya were waiting at the base of the stairs leading to the temple, wondering where Izuku was. Hey, I see him, said Momo, using some binoculars she created, and he's being chased by another person. Is he being harassed? Gasped Tenya, we must go to his aid. Wait, Yaoyorozu-san, is the person chasing him have blonde spiky hair, and angry face, and constantly yelling, die? Asked Itsuka. Die? Yes, Kendo-san, that's exactly what he's saying, sweat dropped Momo. That'll be Katsuki Bakugo, growled Itsuka, what does he want now? Is there a history between them? Asked Ochako. Bakugo was still as Izuku's main bully, scoffed Itsuka, you'd think the butt whooping he got when he tried to come into the dojo and saving his life would make him tone it down, but no. Izuku claims he has, but he sometimes believes in the best of people a little too much. Then in a smaller but softer tone, she added, but that's what makes him special. Before anyone could call her out on that, Izuku had arrived. Sorry, but he insists on coming, sighed Izuku as he came to a stop. Deku. Stop running away from me. UFGOT. Roared Katsuki as he also came to a stop. Persistent much. Chirped in Rikai, surprising all of them. Whoa, when you get here, and how long were you here? Shrieked Ochako. About the time you guys heard this boy yelling, die, shrugged Rikai. I could hear him from all the way up from my dojo, so I decided to come down to see what was going on. He was screaming it for a good while. Wait, we didn't even hear that until just now, questioned Tenya. That's because of her quirk, sonar, whispered Itsuka quickly. She can hear things a lot better than, well, almost anyone. You, old hag, shouted Katsuki as soon he saw Rikai. That's not polite, lectured Tenya, only for Rikai to raise her cane. I let people call me that, chuckled Rikai, but boy, do you want me to kick your butt again. You remember what happened last time? Katsuki surprisingly didn't reply, just mumbling under his breath. Now that he's shut up, I know I heard Itsuka's voice around here, said Rikai, turning towards her. Grandmaster Rikai, it's good to see you again in good health, bowed Itsuka. He, so it is you, chuckled Rikai, come to see me again, or is it Izuku you wanted to see more? Both, blushed Itsuka, her whole face turning red. Luckily or unluckily for her, Izuku didn't hear that as he was busy with Katsuki prodding him, challenging him once more. All right, all you can come up to my dojo, said Rikai as she turned back towards the stairs. Kendo-san, not to be rude, but as she, Momo trailed off, not wanting to be rude. 1. Just call me Itsuka, smiled Itsuka, and 2, she's blind. It's okay, she doesn't mind. Wow, said Ochako, she's like a kick-butt blind martial arts MSTR in those movies. He, I like her, shouted Rikai from the stairs, causing Ochako to blush. She didn't think she could be that easily hurt. They made their way into the dojo, tossed 2 shirts and wushu pants to Izuku and Katsuki. You two go change. Izuku, take him to battle site 2 when you're both done changing. But, stuttered Izuku as Katsuki gave a malicious grin. Just fight him, yawned Rikai, he's obviously not going to let this up. Do you really want him to keep chasing you all summer long? He'll give everyone the impression that you two are lovers. As the girls' faces turned crimson in both anger at Izuku being taken while also having conflicting yaoi moment thoughts, Izuku and Katsuki turned pale. I really don't think that would be the case, coughed Tenya, trying his best to restore order. F you, this is your fault, snarled Katsuki, me. You're the one who keeps chasing me when I say no, snapped back Izuku. The two glared at each other for a moment before huffing away towards the changing room. MSTR. Why are you allowing this? Asked Itsuka gently. Because it's the best way to confront this, said Rikai, motioning them all to follow her. I can tell that Katsuki boy really just wants to be the best. Izuku has admired him when he was young, but things change. Izuku doesn't hate him, per se, just dislikes a bit. At the same time, he respects him still. What he truly wants is respect back. This fight may be enough to push them to become friends and rivals, to help push each other to become better heroes. Wait, that violent student wants to be a hero, said Tenya in surprise. With a personality like that, it's strong to see, added Momo, especially if what Itsuka says is true and that he's a bully. It's like they were fated to become rivals, cheered Ochako. I'd rather just smack him down, muttered Itsuka, but bowing towards Rikai's words. Here we are, stated Rikai as they arrived to a flat dirt stage. When'd you get this? Shouted Itsuka in surprise, didn't this used to have trees? Oh, a few students were experimenting with their quirks, and one of them caught the trees on fire, shrugged Rikai, trees burn well. So before you know it, the rest caught on fire. As punishment, they all had to remove the tree trunks and set up this stage. I get a new sparring arena out of free LBR, you're sadistic. Thought Momo, Ochako, and Tenya. Katsuki was staring at Izuku as they stood across from each other on the sparring arena. Alright, I'm allowing quirks for this match, said Rikai from her seat while sipping tea, no lethal blows. If I say stop, you all stop or I'll kick your butt. If you get kicked outside the boundary lines and touch the ground, you lose. Manage to get back in while over the line and not touching the ground, you're fine. No offense, but how can you tell if they are over the line with your visual impairment? Asked Tenya. I can hear them just fine, replied Rikai. I can hear you moving your arms every time you talk. I can even tell that girl is currently scratching her left arm. Momo froze in shock and awe as Rikai had pointed that out without even turning away from Tenya. She was indeed scratching her left arm, but the fact she could hear that was amazing. Alright, you two boys ready? Asked Rikai. Brin, started Katsuki, but Rikai didn't care. Start. Jiado trailed off Katsuki before having to dodge a punch from Izuku, but die. Katsuki started off with a right hook, just to see Izuku suddenly intercept that hook and judo toss him into the floor. Katsuki spat out some spit before quickly rolling away just in time as Izuku tried to stomp on his face. Katsuki quickly got back up on his feet with his quirk and flew towards Izuku once more. He raised his right hand once more, but it was a feint as he lashed out with a left kick. Izuku, however, read through that and blocked it with his right hand. Before Katsuki could try to use his explosions, Izuku's arm extended, wrapping around Katsuki's leg. With a fierce yell, Izuku threw Katsuki into the ground, causing him to roll towards the line. "He'll be out of bounds," commented Tenya, but Katsuki managed to push himself up into the air despite tumbling, quickly repositioning himself before using one of his biggest blasts to not only get back in, but to shoulder charge right into Izuku, who didn't react in time. Though he received no damage from the bash, but Katsuki wasn't done yet. "Die!" shouted Katsuki as he quickly put his hands up and blasted Izuku in the street with another explosion. "Oh no, he'll be ring out," commented Ochako in worry as Izuku rolled towards the lines. Izuku managed to right himself up, stretching both arms back before using it to attack the ground, causing the earth to break. The attack killed the momentum, allowing him to stay in. "Damn it," growled Katsuki as he shook his hands to shake off the slight numbness. "Can't believe I got red like that." "In every fight you get," breathed out Izuku, "you've almost always started off with a right hook. I've seen it enough to know that. You know I've always written in my hero analysis notebook. Some of my notes included you. I know you're strong and you're longing to be a hero. Shut up. You're just a damn worthless pebble on my path," shouted Katsuki as he charged forward, using his explosions to boost himself forward. Izuku waited and tried to jab Katsuki, but Katsuki fired off an explosion to change trajectory, going above Izuku while using the explosion as a smokescreen. Quickly adjusting himself in midair, he put one hand towards Izuku and the other to the opposite direction, activating his quirk on both hands. Suddenly, Izuku disappeared from his view before his explosions could land. "What?" thought Katsuki as he landed on his feet, quickly looking around. His instincts suddenly blared, and raised his left arm just in time to block an arm swing from Izuku. "Good instincts," noted Momo. "I thought he was just all brute force, but that plan of his was fairly intricate." Not to mention even when he missed and lost sight of Izuku suddenly, he reacted fairly quickly. "You think you had me?" roared Katsuki as he raised his right hand. "Don't get too." He didn't get the chance to finish as Izuku's right arm swing hit him in the back of the head. Katsuki had blocked it just past the elbow joint, allowing Izuku to bend his elbow and wrist in to hit him in the head. Katsuki gritted his teeth and tried to land an explosive palm strike, but Izuku ducked under that before elbowing Katsuki to the face. Katsuki caught it, but was unprepared for Izuku's second attack. Izuku unbent his elbow, extending his arm out and smacked him in the face once more. Katsuki stumbled back and looked up to see Izuku jumping into the air, as if to land a spinning round kick. Katsuki immediately put arms up to guard. However, it was a feint as Izuku never attacked with his right leg, instead landing first in front of him before snapping his left leg out for a back kick into Katsuki's stomach. "F!" shouted Katsuki as he landed back towards the middle, quickly getting ready once more, just to see Izuku at the edge of his vision. He quickly turned to track him, but found it difficult to track him down. "Wait, isn't that your move?" shouted Itsuka in surprise at what Izuku was doing, ghost perplexing steps. "Wow, he's moving so fast," praised Ochako. "No, it's not simply speed," observed Momo. "Right, if it was just speed, I'd be faster," nodded Tenya, "but rather, it's how violent he's making those cuts. I can make sharp turns if needed, but I can't do it so often like he's doing." "But wouldn't making so hurt your ankles?" asked Ochako as she gently experimented and tried to mimic what Izuku was doing, just to almost twist her ankle. "If you train your ankle and ligaments, you can do it for a few minutes," commented Rikai as she sipped her tea. "Even I can't do it for so long. But Izuku here is a lucky one, due to his quirk, ah." Itsuka and Momo both put their right hand on top of their left palm, as if understanding it now. "That's right. Izuku is made out of RBB completely." "RBB?" asked Tenya, hoping they would clarify a bit more. "Izuku's whole body can stretch easily," explained Bone. "Everything has some sort of RBB-like property. That means what would usually cause extreme stress to a muscle, Izuku can do it without any trouble," finished Momo. Shitty Deku's made out of RBB. Growled Katsuki as he took a punch to the shoulder, trying to dodge as best he could while analyzing the situation. Izuku kept on moving, making it strong to track him. What was worse was Izuku could fire off punches and kicks while still being out of his own range in his blind spot. Quickly making a decision, Katsuki quickly ran towards a corner of the arena, turned around and planted his feet down. "Isn't he just trapping himself like that?" asked Ochako curiously. "Brat's got good fighting instincts," refuted Rikai. "By putting himself there, he's made it his back and sides are protected. The only way to hit him now is from the front. SHT. It's still strong to get a grasp of his location," thought Katsuki as Izuku moved closer to him, "still using those steps to make sharp cuts, then I'll just get them all." Katsuki fired off a barrage of explosions from his hands, covering half the stage as well as engulfing Izuku in it. "Izuku!" shouted Momo and Itsuka in worry. "You know, I don't understand why Izuku doesn't use the power he showed back at the entrance exam," piped up Tenya. "You know, the one where he one-shot the 0.4 villain." "Wait, one shot?" Itsuka whirled around. "You guys never mentioned that." Though he just fought it until he could beat it. Suddenly, Izuku dashed out of the smoke, his shirt burned off as well as parts of his pants. His whole body was slightly glowing, with arcs of green lightning wrapped around him. Izuku ran right up towards a surprised Katsuki, his right arm that he had left extending suddenly retracted as Izuku almost landed an upper to the stomach. Katsuki was able to put both hands down to block the attack, and though the impact sent him flying up and with stinging hands, Katsuki grinned as he let off a huge explosion upon Izuku's fist impacting his hand. "Got you," grinned Katsuki as smoke covered the area, his body still going up from the impact and force of both attacks. He separated his hands and frowned. He could barely feel his hands now, and swore that some of the bones might have been fractured. He was ending this now. He spread out his hands, ready to accelerate down and end this with a new move he had just concocted just now. He was so focused on getting ready to attack that he failed to see an extended leg slam him from the side. Katsuki barely had time to reorient himself before painfully landing on his left side, using his hands to protect his head. "I'll kill you," shouted Katsuki as he quickly stood up, noticing that his left arm could no longer move due to dislocation. Still, he wasn't going to give up. "And that's it," announced Rikai. "Izuku wins due to ring out." Katsuki froze as he looked down to see he was indeed out of the ring. He began to shake as his mind began to register that he had indeed lost the battle. "Izuku!" shouted Ochako, Momo, and Itsuka in worry. "I'm okay," coughed Izuku as the smoke cleared. The girls suddenly stilled themselves, their faces turning crimson. BLD started to slowly leak out of their noses. "Midoriya-san, you're naked," shouted Tenya with worry. Indeed, Katsuki's last attack had burned through most of his clothes. Rekai's clothes that she had given them were just plain regular clothes, not specially tailored to be resistant like schools that offered heroic courses. In fact, the only clothes Izuku still had was his all-might boxers that had holes on it, including the middle part. Tenya had quickly taken his coat that he was wearing and wrapped it around Izuku's waist. That soon had the girls mentally thanking and cursing Tenya for his actions, as they had not been able to get a good look there due to the smoke still covering it. Rikai laughed loudly as she could hear the girl's pulse quickening before dismissing Izuku to the locker, where he had a spare set of clothes he had always kept in there, including underwear. While Izuku quickly dashed away in embarrassment, Rikai walked over to the still frozen Katsuki, and with a swift whack, slammed her stick right at the dislocated shoulder. "Ah, F you old hag," cried Katsuki as he rolled on the ground from the impact. "Ah, shut up," replied Rikai as she gently bonked Katsuki on the head. "I put your shoulder back, didn't I?" Katsuki blinked before noticing that what she said was true. "You learned quite a bit today, didn't you?" continued Rikai. "Did you think with your quirk, you were the strongest? That everybody was just a pebble in your path?" Rikai hobbled around Katsuki for a bit. "I've heard from a few places that you went to some gyms and dojos, taking a few lessons here and there, ever since the sludge villain incident. But did none of them show you just how big the world is?" Seeing no response, Rikai sighed. "No surprise there. Must have wanted you to become their poster boy. Sad truth is that you are strong, your battle instincts are top-notch, and you have one of the best quirks out there. However, you're shallow. You've allowed all those praises weaken you. Your judgment's been skewed. What you thought was a pebble is really a mountain. But even great people can trip on pebbles if they're not careful. But tried Katsuki, but Rikai bulldozed through. You've let yourself become conceited. Tell me, before the sludge villain incident, did you ever push yourself, train harder that your whole muscles complained, and yet still charge through? Izuku's been doing that since he came to my dojo, and even more after that incident. Katsuki had no response to that question. Sure, he made sure he was fit, but nothing like what he saw from Izuku's body. It was only the past 10 months that he really did push himself further. You've never been pushed down before, stated Rikai. Well, now's your chance. You've been pushed down. Are you going to give up? No. Shouted Katsuki, quickly standing up. I won't give up being a hero. I might have lost today, but I won't lose again. Even if I do, I'll keep on going. Katsuki tried to wipe his tears away to look tough, but some still remained as he shouted, I'm going to beat Deku, you. I'll beat all of you and show you that I'll be the #1 hero. Rikai merely smiled and tapped Katsuki on the head, see that you do. That stubbornness of yours will help you on your path. It would also do you well to have a rival to push you. If Izuku is no longer a pebble, perhaps he can be a whetstone to sharpen yourself. Katsuki thought about it and grinned, putting Izuku as a whetstone and no longer a pebble. But he was confused why his own teacher would say such a thing. If you're wondering about why I said that, said Rikai, it's because I know you'll also sharpen Izuku up. The more you two push each other, the stronger you'll both be. It's a win-win situation. Now go take a shower and change out of your clothes. Are you alright? Asked Momo worriedly, already using her quirk to produce some cold compress, anti-burn cream, and bandage wraps. Itsuka and Ochako were busy applying the cream and wraps on Izuku's body, causing a bit of jealousy within Momo. They were touching him, hand to skin, moving all over those incredible muscles. Almost sensual. Momo stopped her train of thought lest she give herself a nosebleed. Itsuka and Ochako were slightly blushing as they applied the medicine. Itsuka hadn't seen Izuku for a long time, with only the video camera to see him. When she had first hugged him back at the entrance exam, she noticed how strong some of those muscles felt when she touched them. Now that she could take a closer look, she could tell just how buff Izuku had gotten. Her hands lingered a little longer than they should have while applying the burn cream. At the same time, she was a bit jealous that Momo could easily create items to help Izuku. Ochako was too busy admiring Izuku's body, and Tenya's concern was if there was any lingering or crippling damage. I'm fine, waved off Izuku him once more. Bakugo knows how to control himself, even if he seems like he's a loose cannon. He wants to be a hero. With that attitude, scoffed Tenya, he'll have a strong chance. Actually, he's already been accepted to UA Heroics, chuckled Izuku. He and I got called up by the principal of our school to congratulate us both. What? Shouted Tenya, Ochako, and Momo while Itsuka merely held her nose up with her hands, staving off the incoming headache of the thought of being at the same school with Katsuki. After a bit more of talking and Izuku mainly trying to pacify his friends that Katsuki wasn't that dangerous, they were prepared to head off towards the sushi place Tenya had recommended. Deku. They stopped and turned around to Katsuki, who had also come down the stairs. You won this time, but next time, I'll win. Shouted Katsuki, I'll kick all your asses. With that note, he stomped away. Well, that was that, chuckled Izuku, now let's go eat. I'm starving after that battle. Yay, cheered the others. So your school has ended? Asked Momo as Tenya ordered some more sushi. They were at a nice restaurant where they could order off from a screen right next to them, among a revolving conveyor belt. Tenya had paid for the all-you-can-eat special for all of them, insisting that he do so since Momo did last time. Yay, Bakugo and I tied up first in our school, replied Izuku. I find it very strong to believe that he is that smart, considering his personality, stated Tenya as he had finished ordering a sushi boat with real wasabi. Not those fake ones that were made out of horseradish and other ingredients, along with food coloring. He is blunt, but he knows how to study, chuckled Izuku. Despite his brash attitude, he always goes to the library during lunch or self-study periods. He studies at home after dinner for an hour despite already finished his homework in the afternoon. And how would you know this? Asked Itsuka. Easy. His mom and my mom are best friends, shrugged Izuku, she sometimes tells me these things. Just because he and I don't get along very well doesn't mean our parents don't. Speaking of mothers, Inko was humming a song as she swept the floor with a dust sweeper when the doorbell rang. Coming, sang Inko as she opened the door to reveal Mitsuki Bakugo. Inko. I haven't seen you for a while. Smiled Mitsuki as she entered the hall, you haven't gone to the gym with me. Did you start slacking off? Oh, sorry, apologized Inko. It's just recently we got an exclusive home all-in-one gym set machine. I've been using that instead of heading to the gym for a bit. But I do need to work on some cardio today, so we can go if you want. A home gym set. Smiled Mitsuki, let me see. She quickly barged into the room where they had kept the gym set and stared for a good 2 minutes. Mitsuki? Asked Inko, seeing her friend stand there without a word. Inko, do you know the average cost of a decent home gym machine like this? Asked Mitsuki. Somewhat expensive, I imagine, stated Inko. Izuku got it from Toshi-chan for helping him out with a few things, as well as reparation for an incident. So roughly 200,000 yen. Yes, but that's not your average one, replied Mitsuki as she carefully inspected the machine. This is one of the best and latest brand, approved by All Might himself. Something like this is going to cost around 800,000 yen. And holy SHT, I just noticed it, but it's specially made to go beyond the normal sets. And it feels like these strings are made out of stronger stuff than normally used. Same with the materials in these metal bars holding it all up. I'd say this customization together would cost about 1 million yen. Oh my, gasped Inko, I never thought Toshi-chan would spend that much for us. Ooh, did I hear that right? Smirked Mitsuki, as if she gave a predatory grin, did I hear a man's name in that? You said his name twice, and with a chan on the end. It's nothing, blushed Inko. Bullshit, that's something, shot back Mitsuki, tell me the details, girl. And so Inko explained how she met Toshinori Yagi, who helped train Izuku. How he would sometimes stay over and eat with them when she invited him. How they would have tea together sometime without Izuku knowing. And how she gave a peck to his cheek as thanks, causing him to walk away with a dreamy smile. Ooh, someone's got the hots for you, said Mitsuki bluntly. It was very easy to tell where Katsuki had picked up his bluntness and tendency to curse from. I don't know, mumbled Inko, I thought I don't know what to think. Toshi-chan is a nice man, though he does look like he could use some meat on his bones. He has this weird giant smile that looks distorted, but at the same time, you can feel a sense of protection and calmness from it. And even though he looks so thin, I once tripped, and he easily caught me with his arms. They felt so safe and warm, as well as muscular, which was confusing to say the least. Sounds like you like him too, grinned Mitsuki. Maybe, pondered Inko, but I have Izuku to care for. That shouldn't stop you from finding someone, said Mitsuki softly. I know your time with Hisashi was bittersweet, but that's in the past. If this guy makes you happy, then go for it. I'm sure Izuku will understand. Then Mitsuki's smile became predatorial once more. Plus, if this Toshinori dude doesn't show some respect, then you can always use that technique I taught you. The woman's secret technique, ball buster. Both women fell into a pile of laughter before chatting about some gossip. Toshinori Yagi had been drinking some tea when he felt a chill up his spine. He did not know the cause, nor did he feel like he wanted to know. Instead, he decided to focus a bit more on some paperwork to finalize his classes, taking a quick look on his phone. On the background was himself in his real skinny form, Izuku, and Inko. His heart took a quick beat at the sight of it before he spat out BLD once more. He really needed to focus. On a plus side, now that he had given his quirk away, he was considering the possibility of a stomach transplant, as well as a lung transplant. Or, if possible, regrowing them. He had heard possibilities of such things in the medical field, though he would have to ask Recovery Girl for more details. He didn't want to do so earlier was because he did not want the chance of one for all to be discovered. Izuku and the others consumed the sushi boat and kept ordering some more. The head chef, a man with 8 hands, was doing his best to keep up with all the orders. Ochako, unused to being able to order so much, soon got into it, ordering her favorite fish sushi. Izuku made himself useful and refilled their water cups, merely needing to stretch his arms across to the convenient water dispenser across from him. Momo and Tenya helped suggest different types of sushi to try out, having been to restaurants like these before. Itsuka took it up to do all the ordering for them. Soon, they left the restaurant, walking away in complete satisfaction. "So when do we get to know our classroom?" asked Izuku curiously. "According to the website, it should be a couple of days before U.A. officially starts," claimed Momo. "I hope we're all in the same class," said Ochako. "Even if we aren't, we should have some heroics classes together," mused Izuku. "Well, even if we don't get the same classroom, we can still hang out during lunch and after school," offered Itsuka. "Plus, we can have even more people to hang out with. Our homework and subjects can't be that different either. We should hang out more before school starts once more," suggested Tenya. "That'd be fun," smiled Ochako, "though I'll be heading back to my parents' place to live for a bit before coming back here again." "Tell your parents that I'd be fine with you living with me," reminded Momo. "Living alone at my place gets lonely, even if there are servants and maids that live there every now and then." "Sure," nodded Ochako. The weeks passed by as they would hang out. As times Izuku would be with all of them. Other times, he'd be alone with any of the girls and also Tenya. Soon, though, they got their classroom assignments and were about to take their first step into becoming heroes. "Izuku, do you have everything you need?" asked Inko as Izuku was getting ready for the first day of school at U.A. "Yes, Mom, I have everything," replied Izuku as he tied his shoes. "I had everything prepared last night, and I checked again this morning." As he opened the door, Inko called out to him one more time. "Izuku," said Inko softly, "I'm proud of you. You look so cool now. Go out and show them all what you can do, of course." Smiled Izuku, giving a little laugh. "I'm off." With a jaunty wave, he closed the door behind him to set off to his new school. "And don't think I didn't notice you with 3 girls, cackled Inko as soon as she was sure Izuku was gone. "Once I'm done, you'll be having them all plus more. That means more grandbabies to play with." Izuku didn't know why a chill went up his spine, but he decided to ignore it. He was in his new gray uniform with a red tie, black pants, and his usual red sneakers. Quickly jogging to the bus station, he soon met up with Momo and Ochako. "Morning," greeted Izuku while the other two greeted him back. "I'm so excited," said a slightly shaking Ochako. "It's time for us to take our first steps to become heroes." "Indeed, it is rather exciting," agreed Momo. The bus quickly arrived before transporting them to the nearest stop to U.A., where they walked the rest of the way there and stopping at the entrance. "Salutations," greeted Tenya with his hands chopping in the air. "A fine morning for us to be able to take the first step into U.A. Yay, yay, let's reveal our classroom assignments," said Itsuka excitedly. They had all been given their homeroom via email but had not shared it as they wanted to reveal it all in person at the same time. "All right, ready?" asked Itsuka, holding a piece of paper with her classroom assignment, as did Izuku, Tenya, Momo, and Ochako. "All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. They all opened it to each other at the third count. "Ah, am I the only one at 1B? pouted Itsuka as everybody else had 1A, talk about unfortunate. "It's all right, we can still have lunch together," placated Izuku, "and our assignments should be similar to each other that we can study together." Seeing Itsuka giving him the pout as well as puppy eyes, Izuku couldn't help but give Itsuka a hug. Unbeknownst to him and Tenya, Itsuka gave a victory sign to a huffing Ochako and Momo. They decided to let her have this one, as she was going to be in a different classroom than the rest of them. "We should get to our respective classrooms," started Tenya. "It would not bode well of us to be late to the first day of class." The others agreed and quickly went into the school building, with Tenya having the map of the school out. They soon found their respective classrooms on the top floor of the building, with 1A and 1B next to each other. After saying goodbye with Itsuka for now, Izuku, Momo, Ochako, and Tenya stepped into their new classroom. The class slowly filled up as more and more students began to show up. Katsuki glared at Izuku when he showed up but chose not to say anything as he took his seat, which was a rather huge improvement than before. Not to mention the glare felt less hateful and more rival-like. It was something to think about for Izuku. "So you are here, Jero," said a voice. Izuku turned around to see Tsuyu Asui standing there in her uniform. "Ah, Asui-san," greeted Izuku. "Call me Su-chan," replied Tsuyu. "I prefer it that way." "Alright, but I insist that you call me by my first name then," replied Izuku before quickly introducing Tsuyu to everybody else and how they met. "Too noisy," said a voice from the door, causing all the students to stop and look to the source near the door. There, they saw what seemed to be a large yellow caterpillar crawling on the ground before it turned to reveal a shaggy man's face. "If you're here to socialize, then get out," said the man as he took out a juice pouch from within his sleeping bag. He then proceeded to completely drain the juice box in on Epic SCK. "This is the hero course. Who the hell is that?" thought most of the students in silence as the man got out of the sleeping bag. Aizawa Shota looked around at the class before giving off his first statements, 8 seconds. "That's how long it took you lot to calm down. Time is limited, and you kids aren't rational enough. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher." While most of the people blinked in shock, Izuku narrowed his eyes. He had a rather vast knowledge of most pro heroes, being able to recognize most of them by a glance, but this pro wasn't someone he was familiar with. Or rather, he couldn't recognize him from the top of his head. "Now then, this might be sudden, but put this on and go to the field," stated Shota, pulling out a gym uniform from his sleeping bag. "Where and why did you have that in there?" thought most of the students. Before anyone could move, Shota's phone began to ring. Shota had planned to ignore it when it started singing, "Am I a dog? A bear? A mouse? But most importantly, I'm the principal of you. I am Nezu." Shota immediately picked up the phone, silently cursing the fact that the principal could hack into the school-given phones and force everyone to have that ringtone when he called them. "Aizawa-kun, please don't tell me you forgot about our little deal for allowing you to take young Shinszo into the reserved ranking?" asked Nezu, causing Shota to suddenly shiver. "No, I'm taking them to the entrance ceremony right now," whispered Shota. "Oh good, one would think you might have forgotten and just take them straight to the quirk apprehension test so you could expel whomever you deemed unworthy just to make room or lower your own paperwork," replied Nezu as he sipped his tea. No, of course not," shivered Shota, "though once they're done with it, I'm having them do it right after." "Of course, as you are allowed to do so," nodded Nezu. "Well then, go ahead and bring them here. Sakijiro-san has already confirmed with me he is ready to bring his class over. And I have already sent a teacher to fetch Shinszo-san." With that note, Nezu hung up the phone. "Change of plans," grumbled Shota, "just bring your gym uniforms with you. They should be located in your desk. Everyone should have been assigned a seat, so just grab it and go. We'll pass by the locker rooms on the way so you can put them in there." Minutes later, they were all gathered in a gymnasium that was mostly used for the general ed students, with a total of only 41 students. Izuku managed to find Itsuka, and they sat next to each other, with Momo, Ochako, and Tenya on his right. The line between Itsuka and Izuku was the dividing line of Class 1A and 1B. Though both of them were curious about Hitoshi Shinszo, who wasn't in any of the classes. "Hello students," said Nezu as he appeared on the podium, "and welcome to you. Hi. You are the few selected students who have been chosen to attend the heroics course. Take pride in yourself, as you have managed to take the first step." As the students smiled, Nezu continued, "But be warned. As we are a freestyle education, the teachers also have the power to do whatever they deem necessary." At this, Nezu leaned forward ominously, causing a few students to gulp. "Nonetheless, I do hope you all apply yourselves and become outstanding heroes. At this junction of time, we will have Miss Kayama hand out your welcome gifts. Mr. Yamada has decided to be your personal musical background director. Ah yeah, putting on some sick background beats," shouted Present Mike as he began putting some beats. "Present Mike, please wait until I'm completely done," said Nezu, forcing Present Mike to lower the volume. "Anyways, please refer to your packet for any questions, and if you need any clarification, please do ask." As you all know, all the teachers here are also pro-heroes who have devoted so mighting the youth. And some of them look delicious," said the R-rated hero, Midnight, causing quite a few boys to squirm in their seat. "You may have noticed that the Foundation Hero teacher's picture is curiously absent from the orientation packet you all received," continued Nezu, ignoring Midnight for now. Well, it wouldn't bode well to ruin the surprise. Now, I imagine you're all wondering why there are 41 of you here, instead of 40. Most of the students nodded and turned their heads to Shinszo, who shifted uncomfortably. That's because that student you're all rudely staring at will be the 41st student of the Department of Heroics, announced Nezu, causing most of them to snap their heads back at Nezu. Hitoshi Shinszo will be tested to see if he will deserve to be put into the reserve ranking, fall short and be put back to general studies, or perhaps even replace one of you should you fail to meet standards. The students gulped at this and stood up a bit straighter, Izuku and his friends included, though Tenya couldn't sit up straighter even if he tried, as he was already quite stiff. We will be making a few changes in this year's courses, so don't rely on the knowledge of your upper classmates' information. Nonetheless, welcome to UA High Heroics course. Nezu finished off. The rest of the orientation went smoothly, Midnight handing out the gifts while making a few comments here and there, licking her lips while she gazed at the students as if they were prey. Quite a few uprising in some pants made themselves known to the owner only. Once done, Shota immediately took his students out to the fields, taking Hitoshi Shinszo with them. Itsuka gazed at Izuku's back as the group separated. Her teacher was taking them to the guidance counselor office. "So, who's that boy?" asked Setsuna Tokage, a female with green hair. "He looks cute." "That's my childhood friend Izuku," replied Itsuka nonchalantly, slightly glaring at Momo and Ochako, who were right next to him while they left. She also noticed another girl that seemed to trail behind them. "The boy you keep talking about?" asked Yui Kodai, a pale girl with black hair, styled with a bob cut, "the one you want to jump so badly." Yui had said this with a completely blank face. "Yui," hissed Itsuka in embarrassment. What, I want to know more," said Setsuna, poking at Ituska. Reiko Yanagi, a female with gray hair that covered one of her eyes, seemed to be interested too. "Please be quiet," ordered Vlad King, causing the girls to stop. "Now, here is..." Toshinori Yagi was sitting in the faculty room, going over the files of each student in both Class 1A and 1B, as he would be their foundational heroic studies teacher. The upperclassmen all had another teacher that would be continuing their own job, but for the most part, most of them were interning at different hero agencies. He would be more focused on the freshmen as well as his successor. Speaking of the successor, Toshinori curiously glanced at who would be his homeroom teacher. A second later, Toshinori felt an incoming headache as he pinched his nose in displeasure. 1A has Aizawa-kun. They're going to be in for a surprise. A second later, he frowned. I hope he doesn't force young Midoriya to use one for all. Well, with Midoriya's imagination, I'm sure he can make something up to cover that up. Indeed, he had told Izuku about one for all and its source, all for one. It was rather inevitable as Izuku did talk with the remnants of one for all, and the very first user had mentioned him. Gran Torino had joined in with them talking about the history of both one for all and all for one, as well as helping train Izuku. At that thought, Toshinori couldn't help but shiver in fear as his mind flashed back to his own training with Gran Torino. The students of 1A plus Shinszo were all in their gym uniform and walking towards the field. "Hey, I remember you," said Ochako to Shinszo. "You're the one who helped stop that fight with that JRK skinhead." Oh, it's you," grunted Shinszo. "Thanks for stopping him from being a bigger JRK with just words," cheered Ochako. "I'm Ochako Uraraka." "Stop a fight?" asked Izuku curiously. "Indeed, he did so," nodded Tenya. "The student that you saved started insulting you. I reprimanded him for such behavior, and he threatened with violence. It was thanks to Shinszo that no violence occurred, though curiously, how did you do so? And how come you are in reserve ranking? That is something quite new." Shinszo winced at the question but ultimately decided to answer the question so as to get it over with. It didn't look like Ochako would stop asking. "My quirk is brainwashing. If someone responds to me, I can control them, though it is slightly limited." Shinszo was already preparing for the usual responses that he heard his whole life from his peers. How villainous it was. How evil it was. He could see Ochako already shutting her mouth while Tenya began to wave his arm. "That's awesome!" shouted Izuku, a few sparkles in his eyes. It took a few moments for Shinszo to register Izuku's words, but after blinking a few times the baffled student could help but ask, Say wa. Your quirk would be very useful in rescue missions or capturing villains, nodded Momo. You could be a huge help in say disaster areas. Victims have a tendency to panic despite people telling them to remain calm. With your quirk, you could easily control the situation and direct them to the safest path. Villains have a tendency to either monologue or just shout a lot, added Izuku. You could easily subdue villains if they aren't paying attention, and bring a halt to destruction. Most heroes have to beware of any collateral damage they might incur. Mount Lady's quirk has gotten her into quite a few trouble before, being unable to shrink in time before hitting a building. Shinszo didn't know what to say to this, so he merely numbly nodded. Ah, but you would have had trouble in the practical with your quirk, noted Ochako. Does your quirk work on robots? No, sighed Shinszo, that's why I didn't really get a good score on that. It was actually because your homeroom teacher saw the confrontation and was interested in me that I got this reserve ranking thing going for me. They can easily cancel it if I'm not up to par. I am sure you will do well, stated Tenya, waving his arm once more, but you mentioned you know our homeroom teacher. What is he like? Before Shinszo could reply, they had already made it to the gym field. They were all wondering what was happening when Shota made the announcement of having a quirk apprehension test. But what about the guidance counselor meeting? Asked Ochako, having read the itinerary. If you're looking to be heroes, you have no time for such leisurely events, drawled Shota. I would have skipped the entrance ceremony, but Nezu was insistent that I have you all attend that at least. You all know by now that we teachers have the freedom to do whatever we deem necessary. Shota turned around to look at them all in the eye, causing a few sweat drops to break out. You all remember these 8 activities you all did in middle school, right? Asked Aizawa as he held out his phone to show the standard gym test that allowed no quirk usage. This country still insists on forbidding quirks when calculating the average of these records, which makes no rational sense. Of course, the Department of Education is procrastinating on this. Shota gave them all a glance, locking onto Izuku. Midoriya, you finished the practical exam with the highest score, right? What was your record on the softball pitch in junior high? 77 meters, replied Izuku, causing Katsuki to growl. His own record was only 67, though he had been training a lot more, positive that he was sure he could surpass his old record without his quirk. Good. Now try it with your quirk, stated Shota as he tossed a softball to Izuku. Do whatever you need to do, as long as you don't leave this circle. Izuku glanced at the ball before looking out to the field while Aizawa had the score. Izuku seemed to ponder a bit before giving a slight grin. He stomped his legs into the ground, cracking the ground a bit. I may have said do anything you want, but you better have a good reason for burying your legs in there, stated Aizawa. Izuku just gave a small laugh. Shishi, you'll see. Suddenly, Izuku twisted his waist all the way around, rotating his spine and causing most of his classmates to freak out at that sight. What the hell? Shouted a male with red spiky hair, that's crazy. He's very flexible, Jero, said Suya, putting her large finger on her frog-like face that didn't detract from her looks, but rather made her seem even cuter. Flexible. That's far beyond what anyone should be able to do. Shouted a girl with curiously long earlobe plugs. The students watched as Izuku made what seemed to be his 25th rotation before finally stopping, letting them see his twisted mid-body. You all might want to stand back a little further, warned Izuku before he started to unwind. Heeding his words, they all took 3 steps back, including Shota. Soon enough, as Izuku was uncoiling his body, he began to kick up dust as he kept spinning, his right arm extending a bit more and more. What in the world? Coughed a blonde-haired kid with a black lightning bolt on the side of his hair. He's spinning fast enough that he can WHP up dust, coughed another who had a bird head. As Izuku was down to his last coil, green arcs of lightning suddenly danced around his body, though not many could see it. Shota had pulled his goggles down to protect his eyes and narrowed his eyes as he could smell burnt ozone. Smash! Shouted Izuku as he fired off the softball. He had decided to use one for all at 55%, his current maximum controlled output besides speed. Though he could go higher, 55% was his current limit of control, as the chances of misfiring would increase as the output increased, though it would be strong for him to throw it into a building with such a wide field. Still, it wasn't a chance he was risking. The air was displaced with a shockwave as the ball flew up into the sky. As the dust settled, the students could only blink and stare in shock at Izuku. Aizawa looked down at his phone when it gave him the results and blinked. 1749. 7 MTs. Not bad, thought Shota before turning towards the crowd and showing the results. It's important for us to know our limits. This is the most rational step to form the foundation of a hero. 1749. 7 meters. Seriously, said the same blonde-hair kid. Wow. I knew Izuku was hiding something about that lightning appearing around his body, but I didn't think he was that strong, thought Momo. Remembering how the others told her that Izuku had destroyed a huge faux villain, did he unlock it after he met me? Both Tenya and Ochako had seen Izuku use this before and were not surprised. Instead, Ochako was focused on how cool Izuku looked right now. We get to use our quirks for this. Sounds fun, said another student with pink skin and hair, along with horns. Most of the students seemed to agree with her statement. Before anyone could say anything else, Izuku finally recognized who Aizawa Shota was by the goggles he had worn to block out the dust. Ah, you're the Erasure hero. Eraserhead, snapped Izuku, you specialize villain capture, and can erase quirks with your quirk just by looking at them. Eraserhead, whispered one student, never heard of him. He's an underground hero, said another, he doesn't like to come out on TV much. Faye, scoffed Shota as he took his goggles off, though slightly pleased that someone recognized him despite he never appeared on television and mostly worked during the night. Fun, you say. Were you planning to spend your 3 years here having fun while trying to become a hero? Most of the students fell silent at this while Shota began to give off a maniacal grin. Fine then. Let's make this a game. Whoever comes in last place in all these tests will be judged hopeless and the punishment game will be expulsion. Shouted the majority of students as Shota slowly glared at them all, locking eyes on Shinszo. Shinszo gulped as Shota nodded his head, conveying the much clear message. Even as a reserve ranking, he would not be safe from this either. We're free to do whatever we want about the circumstances of our students, glared Shota as he pushed his bangs off his forehead to reveal a mocking expression. Welcome to you. A high heroics course. Many students had looks of fear before gritting down with determination. A few had unchanging facial expressions. Katsuki just looked excited. One such exception was the shortest student. A midget with giant grape-shaped ball on his scalp had a rather different emotion than all of them. At first glance, people would think the student had gone into shock that there was no facial expression, or that he was very calm. Instead, the reality was the boy was daydreaming. What was his dream, per se? I want to be a teacher here, thought the boy as he mentally drooled at what he could do with such power. He was already imaging himself sitting on a throne as high school girls were dressed in bloomers and such while serving him. He was promptly slapped on the head by Suya, who could tell what he was thinking. Ochako was about to raise her voice when she remembered what Principal Nezu had forewarned them all about. If you were hoping to hang out at the local McDonald's after school, then too bad, continued Shota. It's a hero's job to restore order without fail or rest. The next 3 years here will be full of tribulations, one after another. Go beyond and plus ultra. I expect you all to overcome this. Looks of determination filled all the students' faces as they prepared themselves. Trial 1. 50-meter dash. Shota began call students up 2 at a time to the starting line, going by ascending student number. This, in turn, helped introduce who they were as they got to the starting line. First up were Mina Ishido, the pink-skinned girl, and Yuga Aoyama, the blonde-hair boy with perfectly combed hair and a rather giant belt. Izuku recognized him from the entrance exam, one of the students he saved by distracting the robot. Let me show you all just how dazzling my naval laser is, and just how creative I can be, boasted Yugam with a French accent in his words. He turned around, his back facing the track while Mina got into position. As soon as the robot said start, Yuga jumped into the air. Like this, laughed Yuga as he fired a laser beam from his navel, propelling him forward far faster than Mina could run. However, 1 second after using it, Yuga stopped, letting his momentum carry before hitting the ground. He quickly got back up after Mina already passed him, who was using her quirk acid. She had taken off her shoes so as to be able to shoot acid from her feet, which she used to skate across the track. Yuga managed to get back up after falling and propelled himself to the finishing line once more, though not before Mina finished first, getting a record of 5:25 seconds while Yuga got 5:51 seconds. "If I use my navel laser for more than 1 second, I get a stomachache," said Yuga with flashing stars around him while the people around him just stared at him in confusion. "Nice job, Mina," complimented the spiky red hair student. "Thanks. You better do a good job too," replied Mina as she gave him a high five. "No more being your old self in middle school, okay?" The second pair to go was Tenya Iida and Tsuyu Asui. Being a contest of speed, Tenya sprinted across the finish line in 3:04 seconds while Tsuyu, despite speed not being her best, managed to get 5:58 seconds, hopping across the finish line. "Looking good," complimented Izuku to Tsuyu and Tenya as they walked back into the group. "If only it was longer," sighed Tenya. "I could only change up to third gear with this much room." "Kiro, I doubt anyone will be beating your time," said Tsuyu. The third pair up was Ochako Uraraka and Mashirao Ojiro. Ochako immediately began using her quirk to lighten UES. Mashirao launched himself forward with his powerful tail as soon as it started, running when he landed before launching himself once more with a powerful whack of his tail, getting a time of 5:49 seconds. Ochako finished in 7:15 seconds, managing to shave off a good 0.11 seconds off her old score. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh pair all also went up, comprised of Denki Kaminari, Eijiro Kirishima, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Mezzo Shoji, Kyoka Jiro, Hanta Siro, and Fumikage Tokiyami, all getting varying times from 5:20 to 7:18 seconds. It wasn't until the eighth pair the students would be in awe after Tenya's speed. Shodo Todoroki, a male with a rather unique appearance that would cause many females to swoon, and Toru Hagakuri, the invisible girl, were up, and at the sound of the horn, Shodo blasted himself forward with an ice pillar he created. As he began descending down, he created an ice slide, allowing him to slide across the finish line in 3:15 seconds. Toru, despite not having a quirk to help her go faster in any way, managed to show just how fit she was by crossing the finish line in 6:24 seconds. The only real way they could tell she crossed the line was because she was wearing clothes. Finally, it was Izuku and Katsuki's turn. The two of them gave each other a small glare before getting into position. "Explosive turbo!" shouted Katsuki as he used explosions to accelerate himself forward, earning him a time of 3:95 seconds. However, this was overshadowed by Izuku, who dashed forward before flinging his arms out forward, grabbing the ground before flinging himself forward in one burst. 2:95 seconds, announced the robot recorder. "DMN, he's strong and fast," muttered Eijiro, "that's manly." Shodo narrowed his eyes at Izuku before suddenly noticing his left hand flickering in flames. He quickly crossed his arms, allowing steam to arise from his arms. "Izuku Midoriya," thought Shodo to himself, "he's someone to look out for." Momo revealed to them all that she would not be outdone, creating rollerblades and a high-powered fan on her back to accelerate her to the finish line, getting a time of 3:02 seconds. Mineta Minoru, though having a short stature and a perverted mind, used his quirk by grabbing 4 balls on each hand and threw them in a line on his path. He quickly bounced on each one, jumping forward as fast he could while also throwing even more down the lane, getting a time of 7:21 seconds, the worst out of all of them. It was rather unlucky just because of his stature. Finally, the last one of them was Shinszo by himself. He tried to psych himself up but ended up with a time of 7:02 seconds only. Shinszo cursed the fact that his quirk could do nothing to help him, but he couldn't complain. He knew he was lacking even after going through that hellish training PRD. Toru was still faster than him, and all she had was invisibility. All those years of people pegging him as a villain had affected him a bit. Trial 2. Grip test. As they were all walking to the gym where the grip test would be administered, Shinszo found himself walking next to Izuku. "Must be lucky to have such a useful and flashy quirk to be able to use on these tests," muttered Shinszo, thinking nobody could hear him. However, Izuku did hear him as he turned towards him. "Hey, you have a useful quirk yourself," frowned Izuku, thinking back to the time when he was quirkless. So much pain and suffering had occurred during that time before Katsuki had shoved that fruit down his throat. Speaking of which, he had to find some time to thank him for that. "Well, it's not helping me with these tests," mumbled Shinszo. "I can't brainwash others not do their best." Izuku closed his eyes to ponder about this dilemma before coming to a solution. "Well, is it possible to brainwash yourself?" asked Izuku. Shinszo was about to reply that it was a stupid question when he thought about it. He had never really tried it, and why would he? "Hear me out. You know about those feats from the past before quirks came out," explained Izuku, "how a mother lifted a car by herself to rescue her child. And how the body naturally uses only up to 80 to 90% of your body's true power unless you're either running on adrenaline or hysterical strength. Use your quirk and tell your body to remove those safety limits. Though don't go too far off, or you might hurt yourself." Shinszo looked in surprise at Izuku's analysis, never have thought about trying that himself. Before he could ask for more detail, Shoto was already passing the grip test machine to everyone, telling them to all do it at once so as to save time. Shinszo glanced down at the grip machine before quickly gripping into it as strong as he could. Seeing that he only had a result of 50 kilograms, Shinszo decided to try out Izuku's idea. "You can do better," whispered Shinszo to himself before replying yes to himself once more, feeling a bit foolish. Suddenly, he felt something wash over him while feeling dazed. His own eyes looked blank as he stared out into the distance. "So this is how my quirk feels to others," thought Shinszo to himself. "Okay, how do I give a command to myself if I can't talk? Do I just mentally yell at myself to grip harder?" Soon as he thought of that, his body obeyed, gripping harder than he thought he could. His quirk stopped when a stab of pain hit his system, breaking him out of the daze. He glanced down to see his fingers red but smiled when his score had increased to 60 kilograms. Meanwhile, Izuku was wrapping his arm around grip area, going round and round, tightening every time and increasing his score before finally stopping and gripping it, getting a score of 720 kilograms. The only ones who would come remotely close were Shoji with 640 kilograms, Sato with 580 kilograms after consuming sugar, and Momo, who created an industrial-grade clamp to get 700 kilogram. Trial 3. Standing long jump. Izuku watched as the students tried to use their quirks to aid them in this, going two at a time again. The only ones who had excelled beyond the other students, for now, had been Aoyama and Tsuyu. Though he was intrigued at Koji Koda, who had called in a flock of birds for him to jump on and carry him forward. Izuku watched Tenya almost clear the sandbox, using his engine to propel him farther forward. Ochako barely cleared it, though almost throwing up as she did so. Shoto was another one who easily cleared by blasting himself off an ice pillar again. "I believe he's the other recommendation student via practical," said Momo as she was also waiting for her turn. Of course, considering whom his father is, it is to be expected. Izuku blinked as was about to ask who that was when he heard his name called up. Katsuki was already revved up and blasted his way past the sandbox. Izuku, however, had to ask if he was allowed to slingshot himself. "No," replied Shota, "you can extend your arm onto the ground after you jump like Zero did with his tape quirk, but not before." Izuku frowned, as he wanted to try something different, but not actually use one for all. A few seconds later, an idea hit him. He quickly inhaled as much air as he could, suddenly inflating himself to the surprise of others. He slowly twisted his body once more, this time with only 4 rotations. Then he jumped as high as he could while positioning himself so his head would be facing down, and exhaled. The sudden release of air from his mouth managed to gain enough force to propel him clear out of the sandbox while spiraling forward. "URG, that's going to be a bit of cleanup," groaned Shota as he saw grains of sand scattered all over the ground. Momo also managed to clear the sandbox by creating springs beneath her feet as well as a makeshift glider on her arms. Sadly, the worst score was Mineta, who could only bounce on his ball in the initial platform, and having no forward momentum as well as a small body, did not get far. Trail 4. Sustained side jumps. Mineta made up for some of his failures by creating clumps of ball next to him and kept bouncing off them with ease, thanks to his short stature. Izuku managed to handle it with ease as well, as his RBB body did and most people did. Not to mention his training to use the ghost perplexing step had involved such stress. Tenya showed his creativity by turning his leg engines on and off on each leg separate times. Trial 5. Ball throw. Since Izuku had done it already, he was excused from doing it again. Surprisingly though, he ended up in third place on this event. Ochako had gotten infinity on her throw, while Momo created a cannon and fired the ball into the distance, getting a score of 2.8 kilometers. Katsuki growled in anger as he only managed to clear a score of 762 meters, even with his recent increased training. Trial 6. Endurance run. Though seemingly simple, Momo blew the competition by creating a motor scooter along with a solar charger on it. Even Izuku, Tenya, Katsuki, and Shoto's stamina were no match for her. The first to drop out though was Mineta, followed by Toru and Shinszo. Trial 7. Seated toe touch. Though Tsuyu showed how flexible she was due to her quirk, Izuku blew the competition out of the water when he showed he could bend all the way down and back up in a complete rotation. Aoyama tried to flashy show off but instead embarrassed himself by accidentally dropping his belt and pants. Almost got it, huffed Momo as she leaned forward, her assets pressing down on her legs. Hero course is the best, commented Mineta as he stared at Momo, only to get a slap from Shota to get him to pay attention. Trial 8. Sit-ups. This one ended up being rather purely physical, as nobody had any quirks that could help them get a better score, except for maybe Shoto, who created a small film of ice to keep himself from sweating. Katsuki glared at Izuku as he matched him going up and down. Soon, the trials were all over, and everyone was nervous for their results. "I'll be posting scores up now," said Shota as he fiddled with his phone. "The total is the aggregate sum of each of your scores. Reciting them one by one would be a waste of time and energy, so I'll be disclosing them all at once." With a tap on his phone, it projected a holoscreen with their ranking. While most started from the top, Shinszo started from the bottom. 1. Izuku Midoriya 2. Momo Yaoyorozu 3. Shoto Todoroki 4. Katsuki Bakugo 5. Iida Tenya 6. Fumikage Tokiyami 7. Mezzo Shoji 8. Mashirao Ojiro 9. Eijiro Kirishima 10. Mina Ishido 11. Ochako Uraraka 12. Koji Koda 13. Rikido Sato 14. Tsuyu Asui 15. Yuga Aoyama 16. Honta Siro 17. Denki Kaminari 18. Kyoka Jiro 19. Toru Hagakure 20. Hitoshi Shinszo 21. Minoru Mineta. Most of them looked at Mineta in pity as his soul seemed to leave his body. "Oh yeah, that whole expulsion thing. I lied," said Shota. Everyone blinked in surprise at this while he continued to explain with a trolling smirk on his face. "It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks." "I'm safe," cried Mineta as he collapsed to the floor. "Of course it was a ruse," frowned Momo. "It was obvious if you think about it." "I don't know," mused Izuku. "Didn't Principal Nezu warn us about teachers having the freedom to do whatever they want?" Momo blinked before slightly shaking, hoping her analysis wasn't off. "Well then, since you've gotten your results, go ahead and head back to class," yawned Shota. "Your curriculum sheets are back in the classroom on the first desk. Take one and give them a look over. Shinszo, come with me. You look like you could use a nurse, and then I'll screen you back to your classroom. I need to talk with the principal anyways." F4th. Raged Katsuki in his mind as the rest of the class began to talk lightheartedly. "Fine, Deku got first because of that RBB quirk being able to use for almost all the events, but how'd I lose to Spiky Ponytail Girl and Half and Half?" He glanced at the two other who beat him, noticing Momo was talking with Izuku while Shoto seemed to stand alone, narrowing his eyes at Izuku. "BSTRD. Thought Katsuki, don't look down on me." "So how did you get those bruises?" asked Shota, pointing to the red sores on Shinszo's hands. He suspected he had more on the legs due to the fact Shinszo was slightly limping. "I went over my body's natural limit," hissed Shinszo in pain before explaining how he managed to brainwash himself and expend all his body's strength at each event. "Impressive," noted Shota. "You thought of this yourself?" No," winced Shinszo. "I never thought I could use it like this until Midoriya, the first-ranked student, suggested it to me." Shota just made a humming noise thinking about him. After the ball throw, Izuku never showed that secondary part of his quirk. He knew those arcs of lightning somehow empowered Izuku further, but he never did it again during the rest of the trials. It wasn't something he could just call out on, saying he wasn't doing his best. Izuku did get number 1 in the ranking, and he helped Shinszo excel himself. Not only that, but if he did call him out, he would have to also call out Shoto for not using the fire part of his quirk. He knew all of 1A's quirks as he had already reviewed the files. And forcing them to redo it would just waste valuable time he didn't want to use. Shota sent Shinszo on his way, reminding him that though he was now a reserve ranking member, that did not mean his position was safe. Shinszo would participate in some of the Foundation hero training, but not all of them. Shota then met with All Might, had a brief discussion about his expulsion rates with him before leaving. "Phew, that was nerve-wracking," piped Ochako as the day ended. "I was truly fooled by Aizawa-sensei," stated Tenya. "I even thought, this is the best of the best." And so on. Now I see how the teachers here encourage deception. "I'm not too sure if he was just joking," frowned Izuku. "Something tells me that he wasn't, and just decided on a whim whether or not to expel the lowest score." "I'm afraid that Izuku is right," said Momo, looking up from her cell phone, which was the latest pair product. "I was looking up expulsions from you. And Aizawa-sensei's name appeared in a lot of them." With a click, she projected a screen from her phone to show people ranting about being kicked out of UA, the majority of which ranted about Shota. She scrolled down to show that a whole group of students were expelled, and tried to petition to the principal to let them back in and expel Shota. That case failed. "Geez, we really have a strict teacher," gulped Ochako, "and all the teachers have this power. Well, if we do our best and show them all no reason for expulsion, we'll make it through," stated Izuku. "Yay!" cheered the other three. "Hey, did you wait long?" asked Itsuka as she walked into the group, accompanied by Yui and Setsuna. She quickly introduced them to the rest of them, and were soon chattering with each other. "By the way, who were the recommendation students in your class?" asked Momo to Itsuka. "Juzo Honanuki via academic and Setsuna got the practical one," replied Itsuka. "Impressive," complimented Momo to Setsuna. "Nah, I got lucky," smiled Setsuna. "It was supposed to go to someone else, but suddenly the person declined the recommendation, and so it fell to me." "Why would anyone refuse such a prestigious recommendation?" asked Tenya in aghast. "Perhaps some life crisis prevented him from attending," offered Yui with a straight face as usual. "I do not think it is that morbid," shouted Tenya, animatedly waving his hand in a chopping motion. "Whatever," commented Setsuna, "let's get off this depressing topic. Anyone wanna head over to the nearest MCD to celebrate our first day?" The students of 1A shivered at that sentence, confusing the trio of girls until Izuku managed to explain what happened for their first day. "Geez, your teacher sounds tough," pouted Setsuna. "Our homeroom teacher is Sakijiro-kan, hero named the BLD hero, Vlad Kane. He's oodles of fun, though a bit strict and uptight." They arrived at the bus station before saying their goodbyes, as they all had to take different buses, some having to take an additional subway station. Tenya could have just run all the way back home, but he obeyed the laws of no only heroes were exempt from such a thing, and he was not one yet. "So, think anything exciting will happen tomorrow?" asked Izuku as he rode the same bus with Momo, Ochako, and Katsuki. Katsuki was sitting in the back of the bus far away from them. "Maybe we'll finally know who the Foundation hero teacher is," suggested Ochako. "Oh, I think I already know who it is," smirked Izuku to himself. "Whoever it is, must be one of the top pros here in Japan," offered Momo. "Maybe someone in the top 20s at least. Perhaps best genist. He's been known to help educate or train other heroes on his spare time." "Speaking of training, do you guys have a gym that you go to?" asked Izuku. "Actually, does UA have a gym for us to use? All students who are in the heroics course have free access to select gyms outside of school," explained Momo. UA has the most contacts in the eastern part of Japan, while Shinketsu dominates the western part. Though most choose to use the one in here already. Katsuki perked up on this, already planning to see if the local gym near his place was one. "Ah, makes sense," nodded Izuku, though he had the home gym set at his house already. "Did you two want to jog together sometime?" I usually take morning jogs every day to wake myself up at Dagoba Beach. There's a bathhouse nearby, or if you want, you can head to my place to take a shower and change clothes." "That sounds like a good idea," nodded Momo. Hey, I have trouble getting up in the morning," blushed Ochako. "Don't worry, I'll be sure to wake you up," placated Momo. A morning jog on the beach sounds like an excellent way to wake up and exercise. We must push ourselves to show our worth as upcoming heroes. They soon arrived at their stop, where Izuku walked Momo and Ochako to their home residence before jogging back to his own home. On the way back, though, he saw Katsuki leaning on a pole waiting for him. "What do you want?" asked Izuku. "You didn't use that secondary part of your quirk," accused Katsuki. Before Izuku could defend himself, Katsuki gave a scoff and continued, "Whatever. I'm only here to tell you I'm going to join you in your morning jogs. Can't let you pull ahead of me that easily." At that note, Katsuki turned around and left. "Was that his way of saying we're rivals and that he wants to train with me?" said Izuku as he tilted his head in confusion. "Oh, whatever. Need to get back home to work out and fill up my hero analysis notebook." The next morning at 6:30, Izuku was on the beach stretching his legs, wearing green shorts and a green tank top. Next to him was Katsuki, also doing his stretches, wearing black shorts and a black tank top. Both had their gym bags tossed to the side. "Where the F are the girls?" growled Katsuki as he leaned back to stretch his spine. "Ah, there you are." Both boys turned to see Ochako in her white shirt and black jogging pants while Izuku had to stem a nosebleed while Katsuki looked like he just didn't care. Momo had chosen to wear a black sports bridge that seemed to enhance her bust as well as short shorts. "Sorry it took so long. Ochako took a little longer to wake up," apologized Momo. Sorry, told you I wasn't really a morning person," laughed Ochako nervously. "Alright. Let's get this started," laughed Izuku. "If you get tired, don't hesitate to take a breather or stand to the side. I usually jog for an hour straight, mixing it with dashes every now and then. I have markers placed from one end to another, so when we reach it, we turn around. Just go at your own pace." Half an hour later, Ochako had to drop out, panting as she sat on the warm sandy floor while watching the others continue to jog. She reminded herself that she would have to start running more, remembering her own placement in the endurance test. Momo dropped out 20 minutes later, opting to watch and relax, though not as out of breath as Ochako. The two girls began to help each other stretch so as not to get cramps while the boys kept running. The last 10 minutes ended up in sprints as Katsuki and Izuku started to get competitive. They would reach one end, break, turn around at the same moment, and dash off once again. In the end, they ran out of time to keep continuing. "That was a good workout," said Momo as she stretched her arm, unintentionally pushing her street forward. She smirked as she saw Izuku flushing while Katsuki merely scoffed and looked away. Ochako pouted before turning around and bending down, making sure her own butt was visibly protrude. Her sweat had made her pants stick onto her skin, emphasizing her curve. "Oh, look at the time, we should head back to our homes soon to take a shower, change, and get ready for school," shouted Izuku before running away, leaving a trail of sand. Katsuki merely howled in laughter as the two girls glared at each other before breaking into smirks. "So you two want him?" asked Katsuki as he managed to calm down. Both girls whipped their heads and stared at Katsuki. "Hey, I ain't the dense and oblivious one," yawned Katsuki, Deku is. "If you want to get into his pants, go for it, got nothing to do with me." "I'm pretty sure Side Ponytail also wants him, none of you girls are my type anyway." Momo and Ochako could only stare at Katsuki. It sounded like he was insulting Izuku while also being nice to him at the same time. It was really confusing. I'm hungry," grumbled Katsuki as he finished off his canteen of water. Catch yaw at school, spiky ponytail and round face. "He can never get anyone's name, can he?" sighed Momo as Katsuki left. "I don't think I've heard him say anyone's name. It's always by a person's feature. I think Deku is the only one whom he actually calls by a name, even though he makes it an insult," piped Ochako, explaining how Izuku and Deku could be read the same way. "Perhaps deep inside Bakugo-san, Izuku is someone that he does still care about," observed Momo. The two girls blinked at this before snickering at this conclusion. "Come on. The cook should be preparing our breakfast by now, said Momo as she pulled Ochako with her. It would be another bright day for school.